You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, lovely.
Good morning. It's October the 20th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, your psychedelic and cannabis news source found here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Just so you notice, Cindy has the day off. Before I get started, though, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe buttons first. Alrighty. First story of the day. It comes to us from Marijuana Moment. The headline there says, legalizing marijuana helps cancer patients reduce opioid use, federally funded study says. Legalizing cannabis for medical or recreational purposes is significantly associated with reduced opioid use among patients diagnosed with cancer, according to a new federally funded study published by the American Medical Association. Now, examining prescription drug claims data from an average of more than 3 million patients annually from 2007 to 2020, the researchers found significant reductions in the rate of patients with cancer with opiate prescriptions, the mean daily supply, and the mean number of prescriptions per patient after medical and recreational cannabis dispensaries openings. The study's findings indicate cannabis may be a substitute for opioids in the management of cancer-related pain, the paper says, which was published last week in the Journal of American Medical Association Health Forum and was funded by a grant from the National Institute on Drug Abuse. Now, the analysts showed that reductions in opioid prescription rates and the daily supply were greater when dispensaries actually opened when states initially changed their laws to allow for medical cannabis use, highlighting the potential impact of easier cannabis availability. There were no significant differences in opioid use as a result of cannabis reform based on age, sex, or race or ethnicity. Indicating that dispensary openings may influence opioid prescriptions patterns similarly across demographic subpopulations, the paper says, suggesting that cannabis availability may help diverse patients. Change the patients to equally manage cancer-related pain if the observed reductions reflect substitution to cannabis. Now, the researchers recommended that future studies explore individual level impacts, the mechanisms underlying these changes, and the long-term effects of cannabis policies on cancer pain management. Now, the overall results are consistent with prior research suggesting that cannabis may serve as a substitute for opiates in managing pain. There you go. Just exactly what we need. Research showing that cannabis can make a difference in the opioid epidemic that we got going on here in North America, because it's obviously killing lots of people, and cannabis is making a difference, not only in these different states and different countries by reducing prescriptions, but it's also helping people in these cannabis substitution programs and assisting them in order to make life better for them and make their way off of the harder drugs. So, alrighty, on to my next story of the day. Headline comes to me from Stratcan. Headline says, direct delivery, a double-edged sword for BC cannabis industry amid strike. Now, the strike has shut down BC's central cannabis warehouse and delivery system since September 22 and has created challenges for the industry as well as opportunities, according to some producers and retailers. Now, on October the 17th, the BC government and the BC Government Employees Union agreed to take mediation 7 weeks into a strike that has shut down many public services in the province. Job actions at the LDB warehouse will continue during this time, as well as picket lines at all 40 of the provincially run BC cannabis stores. While the closure of the BC DBS central warehouse has meant it cannot accept new deliveries from producers or ship out weekly orders to retailers, the province's direct delivery system has proven to be somewhat of a relief valve, providing a path for at least some products to continue making their way to retailers. Now, this program is not without its own challenges and shortfalls, though, and doesn't always deliver the kinds of products all consumers are looking for. James McKinnon, the co-owner of Baggy's Cannabis, says, direct delivery was really designed for the craft industry. But as an owner, I know 80% of my business is budget buyers. So they come in and see the prices and what I can supply, but they aren't seeing their $70 to $90 ounces. Now it's almost double the price. We got the rug slipped out from under us, and there's nothing we can do. I can't get money from a bank. This all comes out of my own pocket, he says. And he finishes off by saying, we're all hurting. The need to understand what they're doing to private business owners. So there you go. The strike in BC is affecting the stores and the owners and the bottom line in the end. So, all right. From BC, we're going to head to the, not quite. I would say we're going to head across the country, but we're not quite there yet. I got a study I want to bring up first before we get into that. And for there, just so you know, is that it's a study on dementia. And the headline there from the story, it's from Cannabis Health News UK. It says, medical cannabis and dementia. What does the evidence say? Does it help people with dementia? Is it a good, bad, what? We'll find out. As the prevalence of dementia and other neurodegenerative conditions continues to rise globally, there is a growing interest in the role of cannabis-based medicines in symptom management. A smaller number of studies combined with real-world clinical experience is beginning to provide important insights into the potential of cannabinoids such as CBD and THC for managing symptoms and improving quality of life. But the evidence base remains limited, and there is need for more robust clinical trials to understand the long-term safety and effects. Now, Alzheimer's disease, which causes a decline in cognitive and functional abilities, is a type of dementia, which, along with vascular dementia, makes up the majority of the cases. It is also the most common neurodegenerative disease globally. There is currently no cure for treatments or focus on symptom management rather than slowing the disease progression. So they're just working on trying to make people more comfortable versus trying to cure it. Now, a number of studies have explored whether medical cannabis could be used to treat some of these symptoms, such as easing aggression, agitation, and anxiety, which are commonly seen among patients. Meanwhile, certain cannabinoids such as CBD, THC, and CBN have been highlighted as a potentially having neuroprotective properties, preventing cell death and damage to the brain. Now, in a 2022 review, researchers evaluated the neuroprotective potential of cannabis with a particular focus on its efforts in dementia and Alzheimer's disease. They found strong evidence to support the idea that cannabinoids have neuroprotective properties and could have a role in treating common neurodegenerative diseases. Now, according to the paper, several phytocannabinoids, terpenes, and select flavonoids demonstrated neuroprotection through a myriad of cellular and molecular pathways. Now, these findings provide strong evidence for a role of cannabis constituents individually or in combination as potential neuroprotectives, timely to the emergent use of medical cannabis as a novel treatment for neurodegenerative diseases, the authors concluded. They went on to recommend further randomized controlled trials and clinical studies to substantiate these initial findings. And laboratory research provides a scientific basis on these effects, as cannabinoids act on pathways involved in brain inflammation and cell death, possibly affording a degree of neuroprotection. Now, this potential should be tempered by the reality that research is still in the early stages. Now, results from existing trials are promising. There is not enough evidence, they say, to prove cannabis is an effective long-term treatment for dementia, but cannabinoids have not been linked to any disease-slowing effects, but they might, if confirmed in future studies, offer a safer way to manage symptoms. That's right. There you go. You just never know. Down the road, more information will come out as these studies are done, and we'll make sure that if we see them, that we bring them up. So, all right, now we're going to head over to the East Coast. We're going to head to Nova Scotia because CBC headline says Nova Scotia man. Man who used psychedelic tea in spiritual ceremonies sentenced. The 52-year-old Nova Scotia man charged with drug offenses linked to spiritual ceremonies. He led on his rural home using hallucinogenic brew from the Amazon. Will avoid a criminal record in the case so long as he follows the 3-year prohibition order. Now, Nova Scotia Supreme Court Justice Josh Arnold ordered the conditional discharge last week for Michael Adzis, whose lawyer had argued a record would hamper his future attempts to travel to Peru to take part in ceremonies involving the tea called ayahuasca. Now, Arnold said, given the deterring effect of the prohibition conditions and the constellation of factors in the case, public confidence in the effective enforcement of criminal law would not be tarnished by the imposition of a conditional discharge. Now, Adzich was charged following an RCMP raid in November of 2022 during an ayahuasca ceremony at his yurt outside of Annapolis Royal, Nova Scotia. He and his supporters have argued the ceremonies can be life-changing, improving wellness and helping attendees deal with trauma. Adzich initially fought the charges, arguing they violated his religious freedom rights. But he pleaded guilty in May to the importation and possession of the purpose of trafficking for DMT, which is a substance which is illegal here in Canada, but which is a crucial component of ayahuasca. Now, the prosecution in the case argued ayahuasca can be dangerous and have serious side effects, including for people with heart conditions. Now, the defense argued that Adzich screened participants in ceremonies were done safely. Among the conditions of his 3-year prohibition are 200 hours of community service, a requirement to keep the peace and be of good behavior and not possess or consume DMT or 2 other substances while he's in Canada. In an interview outside the courtroom, his lawyer, Azif Rashid, said the conditional discharge was crucial for his client, as a criminal record would hinder his ability to travel. In particular, he said his advocate wants to travel to Peru to attend ayahuasca ceremonies. So he wants to, continue with his medication and stuff. So yeah, there you go. He got himself a conditional discharge, 3 years of being good, and he will move on, be able to travel, and he won't serve any jail time as well. So, all right, on to my last story of the day. And this one is coming to me from StratCan, where the headline there says, Alberta's first cannabis farm gate store prepares to open its doors. A former hydroponic supply store near Calgary is poised to become Alberta's first cannabis farm gate store. Guerrilla Garden Supplies, a micro producer in Okotoks, recently received its cannabis farm gate license from Alberta's regulator, the AGLC. Now, the farm gate license allows a cannabis producer in the province to sell cannabis products produced at its processing cultivating facility directly to consumers from a store at the production facility. Now, the AGLC began accepting the applications on July the 2nd for what it calls the Cannabis Supplier Retail Store License. Now, Jason Squires, the owner of Guerrilla Garden, says he quickly applied when the new rules were announced, receiving his license from the AGLC on October the 8th. The farm gate license will allow Guerrilla Garden Supplies to sell products grown or processed on site and sold under its brand. Squires says he wants to focus on offering unique products not already available in Alberta. He says, we want to be able to offer exclusive products, not competing with stores that already sell our products, but offering different formats that people can't buy anywhere else and providing exclusive drops at our farm gate. Although he hopes to open on November the 1st, Squire says he's still waiting for a few final details from the AGLC that will allow him to complete the official transfer of his products from the federally licensed production facility in the back to the provincially regulated retail store in the front. Once the final step is completed, he's expected to get going. More long-term down the road, he hopes to begin developing an open-air patio consumption space on his property and a space for food trucks. He says, I think the farm gate can really open the doors to consumptions and cafes. That's what Farmgate needs to operate, is a safe space to be able to consume as well. I think there's a big tourism model with Farmgate, he says, and I wish I had a larger facility that I could show off. People want to see what's going on and how it's produced. He says he plans on offering cannabis clones from the Farmgate store next spring. Good stuff. Get those clones up there for sure. All right. That's it. That's the news for today. I hope you found it educational and informative. Thanks to our friends at the Campbell Lifestyle Shop at ease.ca, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, and to you, our viewers. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for sharing the news, letting everybody know what's going on. That's how everybody finds out, right? So, other than that, catch our next Psychedelics and Cannabis educational news broadcast this Thursday at 10 a.m. Eastern. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello. Welcome to the Mushy Moment for Tuesday, January 17th, 2023. We are coming to you live here from the Pace Radio Network. Say hello to my co-host, Steve Mather. How are you doing this morning, Steve?
I am doing great.
It's afternoon now, isn't it, for you?
Well, yes, because we start right at noon.
Yeah. So how was your morning then?
It was really good. Got prepped up for the show here. Just getting excited. I love the fact that we've got this podcast going and the guests that we're that we're currently getting on board.
It's exciting. I like that people are reaching out to us and suggesting that they would like to be part of it by being a guest. It's really kind of a nice feeling.
We're in that time of inspiration where things are opening up and podcasts like this are allowed to happen, and that's a beautiful thing. You're spreading information on all of this and the healing. Wow, that's all I got is wow. Thank you.
Yeah, the universe really it's helped us along, to be honest, because we were saying just before the show what we kind of said, about 4 weeks ago ish, so what are we going to do? And here we are on show number 2 already.
Yeah. And what did you say you wanted before we did this show?
Oh, I said, I asked the universe if our little room that we have behind this show could reach a certain amount of people. And we got it +1.
That's pretty awesome.
It is. That really just put a great big smile on my face when I woke up this morning and saw that. Not that I really count numbers, but the fact that I put it out there that it would be really nice to hit this number before Tuesday's show, and the universe said, yeah, okay, not a problem.
Yeah, it seems to be having our back on spreading the information and spreading the love.
Yeah. Yeah, it sure does. It sure does. So I mean, this is our second show. We have a pretty cool guest coming on today, I think.
Speaking of spreading the love from the Festival of Love and the Year of Love.
Yeah, this guest wasn't just there at Woodstock. This guest had something to do with the security and something to do with helping to organize it and keep it flowing. Our guest was, kind of in the middle of the psychedelic revolution of the '60s, and then sat there and watched the festival of the psychedelic revolution happen in 1969, and it's really cool. So he's been able to watch it happen since then, and go from the first one that was quashed in the '60s. Come the '70s, they quashed that, and now he's watching it happen all over again.
Yeah, he's pretty impressed and happy that the psychedelic revolution is getting another wave, so to speak. He was, we'll save some of that.
Yeah,
We'll save some of it for
Some of
later
that.
this year, but there's some pretty amazing stuff, and he's at the forefront, and he's in amongst some of the pioneers, and he watches it get crushed, and
Yeah.
he's actually got a Woodstock movement happening to bring forth the ideals that that Woodstock was created around, and what the foundation was. So
Yeah, that's
pretty
really
cool. I'm
exciting.
pretty excited to bring him on.
Yeah, and not just that. I mean, he's somebody that we know in person, have sat there face to face and smoked a joint with, which is really kind of cool.
Yeah, and took him out to do some jamming when he was in town, and
Yeah, it was really kind of cool.
we might
So,
even get him to play some music for
well,
us.
yeah, if we're lucky, you know what I mean? If we're lucky, but we're gonna start off with just bringing him on and hearing a little bit about what it was like in the '60s.
Oh,
Hey.
here I
Oh.
am.
Hi, Greg.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're
Fantastic.
doing
How are you?
awesome.
I love this. It's like, because I got to hang out. Well, Steve and I met just last June. We were part of the crew putting on the historic Slocan City Hotel grand opening extravaganza, where Gene Greenwood and Steve streamed. I think you streamed for like close to 40 hours or something insane like that.
Oh, it was amazing. It was 5 different venue areas with bands playing and just running, everything streaming one to the next, to the next, to the next. And it was pretty amazing. John the Tornado and the Slocan City Hotel organized that up, and it was just monster.
Yep, they're planning on doing an international festival this year, and in June, same weekend, and I'm booked for that, so I'm looking forward to that. Unless I'm back east doing the Woodstock thing, but I'll talk about that later. But yeah, it was great working with Steve, and then we got to be friends, and Steve's helping me out with some medicinal products to help me get through a challenging situation in my medical life. And then I got to meet Cindy because I was down visiting, and she happened to be in from Nova Scotia doing whatever the heck you were doing back then. I don't think you slept at all while you were there. I didn't. You were like, well, I got to go here and I'm going there. And then, but it's great. And well, I caught your show last week, and it kind of inspired me to reach out to Steve because you were talking about the use of psychotropic drugs in medicine and the treatment of PST and assorted things. And it occurred to me that it's very similar to what Tim Leary was doing at Harvard back in the very early '60s, and a lot of people studying in it. And most of those studies were pretty much shut down by the universities. They just didn't want to deal with it. And then soon after that, the drugs got into the recreational market. I grew up on the East Coast, so I was more influenced by Timothy Leary and the people from the Neo-American Church, which is based in northern New York State, than I would say the Owsley Summer of Love type of stuff. We on the East Coast, I don't want to call the West Coast people, because I love them and I'm one of them anyway. But it wasn't as flaky, if you know what I mean. We had to keep our stuff together a bit more because like the town I grew up in, we had the village police, the town police, the county sheriff, the state police, special investigation stuff. And then because we were next to an Air Force base in the United States Military Academy, we also had federal cops. So there was about 8 layers of police working independently to interfere with our lifestyle, so to speak. So, we didn't run around like with the really long hair that much. I mean, we had long hair, but we didn't like the hippie clothes. If you look at the Woodstock pictures, most people are dressed like you and me and Steve right now. We weren't like all, tie-dyed out. There was tie-dye, don't get me wrong, but I'm just comparing the East Coast to the West Coast because a lot of people get confused on that. They were very different. It was more warm and fuzzy on the West Coast. It was more accepted. San Francisco really adopted the culture, and New York State did not adopt our culture at all. The New York State police were pretty
Really?
much somehow,
It's a good thing they've changed and relaxed so much.
oh yeah, right. I don't know. I haven't been there in a while, but I'm always defer to the safe side when I'm dealing with law enforcement and stuff like that. Of course, I don't do anything criminal now. They went legalized pot here in Canada, and I was going to quit because I've been smoking the damn stuff for 50 years illegally, and then they took all the fun out of it. You can buy it in the store and everything, and they go, ridiculous. But no, seriously, that was a good move, and there are trends towards decriminalizing things here in British Columbia, Canada.
So we want to actually go backwards.
experiment.
We want to go backwards to where we were starting. Let's go back to the 60s. We don't want to jump all over the place. We want to go through it from beginning to end. We want to compare the psychedelic revolution of the 60s. What was it like back then? And then, like after the break, we'll come back and we'll compare what you saw back then to what is happening now and what we get to see now. Because a lot of the studies are actually very similar. But what was it like? I know from experience, but this is going back to the 80s. One of the things that you said when you sent your bio that caught my eye is the fact that everything was stronger back in the 60s.
Yeah.
Everything. I know a little bit about the LSD, but everything was stronger because it was pure, right?
Yeah, it was serious stuff. We were doing really large doses, and like I said in the bio too, it was totally unregulated. Maybe I can put it in reference of how I got involved with everything. I was like, I think 15 or so, and I'd been visiting California. I came back, and a friend a couple years older than me said, "Hey, I just found this really neat new thing, and it's way better than drinking. You should try it out. It's called marijuana." And it was like, okay, sure, let's try it out. And it was totally pretty benign and nice and everything. And then it translated, about a year later, it was sort of the same scenario. He said, well, I've come across this new thing that's like really serious, and there's this guy Tim Leary, and he gave me a copy of Psychedelic Prayers, which was a book that Tim kind of dummied down, and Tibetan Taoistic type prayers. So he gave me that. That was an introduction to the mystical side of the movement. And it was quite a bit after that. I think I was probably about 17 or something that I first tried acid. And actually, the first acid I did was on a sugar cube directly from the League of Spiritual Discovery. So that's kind of the old school sugar cube. That was the original way that it was distributed. And then, it was not that many people did acid. It was kind of a, maybe 2 or 3% of my class would have been in that area. And that's another thing that people have to realize about what I guess we're called boomers or something. But the majority of my generation were not hippies. We were actually a relatively small subgroup. And as far as like dedicated people that were actually doing LSD, joining the Back to the Land movement, that was a small percentage is what I'm getting to. So it was a transitionary process. In other words, this came out of nowhere, so to speak, into a culture that was not connected to anything that was like that, right? And I think that was where the radical cultural shift that the psychedelics created, particularly against, amongst my generation, but some people a bit older than me too, of course. It was a really quantum social shift. We were thinking completely different than the establishment in American society.
And because there'd been nothing like that in our community system, right? In a lot of the other cultures, you've got a lot of the indigenous cultures, you've got the plant medicine being used, but because ours had nothing, and the LSD being synthetic when it came out, there's no dosing to gauge off. There's no elder to speak to find out, hey, how much is going to take me to the stars, and how much.
Yeah.
You guys were the pioneers in, as we say in the mushroom world.
Yeah, Rick.
To the guys that ate the wrong ones and showed us not to eat them.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was pretty strange because, like, sometimes you get this acid and it would be like being inside of a lightning storm. I mean, it was like really flashy, And I heard theories that maybe it was cut with meth or something. And of course, the infamous strychnine, which is, if it's not made properly, you can get strychnine in the process of making LSD, which is what the brown acid had that at Woodstock. That was the active toxin that was in the brown acid, from what I understand and surmise, was strychnine. And I can share the story of my LSD brown acid story from Woodstock when we talk about Woodstock later. But as far as the societal change,
why wouldn't you share that now?
Oh, I can.
The story of the brown acid. I mean, it's one of those stories that it's one of those.
Well, just a hands-on what it was like to be a Woodstock moment. Okay, so I was doing security mostly in that big green peripheral area. If you look at aerial photos, just off to the stage right. And it's a fence, and it's quite a large area. And we basically patrolled that, made sure that no one was in there that wasn't supposed to be, or nobody climbed over the fences. And I did spend time doing stage security. But they told us when Wes Pomeroy educated us on our short training session Friday morning, he said, cover your area, but you're free to move around. We want you to be around the site and just keep moving. And if you see something that you can't fix, fuck it. If you can't fix it, fuck it. It's a quote, so I can swear, but basically it was like, don't get caught up in a broken water main. We need you guys to be moving all the time. If you see something, report it to somebody else. The security was super well organized, actually, but not to digress too much. So my partner, friend, John Kopek, and I decided we'd take a trip up the hill. And it was Joan Baez was playing, and so everything was pretty mellow Friday night. And we're walking through the darkness in the going up the hill through all these hundreds of thousands of people, and we had these jackets that were really easy to recognize. They had the big bird and the guitar on the back and stuff like that. So somebody saw us and knew that we were like official Woodstock Ventures people. And this guy came up and he says, "Oh man, we got this guy. He did the bad acid. He did the bad acid. What are we gonna do?" And they were carrying this guy, and there was two guys that were holding him by the shoulders, and one guy was holding him by the legs, and he wasn't on a stretcher, but he looked like he was on a stretcher. Like all his muscles were contracted, his head was tilted back. It was just seized. It was causes a seizure, right? So we pointed out where the medical evac tent was, which was just by the Performers Pavilion off to, behind the stage, and off they went. So it was like a case study in how we didn't escort them over there. The people at that event, everybody, well, almost everybody, was looking out for each other. In other words, it was like this coalescive spirit. And I think that is why Woodstock has become so iconic, and we did not expect it. I didn't think it was anything other than a great big event, and hopefully we didn't get in too much trouble for having it. Until a year later, my wife and a girlfriend at the time, or whatever, we were hitchhiking back from Canada, and we were going to Portland. It was the middle of the night, and we were going to go camp out. Like there was a place you could kind of camp out under the bushes or something like that. You know, you got to remember there were very few homeless people back there, so we were the homeless people. Anyhow, we were just about to go up, and this car pulls up in Portland. I don't know if you've ever been in Portland, but they got all this maze of stuff. So if you get off on the wrong freeway ramp, it's not like you're on a major free, like we were off somewhere, I don't know where. Anyway, they took us back to their place, and we're sitting around. One of the guys was pretty redneck. He was a Vietnam War supporter, and the other two just seemed like a nice couple. And Renee and I are sitting there, and then she mentioned something about me being at Woodstock, right? Next thing I know, they're all sitting on the floor like little kids wanting to hear stories. You know, they were like, oh. And, you know, and that was when I had my first inkling that, wait a minute, there's something more going on here. Why are these people so intrigued with this event? You know, because I just assumed that it was just going to be, I mean, it was a big rock concert like Monterey Pop or something. It wasn't like, I mean, Monterey Pop was great, but it isn't part of the American cultural fabric the same way Woodstock's become.
So let's go back. Let's go back to these 4 people have come up to you. One of them is passed out. He's having seizures. You direct them to the medical tent, and now what do you have to do?
We kept moving, looking for, just like cops on patrol. No, not specifically. We're looking for anything or nothing. You know, we're just.
What call did you make? Did you just send them over and just continue on, or did you let people know that?
Oh, there was no. We didn't have any communication. I mean, a few of the promoters had walkie-talkies and stuff, but we had no. There was no way we could tell them. There was no cell phones. There was no. I mean, I couldn't phone up and say, "Hey, we got a guy coming in with brown acid." You know, everything had to be, you know, kind of winged, so to speak. You know, on the fly. So, and the security thing was actually one of the ways it was kept together was Wes Pomeroy, who was an ex law enforcement person and brilliant guy, and he or somebody else from security, like let's say we're down in our normal area, somebody would come over about every hour or 2 or 3, and what they'd do is they'd update us on everything that was happening. What was Governor Rockefeller and the evacuation, or you know, the National Guard, or the traffic, or anything they had to share. And then we shared with him what we had observed, right? Then he went to the next bunch of people with our information added in and updated them. So it was kind of like, you know, the old, maybe back in the medieval days, the courier goes around and gets information from different castles and just keeps passing it around. But it was very effective, because we really didn't have much security. Just to wrap up the security situation, on Thursday night, we had hired 275 New York City policemen to be security. And on Thursday night, the New York City Police Commissioner dug out the rule book and dug in and said, okay, that's fine, but anybody, NYPD members cannot do outside security. And if you do outside security at this festival, you're going to lose your job. So I think all of but about 5 of them left. So when we got to the site Friday morning, we found out we were going to be doing security, like pretty much in key positions, because we were actually employees. We were known entities, so they put us in very key positions. And that's when we had the meeting with Wes, and he kind of educated us on the protocol. But I had no idea, you know, until I got to the site, that that's what I was going to do. I didn't know what I was going to do on the festival. I was just going to wander around, and I knew I had a free ticket. Of course, everybody had a free ticket, but yeah, it was interesting. But you know, even the way the security ran it goes to the bigger picture of the way the cohesiveness of all the 500,000 people and maybe another couple 100,000 that were out on the road that never made it, but I'm sure they were doing their own thing too.
And they were all pretty much, everybody was on some sort of psychedelic medicine. Back
Uh,
then, we called it a psychedelic drug. I mean, today we call it a psychedelic medicine, but there was a
Yeah.
lot of that around.
There was a lot of psychedelics available. I would say 80-90% of the crowd was definitely smoking pot or hash, and maybe half of that, maybe 30-40%, maybe a bit more, it's impossible to tell, actually did acid or mushrooms or something like that. There wasn't that much mushrooms around on the East Coast then. It was pretty much an LSD type of thing. And most of the acid was quite good. I mean, no one's ever really brought it up, but it's an interesting question of like, where did the brown acid come from? Who brought the brown acid? Why did they bring the brown acid? Did they know it was bad? I mean, what was the nefarious? Because it's always a story. I mean, somebody brought that acid there, and I'm not gonna. I got theories, but I'm not gonna
Yeah,
speculate.
it's one of those folklore stories that has come from Woodstock. I mean, I remember younger when I first started getting into psychedelic medicines, and of course back then I looked at them as psychedelic drugs. Let's go pop some acid and go to the fair and get on the rides. It's a blast.
Mhm.
Like, I mean, it really was. Didn't know that I was medicating myself, but
Mhm.
it's the big folklore joke when you first start getting into it. Everybody tells you, don't take the
The
brown
brown
acid.
acid.
And we all realize where it comes from, and of course it's not meant to be a joke, because there are serious repercussions to it,
Well,
obviously.
yeah. If there was anything positive that came out of it, because something positive comes out of everything, even negative things, it probably cut back on a number of people doing acid, because it wasn't the really. I wouldn't suggest it Woodstock being all that good an atmosphere for the average person to be doing LSD in, because it was already totally crazy, and that's where we had an inordinate amount of freakouts, bad trips, whichever you want to call it, because a lot of people got there and it was dark and crazy. They didn't know where they were. I mean, they'd never been there before, and all of a sudden you get somewhere and there's 500,000 people and there's like no services, and we didn't have much of anything for crowd lighting. So I mean, everybody was in the dark. And then somebody gives them some acid. Maybe they never done acid, and then they do acid, and they're like standing in the dark, and there's a Grateful Dead's playing something nobody can understand, and they just friggin' lose it. I mean, give me a break.
So I never ever looked it up. Who do you know where the term freaking out was coined?
Oh, well, I'm pretty sure it was coined on the West Coast, but beyond that, probably sounds like an LA type of term. I mean, Zappa popularized it, somewhat. But no, I'm not really sure. Pretty apropos word in a way.
Was it being used at Woodstock, or was it used after Woodstock?
Oh no, way before. Oh, at least
way
a couple.
before.
Yeah, no, it was in the vocabulary, so to speak. And there was two things that would happen if somebody had a bad trip. Well, three things. One is that their friends would help them get through it, or they get through it on their own. And in the more extreme cases, the first was to take them to the hog farm, and Lisa Law and her husband Tom had this thing called the trip tent, which they took around to all the different events that they went to, because they were quite strong believers in psychedelic medicine. Also based in New Mexico and everything. They were in touch with the indigenous people as well. And the trip tent was your standard protocol where you talk somebody down. You deflect their psychosis. I've had to do that. We got dosed one time at a place called Wheeler's Ranch in California, and my partner had a serious freak out. Of course, I'm stoned out of my mind too. So trying to walk her through a freak out and bring her down, and it's everybody's freak out's different, but it's somewhat schizophrenic, because there's these personality changes. Like they'll be fine and then they'll go off in something. But anyhow, the more severe cases, they go to the medical tent, like I mentioned earlier, and I think they had Thorazine, and if it was a brown acid thing, they probably evac'd them to a hospital because they were dealing with a poison at that particular point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's, you know, it's nice to hear that those tents were available back then for these festivals, right?
Oh yeah.
You know, and that they looked after the people that were having a really hard time. Yeah, my cats love to be on camera. This one is Angel.
Hey, Angel.
Yeah.
I don't blame her.
That's funny. Just
Yeah, I
kind of
think.
come sauntering over. Hello.
Yeah, it makes it kind of homey. You know, my cat's out chasing rats or something like she's supposed to. Yeah, there was a lot of people that did have respect for the drug, and in general, I think most people did. You know what I mean? The awareness that it was a very, very powerful being. You know, like I say, the percentage of people that did acid more than once or twice is probably really quite small. You know, it didn't suit most personality types unless you have pretty strong personality or just like the buzz. It's hard to say, you know, like you're trying to go per capita type of thing, but the movement was definitely, I think the acceleration of the enlightenment that LSD was behind, I think that a lot of the more progressive thoughts and ideas that came out of that particular movement. And that particular movement also, how much of it had to do with acid? Would the movement happened without acid is one of those rhetorical questions that nobody's going to know. It's like the classic, would you be different if you had never done psychedelics? Well, that's kind of probably more than likely, like, duh, you know.
Yeah.
Hey, Greg.
Mm-hmm.
I think we have to go to a commercial break here pretty soon.
Cool. We're actually getting there. I was just about to interrupt and say that, you know, like the psychedelic revolution back then was really cool, and then very soon after Woodstock, it came to a screeching halt.
Soon after, within a few years.
Yeah, to a screeching halt. Everything was put on, you know, schedules. It was criminalized, and you know, experiments or studies that were like following it back then for different things, and you know, they were all kind of, you know, hidden. They were put back in a box and they were put away, and that's the kind of stuff that I'd like to talk about when we come back.
I do too.
That's when you start getting into the underground and whatnot, and I think you probably have a lot of stories about that. But I got to click some buttons. I'm not going to let you talk. I'm going to keep interrupting you, because if I let you talk again, I know that we'll be back on another big conversation. I really got to take us to break.
No, I like this stuff.
So it is break time. It is time to medicate. Steve and I will be right back with our amazing guest, Greg here very, very shortly. The cat is now gone. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you in just a couple.
Take a medicated break.
A medicated break.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
I'm having an awesome day, and
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And we are back from our medication session. You are live here with the Mushy Moment, and we are here live at paceradio.net. Welcome back, everybody. And of course, I am here with my joint host, because I know how to do this and point the right way, and Steve is still trying to figure it out. So I'm going to point to him.
I got it.
I am here with my joint host, Steve Mather, and we are joined by our guest and our good friend, Craig Walter, down below us. Look, he's got that one. That's amazing. So welcome back. And we wanted to head into, okay, so the government has decided to close its eyes. It's brought all of the studies to a shrieking halt, and everything has gone underground. What was it like?
Yeah, I mean, it had been underground from the beginning. The use of drug laws to suppress social groups goes back to marijuana and say the Black community in particular, back into the 20s and 30s or 40s. Environment that I was dealing with, they didn't like us at all. I mean, anybody with long hair had probably been accosted in the locker room at some point by. The culture did not like us at all, and the cops didn't like us even more. And Richard Nixon had a particular bent against the movement for his own reasons, and that was where the LSD became a Class 1 felony. Was that somebody suggested to Dickie Boy that one way to get to the hippies is to make their drugs really, really illegal. I don't know how much of a dent that really put in things. It made the dealers probably a bit more exclusive. I mean, because it was more dangerous, of course, probably up the price too, supply and demand. But the social suppression, like when I lived in California, if I wanted to go to New York, you took I-80 and you didn't get off I-80. It was too dangerous to get off I-80 if you were an identifiable hippie. Right. In the wintertime, sometimes we take Route 66, which was still Route 66, which was pretty cool, actually. But you'd go through these little Chicano little towns, and they split the highway. So there's one way and one way like that, two streets. And the cops would sit there and just watch. And if they saw a hippie or something looked like a hippie, they'd pull them over instantly. So there was a lot of duress in our direction on a social level, specifically to the drugs. The drugs were an extension of our culture. They weren't our culture; they were an extension of our culture. So therefore, they were attacking us or repressing us through the use of their drug laws. So yeah, you had to be pretty savvy about it. Different areas, of course, were different. I lived in a town in Northern California, and nobody had any money. It was 1970, and that's when a lot of people were moving out of San Francisco because they were either tired of the urban thing, the scene had run its course, a number of different reasons, and they were moving up to Mendocino County and Humboldt County. This is before the pot growing thing happened. We were the first hippies up there, right? And the rednecks didn't like us very much. So there was some conflict there, but there were so many of us in this one particular area outside of Garberville. and I alluded to it in the Lost Coast. What happens is Highway 1 goes up and then it goes inland. So there's no highway along the coast for a good portion of Northern California. So they call that the Lost Coast because you can't really get there easily. And basically nobody had any money, but there was this guy, and he was connected to Owsley, I believe, but he was a major manufacturer of extremely high quality LSD. So he just made it free to the community. So we had an unending source of the best LSD in the world for free.
Oh.
You know, and then so the town was pretty crazy. I mean, it was pretty darn crazy town. You know what I mean? Whitethorn, California. I mean, it was somewhat infamous. It's not the same anymore. Because
There's nobody living there making high quality LSD and
Oh,
supplying.
I'm sure there is, but the culture is what I'm getting to. I mean, it's not the same culture.
No, gosh, no.
Everybody's really. I think part of it is because I was debating this on a Facebook page with Woodstock just the other day. But are we the establishment? Well, we've become more of the establishment, and the establishment has become more us. And I think, you know, like watching those ads that, on the commercial, like the idea that those ads exist, if you flash back 55 years, 1968, you never would have seen anything like that. I mean, the first time I saw a bag of pot with a UPC sticker, you know, sales sticker on it, I was just like, it took a little time to gork that, you know. I mean, it's like, okay.
Oh, it's funny, some of the pot programs, now that it's been legal for quite a while here in Canada. But, you know, there was a while ago, I was smoking a joint with a friend of mine, and a cop drove by and he threw the joint on the ground and stepped on it right away.
Oh, I know.
I'm like,
I still go in the alley. I'm still looking around. I was like, oh shit, you know. But it was pretty serious. And the suppression of the movement. Okay. I got a good story, and this has to do with Whitethorn. Now, in Garberville, and then you go to a little town called Redway, and then you start heading towards the coast. And then you go to a town called Bryceland, right? And then you go out Bryceland, and there's a junction. You either go Shelter Cove and Kings Peak or Whitethorn. Anyway, everything went through Bryceland. Everybody that lived in that area pretty much went through Bryceland on their way home from Garberville, which is where you had to go to get anything normal. So there was a store, a Bryceland store, and they sold like 100 pounds of brown rice, organic brown rice, for like $14.50. You know, and it was like where everybody got their food, you know, and it was also where everybody stopped by and got information, you know, find out what's going on. So life goes on, and also the store would run tabs for people, right? They were even willing to go that far. So life goes on, and there was a kind of a garage type of thing next to it, and all of a sudden, these people moved in, and they were called the Truck Stop. And they basically were like this total party people. Like they were like almost like radicalized party people. In other words, live to party and anything is the establishment. And they started getting a snit with the store because they were accusing the store of being this capitalist thing. And then it just kept getting crazier and crazier, right? And it even came to the point that one night they broke into the store, they burned all the receipts, right? They stole a bunch of stuff. Everything was just getting so friggin' out of hand. And then they disappeared. And I remember being there one night, and there was these people, Claude and Elaine, they called themselves. And they were going, why should you pay for anything? You shouldn't have to pay for everything. Everything, we are all equal. If somebody has a chainsaw and they're not using it, you should be able to go over their house and take their chainsaw. So this huge divide developed between the more back to the land type people that were living there with families and stuff like that, and the party people. And of course, being a musician, I was sort of in between, you know. I mean, I was back to lander, but you know, parties are nice too. So the store hung on for a while, but eventually it closed, right? Right after that, if you found out before that, let's say the cops raided somebody, you'd find out within 12 hours that it happened. After the store closed, you'd find out, if you found out at all, maybe a week later or maybe 2 weeks later.
They were the
It
information
broke,
hub.
it broke the communication chain. Now, you can say, oh, that's interesting coincidence. But I have a darker side. I think they were agent provocateurs that went in, radicalized those that could be radicalized, created conflict with the end purpose of shutting down
Shut down.
the store, which would inflict this thing. I mean, it was like a study, a CIA, right? I can't accuse the CIA of doing it, but years later, I was up in Oregon and we were having a reunion of people that had lived down there. And the subject came up and we were discussing it. And we were discussing Claude and Elaine. And one of them said, yeah, well, we've got confirmation they were spotted under different names in Venezuela soon after that. And more than likely operatives of the federal government. Another incident that happened, there was a few incidences that happened. As a matter of fact, one of the more famous pictures from the Chicago Democratic National Convention of 1968, the police riot, is this guy, this kind of skinny guy, and he's throwing a rock towards the police. Can't prove it, but I have it on fairly reliable sources. That person was actually an operative of the government to foment this problem. So agent provocateurs, and I'm sure it's used all over the world. So you have to assume that it's used here too, and it's a very effective tool. And anytime you got to use a French word to describe something, it's probably not good, like coup d'etat, agent provocateur, like, whoa, man, that must be bad if you can't describe it in English, but they're agents that provoke, essentially. So that is just an example of how it was. But the big killer was heroin. All right. In 1968, there was no heroin in upstate New York in the white community. None. I know this. By 1970, it was pervasive all over campuses and endemic into the hippie community or the alternative community. Okay. If you do the math of who controls the heroin industry, you can come up with all kinds of potential conspiracies to do with that. But if you just look at the facts, why? Because they didn't want heroin getting into the white community until it suited their purposes. But look at the black community. That's the only place you could get heroin in New York City, was either on the west side or
and a lot of the there's Wiki and a lot of the other things have exposed a lot of the freedom of information documents that are coming out regarding all of that.
I'm sure, because it's the same, and the same. I saw the same thing in California, in Humboldt County.
Well, we might get hit with a wave of suppression here too. We're hoping we're at a point where things are open enough that we can do things like have this discussion in this broadcast.
Yeah, but, I think it's like anything. I think it's all a matter of degrees. I mean, just because we can do this doesn't mean we're going to get to be able to continue to do this. Or if you get really, really successful, then you're going to be more of a target. Like right now, maybe on a good day we might have a few hundred, a few thousand people are going to see us. That's wonderful, But if the powers that be see you as a threat, that's when they go to the trouble of doing this stuff. We were a pain in the ass. They didn't want to spend all these resources running around chasing a bunch of kids. I mean, I'm sure they had other agendas that they would much rather have done. The peace movement, the anti-war movement, which was way bigger than, say, just the psychedelic movement, that was a major force to be dealt with. And I think the Vietnam War was probably the biggest catalyst to the social change. If you had to pick one what really tipped the scales, just the blatant cruelty and stupidity of the Vietnam War was it hit us. It hit my generation directly because there was conscription at the time, so we were being forced to go fight this war, and that does not line up with you. American values are not forcing somebody to do something. I mean, it's the land of the free, which means you should be able to be what you want, live the way you want, and think the way you want, and speak the way you want. So it was totally diverse to that. I dodged all the bullets, but
You came up here, right?
yeah, I had to. It's public record, but I was under federal felony indictment in New York for draft evasion and was pursued by the FBI. FBI staked out my aunt's house in Ventura, California. A year later, after I'd moved to Canada, they were still trying to catch me. I don't know why, but all I can surmise is maybe they saw me individually as some kind of threat. You know,
And why would that be?
well, that book
So,
wasn't
I mean,
out
Hey,
there.
have we
There
said?
we
Have we
go.
told everybody he's the author of this book?
Well, I mean, not today, not yet, but yes, this is.
There is a book. Yeah,
Steve
We're gonna
is
be-
holding up, and I will hold.
we're going to be doing all kinds of things with the book. There we
So,
go.
you
I
know,
got the
we
poster.
own,
I
we
got the
each have our
poster.
own copy. And just so I can show off, mine is personally autographed to me, to Cindy. You
Yay.
see that? See that? Right? See?
That's great.
Hey, Greg, how do people get a copy of this book if they want?
Well, we're working on that. Actually, I'm working with you a bit on that too. Our hope is to have, I think, 500 copies. It'll be available sometime this spring. We have first edition copies. It's just a matter of getting them all organized and getting them ready for sale and stuff. And but we are going to release at least 500 this spring, and definitely we'll promote it on your show and every other friggin' way. It's a pretty neat book. It's in 135 library systems in the United States. It's also in the Harvard Historical Depository, UC Berkeley, St. John's, 135 library systems anyway, you know, King County and all kinds of stuff. And I'm hoping to release another batch that we're going to specifically market to libraries, because libraries are really cool, because a book, I mean, you guys might read it. I mean, you'll read it and maybe show it to 5, 10, 15 people. But in a library, I had some people come in. I was working at Guitar Center in Seattle, and these customers came in and we were talking. And after the sale, we were just gone. I mentioned Woodstock, and something went bad, and I mentioned something about a book, and they looked at me and said, "You're the guy that found the slides under your parents' bed?" And we were talking about that earlier. The quick story on that is I took a bunch of pictures. I was a semi-professional photographer at the time at the Woodstock Festival. I managed to get about 72 usable pictures. And soon after the festival, I got them back and I looked at them and I really wasn't impressed, to be honest with you. You know, I was being in the business. There was nothing really there that I thought was outstanding. And like I say, back at that time, Woodstock Festival, like who cares? I mean, it was a rock festival, whatever. It's over, you know, get over it. And then I kind of more or less just forgot about them. But every time I started telling stories, people go, "Well, you should write a book." All right, fine. So anyway, I found the slides, and I borrowed my mother's slide projector and went up to Northern California and went to Shelter Cove, which is up on the Lost Coast. And my friend Altadena and we set up a screen and got ourselves all settled in and started watching these slides. And then we were both like going like, oh my God, you know, because the pictures seem to convey the feeling of the festival in a way that was different. You know, I mean, I had a different kind of angle, and the Woodstock Museum curator, you know, said the same thing to me, a compliment. So then it was like, okay, great, we got pictures, let's write a book. Well, geez, I don't know if you ever tried to write a book before, but it's not too easy, especially if it's nonfiction and it's about an iconic event. I started when I walked up the beach with a little handheld recorder. This is like 1999, so there was no talk to your computer and have it all nice and text like today, right? And I just sat on the beach for like about 3 or 4 hours. I still got the tapes, and you can hear seals in the background and stuff. And I just talked this concept of how I saw the timeline in my head of what the book would be. And then Altadena took the tapes, and she was a stenographer, and she turned it into text. And then we started going through the text. It must have been 40, 50,000 words or something, right? And we started going through it and going through it and going through it. Eventually, I found a publisher and an editor, and it took like 8 years. But it was definitely an accomplishment. And we are going to make them available. And they're not, you can't.
I still have a couple of, I think I've got a half a dozen of the ones that you autographed up. And
yeah.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt one more time. We have just a couple of minutes left. And I've got one question that, I would like to give you a couple of minutes just to maybe give us an answer. We have a new psychedelic revolution going on right now. There are all kinds of studies. There are people like Steve that are coming up with amazing things. There are people like us who share our stories and, help people maybe find their journey in the psychedelic world. How do you see this psychedelic revolution different from the one in the 60s? I mean, I know that there are obvious differences, but there were studies, there were medical studies going on back then, and they all came to a halt and got hidden. I mean, we're finding them these days, but I mean, you would have seen some of that, out in the world before they brought that great big halt.
Yeah, well, the biggest difference is that the movement isn't dealing with the level of suppression that we had, with, especially amongst the mainstream researchers and institutions and stuff like that. They're actually encouraging it. They're using MDMA on soldiers in the United States for post-traumatic stress. So it's society has accepted psychedelics. A majority of Canadians, Americans are not against this, whereas when I was dealing with it, they were. They made us. I watched Reefer Madness. They made me watch Reefer Madness. I mean, seriously, we had to go to school and watch Reefer. That's how old I am. So that's a big difference. And going back to what we were talking about earlier, the unregulated, unsupervised Wild West nature of the psychedelic movement of the 60s and 70s. I mean, you guys it's so organized that you go to the pot shop and it tells you all the different ingredients and stuff like that. You take something and it's like, oh, it's this much this and this much that and this much that. So the combination of those things is massive. It's totally massive. And the use of psychedelics and marijuana and stuff like that, it really falls into two categories. I'm sure you agree. It's the recreational and the medicinal.
Yeah.
And I was really encouraged.
And I really hate to interrupt again, but we are honestly out of time. I have to say thank you so much for joining us. We are going to have to bring you back again because I can tell that there are so much more to say.
I still had a bunch of questions.
And Steve didn't even get to his questions, so he's going to have to take his notes and pack them away for the next time we bring you back.
Thank you for being on the show, and thank you for being such an awesome co-host or host.
Oh, thank you for doing this with me. Thank you to Greg for joining our show, and from our friends at the Legacy420.com and the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. That is our mushy moment for today, January 17th, 2023. We will see you next week. We've got a pretty exciting guest coming on for next week, one that so far I've been excited for all of them. So I mean, as excited as I was for Greg and John, I am excited for our guest next week, and I can't wait to announce it later on in the week. Listen, everybody, have a great week, and we will see you soon.
Have a fantastic day.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we love you very much.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast with Al and the other Al on the 420 Pace Project.
Hi, Guy. What are you having for breakfast? Well, wait, don't talk yet. Wait till you get your mouth. Yeah, exactly.
A cold bagel
Oh,
with
yes.
cheese. Well, I had to have something. I over medicated way too much last night, and well, because I have no cannabis, I have oil.
Right.
When you indulge in the oil, just a smidgen too much,
Smidgen too much, eh?
you'll wake
Now,
up
was that
very
because
groggy.
you were maybe watching or celebrating something last night?
Well, at first I was biting my fucking fingers off, and then all of a sudden, Mr. Springer decided to pop one out into the field.
Yeah.
And,
Yes, and for those who don't know, Al was talking about the seventh inning, or was it the eighth inning? Seventh
I
inning.
think it was.
Seventh
I
inning.
think it was the mid seventh.
Bottom of the seventh inning, and Jays came back from being down 3-1 to go up 4-3 to win the American League Championship Series, and
Okay, I'm
to win the
too
World.
tired to get excited. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we we haven't watched. I haven't watched a lot of the Blue Jays this year, and one time we were avid Blue Jay fans, going all the time.
I used to watch with my mom.
Yeah.
When she was alive. She was a super fan, and when you do something your whole life with your parent and then they're gone, you don't want to do that anymore. So it's been that way for a number of years, but this is the first time that I have gone out and got a subscription to an event other than the Aussie thing,
right?
A sports event, and I've kind of become addicted. So
Oh,
who knows how I'll feel when regular play starts again, but you know.
yeah. Well, once obviously the Blue Jays, though, that could be all over and done within what, a week's time. Four straight, right? Four straight.
We can hope.
Nothing wrong
But
with that.
what am I going to do after that?
Well, on your Sportsnet thing, I'm assuming you got a Sportsnet subscription.
I got a month.
Did you?
Yes, I did. It's only
So what's that
$30
worth offhand?
$33 and change.
Yeah, because I had somebody who sent me a message this morning wondering how they're going to watch the World Series.
Who was that?
A friend of mine.
Oh, a friend. Okay.
A fellow reporter, I will say, former reporter. She is not retired. And she wanted to know how to watch the Blue Jay games and the World Series. So I made some suggestions to her, but I didn't know that you could do a month subscription on Sportsnet.
I'm not, I like to watch tennis.
Oh.
I don't mind baseball. I fall asleep with golf, but I don't mind golf.
Don't you get a sore neck watching tennis?
Tim Daly is fucking hilarious when you're watching golf. If he's playing, he don't give a shit. He'll walk right through a primetime game with a joint in his hand and a beer before he goes and hits the ball.
Yeah. So they was like I watched it. It was it was 1-1 when I started watching it, and then next thing you knew, it was 2-1 and then 3-1.
Well, that's what happens during a game, Al. It grows.
I know. Well, it was going the wrong way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a little bit, and that was a nail biter.
Sure was.
Until, like I said, until George decided to whack one into the out and outfield and right into the bleachers, and it just the whole stadium just erupted. I know Mary Jane and Timmy were there.
I know that my sister-in-law and her son and family were there. They were down the first baseline somewhere. And
I don't know where anybody was. I know a few people that went.
I know that Cindy's daughter was at the game on Sunday.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, she went to the game Sunday. So, but there is an advantage. It's, believe me, to be there and all that cheering and all the energy and all that would be one thing. It'd be fantastic to experience. But what I would not enjoy was trying to get home.
Did you see the crowds?
Oh, just be massive. Yeah.
They were.
Yeah, I saw one picture I saw on the news.
I saw a clip of people coming out of the stadium in front of the CN Tower, that big open area.
Yeah.
And it was like a wave of people. Now, I was when the Argos won way back when, I went downtown with my sister and her boyfriend, and that was an experience like the same. I went to the Sky Dome when they opened up the Sky Dome when they came home. The Blue Jays came home in I was 97, was it? I think it was 97.
Well, the last they won the
35 years ago or 32 years ago or something.
32 years ago. So you're looking at 93.
I think it was 97 though. So I think it was 35 years ago.
Yeah, we'll just look it up. We'll just look it up.
I keep forgetting we can just look it up. It's not dial-up anymore, people.
That's right. That's right.
But yeah, no, it was. I'm looking forward. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself all week. I'm looking forward to Friday.
Yeah.
We'll obviously be watching the game in the background during the 420 show.
93.
93. Okay.
Yeah, 93. And the reason that sort of why I remember that is that was really hot time in sports in Toronto because Dougie Gilmore and the Leafs were hot. The Blue Jays were hot. Oh, and I won an all-Ontario championship for a hockey team.
Oh, cool.
I was involved with. I was coach of the team. So, you know, it was a big sports time for me back then. So
Just a little, eh?
Yeah, just a little. So it's good to see them win last night and come back and do that, and look forward to watching.
Now,
the
you know,
World Cup.
I know this is a sports thing, and we're not really at that point yet, but
No.
I just want to mention, did you know that Vladdy is the highest paid athlete in Major League Baseball?
They call him the $500 million man. Or something.
14 years, I think it was, or 17-year contract for Vladdy at 500 or some odd weird number that I'll never see, $1 million. I mean, he is the highest paid athlete in the world right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he fucking deserves it.
Does he? I haven't followed a lot of the Blue Jays over
Every
the last few
fucking
years,
game that I've
but
watched.
I know his name and
now.
know that I know he's the star of the team. So
I've watched every post game. Okay.
yeah.
So I don't know really what happened in the regular season, but every single fucking game gone when he needed.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Kirk
Thanks,
did the same thing. So did
Thanks,
Springer.
Scott.
You know, it was just I'm learning the names.
Well, Springer sprung last night,
Oh,
and
fuck
the place erupted. There's no
if
doubt.
he had not done that, we would not be talking about it right now with a happy face.
No.
I watched the
Well, you know, they
presentation.
might have. Yeah.
I watched
Even
the
the next
presentation
game.
after, and some of the Marlins stayed in the pen
Mariners.
to see what was going on, and they were in tears and crying, and they couldn't believe it. And hands on
Yeah. Well,
shoulders.
they were, you know, what, 6 outs away?
They played a fucking good game. Man. They played a
nine
good
outs away.
series.
Yeah, the whole series.
So now, look out, Los Angeles.
That's right. So when are they going to do about game time? Being it's LA, what's in the past?
They're coming. I believe that it is in whatever time zone they're playing in.
Right.
So the Dodgers will be here first, from what I understand, and then I think for 2 games or 3 games. I don't know how that works, but we'll find out.
2-3-2, I believe is what.
Is it 2-3-2?
Yeah.
Okay. So they'll if the Jays win it, they'll win it in Los Angeles.
So
right?
we get
unless they of course they go to 7, right?
7th game, yeah. Well, I wasn't even sure this was even going to go 7 games after the Blue Jays were up outscored them 23-8 in the first 2 games.
I saw Timmy, Mary Jane's comedian, post that last week, that at the beginning he said he posted, "I've got game 7 tickets and I'm going." Right? And I was like, "Yeah, sure you are, buddy. They're going to do it before then." And lo and behold, they went.
Yeah. My sister-in-law, she had tickets.
Was it? I know people buy them. Buy that 7th game because they hope it's cheaper, and they hope they're going to use it.
They hope they're going to use it. Yeah.
But it's a collector's item. I didn't find it when we were cleaning out my mom's stuff, but I'm sure that a long time ago, I should have a little. My mom had a roommate. She rented a room to somebody who was the liaison for all the sports and entertainment people at the Westin Hotel, where the Blue Jays and the Leafs stay. I believe they still stay there, or maybe not because of the Sky Dome. But this is many years ago, and they were out for lunch one day, and
Mhm.
lo and behold, Ted and what's her name, the actress that he was married to.
I don't know. Ted who?
Ted
Ted
Turner.
Rogers?
Ted
Ted
Turner.
Turner?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't. Yeah.
I can't remember. I can see her face.
Can you?
But anyways, they came
I
over. It'll come to me. They came over and gave them 2 tickets on them because at the time Ted Turner owned the Braves, I think it was,
Yeah.
and they got to go to the game, to the winning game, on Ted Turner. So
Good. Good.
my mom
I don't
my mom
imagine. Well,
was crazy
someone
about
said
that.
something about $1,000 for tickets.
This year.
Yeah.
Try between 3 and 6 behind the behind the
Home plate.
astronomical. That's why they put a cap on. If you are a non-Canadian resident, you can't buy a ticket.
Yeah, to any of the games.
In the States as well, they did that.
Well, I know New York did that. That only certain locations could buy them.
It's to combat the outrageous prices that scalpers try and actually do, because I'm telling you, if you're a Blue Jays fan and a scalper comes to you, I got a $6,000 ticket right behind the fucking plate. If I had $6,000, I'd be yeah, sure, I'll take that.
Yeah, that's the scalper price. But what's the price? Like, what's the regular price for you? Just
If
get
you
in line. Hopefully, you don't get a thing telling you that you're the 50th thousandth person in line to buy tickets.
If you buy a regular season ticket,
yeah,
they start at $19, and that's in the nosebleeds up in the 500s,
yeah,
and that, right?
500s.
And so
that's not the playoff prices though.
Well, let's look
in the last series. It was $310 for a level 500 seat.
Hold on a second. I'm looking it up. Postseason tickets.
Drum roll, hang on. Gotta find it. There we go.
Oh yeah, we have sound effects now. Al's reaching out to the sound effects. Let's go to news.
Okay. You didn't get an answer. I thought you were going to come up with an answer.
Here we go.
Okay,
Here we go. $1,500 tickets, $10 soda, and a playoff run. I'm just looking here.
All right. Keep looking.
$250 for merchandise in some cases.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta say the food is amazing at the Sky Dome, which I still call it. It'll always be the Sky Dome.
It'll always be the Sky Dome. It'll always be the Sky Dome.
Sorry, Rogers. I don't know why they changed it, but whatever.
Well, advertisers, man, advertisers.
Some people were getting game 6 for $200.
Yeah, no, that's not. What about from like Ticketmaster? Do they not sell Blue Jay tickets?
I'm sure they do.
I think that's where the guy on the radio said about the last series.
Where are we here? Major League Baseball. Let's see what they sell from Major League Baseball here.
Okay.
Buy a ticket. All right. World Series tickets. Game 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's loading up. I'm sure it's very busy.
I'm sure it is, but it doesn't give you any. You don't see
No,
no
it's still
bar.
loading. Almost there, it says.
Oh,
They're a little busy.
oh.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, this
I
is
got the
okay.
dates. I got the dates and everything.
I got the date, but you know what?
Right.
I have to sign in, and I have to join the queue, and
Oh,
it's on. This is Ticketmaster here. All right, let's join the queue.
view tickets. All right, here we go. Holy smokes!
This is still loading.
Oh, is it? Mine's not. Mine's not. I got mine right in front of me. Tickets are selling fast, it says. This is what I've got.
Yeah, it's not letting me log in. You've got a Ticketmaster account, obviously.
No, I'm at gotickets.com.
Oh, okay. So how much?
And how much? Okay, this is in US dollars.
Wow.
Okay, section, 2 tickets, section 526, $1,700 US.
So,
yeah, I know. Buying tickets, high, low. Here, actually, it's
so that's as much as you paid for a fucking concert ticket.
okay. Now I'm going back the other way. We got 40.
What did you pay for that concert ticket, Al?
The one that
Fuck up.
that I went to in the spring there.
Yeah.
That was holy. That was $600 after I did all the fees and exchanges and
Wow.
stuff like that. Yeah. Here we go. I've got it right here. It says row 6, section 513.
That's nosebleed.
That's nosebleed. $171,963.
Excuse me?
Yeah, this is what it says. Here, I'll bring it up on the screen.
You know,
I think there's more to it than just that, though.
there were two major celebrities, Canadians,
Yeah.
that they kept showing during the games. One being Eugene Levy, who's an Uber fan, and of course, the biggest fan of them all, Geddy Lee from Rush, who, I don't know if you know this, Al, he has the largest baseball memorabilia collection almost in the world.
Oh, really?
He's got
Wow.
some balls and tickets and jerseys, and yeah, he has a whole museum set up in his home.
Okay, here we go. Right here.
What's this? Oh, wow. Holy fuck, eh?
Yeah, right there. $171,963, section 503. Now, section 110, there you go, $60,000 for 2 tickets. You will be seated together. That's
Yeah. Fucking better be.
36,500.
That's behind the behind the
premium club seat.
That's behind I can see where the red mark is there. That's where you're looking, right?
Right, yes. You see how it's moving around? Actually,
Yeah.
it's supposed to be.
So what is it directly behind home plate?
Okay, hang on.
13.
Yeah, I see that. There we go. 3 listings from.
So that's not bad. Obviously, I don't buy your tickets through Go Tickets.
Yeah, really. Eh?
Go to Ticketmaster like everybody else.
Well, that's
Don't
what I
get ripped
googled,
off.
and it didn't give me it.
You'll find tickets if you want to go. You'll find tickets down on the floor down there when you're going around there. I'm sure there'll be a lot of scalpers out there. I'm sure there'll be some scalpers that get arrested too.
Go tickets. Now this says ticketsales.com Rogers Center. Ticketsales.com Rogers Centers. Los Angeles Dodgers at Toronto on October the 24th. Please wait while we load available tickets. Only 3 days until the event. We expect prices to rise.
No shit.
Buy now.
You know what? I don't think what was the last thing that I went to down there would have been at the Rogers Center. I can't remember. I hate the Rogers Center. It's a lot of walking.
Okay. I have got a different thing up here, and I'll share it. And this is through ticketsales.com. And there we go. Okay. You can see the prices here: 2,500, 2,000, 2,000.
That's more reasonable.
2,900, 4,200, 1,600, 1,800.
Those are more reasonable prices. Yeah. More reasonable.
$1,700. That's you can see the blue thing moving around there.
Yep.
General admission, they got $1,700.
And those are 19 usually. General admission, they don't have general admission.
Yeah, I know. Includes fees. Oh, each ticket. So yeah, $1,800. So the other prices was doubled because it had 2 tickets. This is 18 a piece. So for this 500 level, for you and your friend to go, it's going to cost you $3,600 plus your taxes and whatever else they slam at you.
No thanks. I don't think I'll ever go to a game again, just because it's you get there and the excitement builds and then it builds and then you watch the game and then you have to leave and you're like,
yeah. So yeah, if you're gonna go to the next game, it's gonna cost you some money.
I used to hate leaving Budweiser stage down and Ontario Place, because my God, you get 27,000 drunk people that want to go home, and they hop curbs and
excited, exuberated fans can be the same way.
Excited and exuberated. That's pretty high end there.
That's right. All righty. Well, shall we move on? We've been half an hour.
No, I think we're done. Say good night.
Okay, we will move on to this then.
It's certainly high on the list.
I have to pull this up now. Let's see if this works. Oh, okay. I'm experiencing a lot of pain today.
Are you? Is it the bagel?
No, it's the weather. It's been raining all night. So for that reason, just a second, everything's running on its own here. It's running wild. It's running wild. Stop moving around.
The computer's taking over.
Oh, they've been taking over for years, Al.
Oh, yeah, I know.
All right.
See
So
more of it lately.
I thought today, because I woke up in a lot of pain today, I thought that we would find out five things about fibromyalgia, which is in the news a lot lately. Now, one thing that I know about fibromyalgia is most people think it's women who get fibromyalgia. They call fibromyalgia for men chronic pain.
Okay.
My doctor says that's not the case, but it's what I've seen. So, anyways, let's watch this and then we'll talk about it.
Fibromyalgia flares can be unpredictable and overwhelming, but understanding what triggers them can make a real difference. Here are 5 common causes of fibromyalgia flares.
Play.
First, weather changes are a big factor.
Here a thing.
Shifts from warm to cold, sudden drops in barometric pressure, or low humidity can all make symptoms
Hear
worse.
anything else?
Second, stress is a major trigger. It can intensify pain and fatigue, making flare-ups more likely. Finding ways to relax and manage stress, like yoga or prioritizing self-care, can help. Third, overexertion is a common cause. On good days, it's tempting to do more, but pushing too hard can lead to a flare. Pacing yourself is important, even when you feel well. Fourth, lack of adequate sleep can set off symptoms. Many people with fibromyalgia struggle with sleep, so focusing on restful, restorative sleep is key. Finally, changes in medications can sometimes trigger flares. Always consult your doctor before making adjustments.
There you go.
I didn't hear a thing.
Oh, didn't you?
No.
Oh, I heard you ask if I could hear it. I could hear it. I heard the
That's
whole
good.
thing.
As long as everybody else could hear it, that's fine. I already watched it.
Yeah. It talked about the heat and cold.
Which is what I experience, unfortunately, up here. You know, the it's hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold here. 1 minute it's raining, the next minute it's going to be snowing. So, yeah, it doesn't help that I don't have any cannabis ready yet.
Oh, yes, that's right. And how is that? How's
It
things
is. I'm enjoying watching it grow.
going?
They're out in the greenhouse, all speaking, and I've been, you know, I've talked with you, I've talked with the guys on my show, Marcel and Darcy and Mary Jane about it, and I've read some articles about frost, and you know, it's frost season.
Oh, yeah.
Going into frost season. But, you know, a lot of the articles and a lot of the comments that I read is they need that. It's part of the growing process. As it gets closer to harvest time, they're very used to experiencing frost and snow and stuff like that. It is a weed after all.
Well, I like to call it a herb.
But it is, I mean, essentially it is a weed.
That's what they call it.
Let's debate, shall we?
But you know, okay, no, that works for strains grown here, but you know, cannabis grown in Jamaica or Mexico or other countries like that don't have any frost.
Right, and they also have longer sun time, and
yeah,
you know.
I took some pictures when the frost hit. The first frost hit here of the buds, and it looked really frosty. And then I got hit with a harder frost like 2 days later, and I could see it in the plants. Like, it's not all the plants. One particular strain, I could see that. Didn't know that.
I was just going to say it depends. I'm learning that it depends on the strain, and some are more hardy. For instance, I started one skunk, number one, from seed. I started it before I left to go to Toronto.
Wow, that was a while back.
It's still in the greenhouse, and it's very slow. I have one that I didn't have a place for it, and so I just put it in a bucket, and it's sitting out on the lawn. Okay, it's this big.
Oh,
okay. It was a top of that plant.
Okay,
it's this big. And no, I put it in a pot and left it outside. It's still sitting outside. It's only grown an inch. Okay. And it's just sitting there. It's happy. It's green. It's just sitting out in the open air. but it's not going to make it through the winter, obviously.
Obviously not.
But this was just a science experiment, so to speak.
Right. So yeah, as far as the fibro end, I know some people who suffered from it, just bumping into them.
Dude, banging something off of your finger.
Yeah.
Stubbing a toe. The pain is tenfold for somebody who doesn't have neuro issues or other pain related things going on. It makes things. There's days when, and I've been suffering from this for a long time. There's days when as you know, I cannot even move.
Yeah.
You know,
that's when I get the message. Hey, Al.
Yeah. That's the morning message. Yeah. Can't do it. Sorry, buddy. But today, you know, I've been over medicating, so I think the entourage effect has kicked in, and I'm hoping that it will keep going for the day at least.
Now you notice, I don't know if you noticed or not, but I didn't play the segment. What are you smoking? Because you had mentioned that you weren't smoking anything. You were doing oil, so I thought, okay, he's not.
Yeah,
smoking.
Please, yeah, let's not talk about that.
All right, so I can tell you what I'm not smoking. I
can tell you what I'm going to be smoking in another couple of weeks.
I'm not smoking that vape cartridge, which is 2/3 full with a full battery. Oh, maybe I might remember where it is now.
Oh, you forgot it.
I lost like my last one. But I think I just remembered. I've checked everywhere. I've gone through my
have you looked at couch pillows and
look all like I look. How about we play a song and I'll come back and see if it's
okay. Who are we listening to today?
We got I got Dr. High in front of me here.
He's been putting out a lot of new stuff lately.
Okay, here we go. I think we played that one last. Okay, we'll do this one. Okay, all right, we'll be right back. Gonna watch some Moonshine and Mary Jane by Dr. High. You can find him at Dr. High Music on
Toodles.
Who run the fire and the ones who burn the fuel. Granddaddy ran whiskey through the Georgia pines. Joints made them thick as vines. Me, I got both running through my veins. Born to be wild, got that outlaw name. Back road smoking, flask in my hand. Kicking up dust, I don't need no plan. Pass me that blunt, pour me that shine. We gon' be outlaws till the end of time. We don't sip slow, we don't puff light. A little too drunk. Till we living life, we don't give a damn. Moonshine in my left hand, Mary Jane in my right. Riding through the back roads in the dead of night. Sipping on the fire, smoking on the trees. Ain't no law gonna bring down me. Keep the smoke rolling and the whiskey on ice. They're trying to chase me down. Yeah, I'm pedal to the floor, I ain't slowing now. Hide the stash, ditch the jar. Keep my boots running till I'm out this town. Back at the bar, we still going strong. Smoke in the air, whiskey in my song. The preacher said, I need to change my ways. Told him I'll pray, but not today. We don't give a damn. Moonshine in my left hand, Mary Jane in my right. Down me. Keep the smoke rolling and the whiskey on ice. Raise your jars, doors, raise your joints. Here's to the rebels, here's to the noise. Here's to the ones who ain't afraid to live. Take a sip, take a hit, and let's do it again. Moonshine in my left and Mary Jane in my right. Riding through the back roads in the dead of night. Sipping on the fire, smoking on the trees. Ain't no law gonna bring down me. Keep the smoke rolling and the whiskey on ice.
There you go.
Wow.
Moonshine and Mary Jane by Dr. High.
Yeah, man.
All right. Good news. I found it.
Was it in a pillow?
No, I was charging it. And I put it in a window ledge where I didn't see it. I went through my coats and my hoodies.
So it was right in front of you.
Yeah, basically, just out of sight. Sort of. All righty. From that, where are we going to next? Let's see. Okay, here we go.
Come here, baby. Moses' nose is poking around.
It's poking around.
It was her face was just kind of poking around the door, looking at me. Come here, baby.
Oh.
Rose, come over here and lay down, please. Hey.
All righty. I've got some recipes.
Lay down.
And we'll start with this one right here. Okay. Once again, this is coming to me from CannabisSherry.com. And just in time for the World Series, a 420 party Chex Mix recipe. So you can fill up your bowl full of Chex Mix and have the munchies. Okay. Roll down to the bottom where it is. So for equipment wise, for this, you need an oven. Right?
You gonna pull this up?
Yeah.
Here, I'll pull it up for you.
All right. You can pull it up. All right. So you need an oven. As far as ingredients, you need 3 cups of Chex cereal, 1 cup of bite-sized cheddar crackers, 1 cup of thin pretzel sticks, 1 cup of roasted peanuts, 1/4 cup of cannabis infused butter, melted or olive oil will work at room temperature, 2 tablespoons of Worcester sauce, 1 teaspoon of seasoned salt, 3/4 of a teaspoon of garlic powder, and 3/4 teaspoon of onion powder, and 1/8 of a teaspoon of cayenne pepper. That's optional if you want.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Yeah. Preheat the oven to 250 degrees. Combine cereal, crackers, pretzels, and peanuts in a large bowl and stir to mix. Spread on a large baking sheet. If using butter, melt on the stovetop over low heat or in the microwave. Combine the melted cannabis butter or oil with the Worcestershire sauce. Season salt, garlic powder, onion powder, cayenne pepper, and whisk to mix. Pour over the mixture on a baking pan and stir to coat the ingredients well. Bake for 50 minutes, stirring every 10 to 15 minutes.
Wait a minute. Bake for how long? And then
Yeah, I know. I was going to question that as well when I got there. I don't want to question cannabis sherry on her thing, but yeah, it said 50 minutes. Yeah.
every 10 to 15 minutes, during that 50 minutes, you will stir it. That's what it is. So you have
Does
to pull it
say-
out every 10 to 15 minutes and stir
Oh,
it.
stirring every 10 to 15. Yeah. But I just like wonder why 50 minutes. So
I don't know. Let's ask her.
okay. I just
I've known
this
Sherry for
now,
years.
just so
I
you
could
know,
ask her.
the dose is only a suggestion, so you can always add more to it or
Yeah.
less.
It's like the meatballs I tried to cook last night, Al. I bought a bag of the bulk $10 bag of Italian meatballs.
Yeah.
And it said 20 minutes at 359, and they were hard as rock in the air from the air fryer.
That's not good.
No.
We'll
try again today. That looked yummy. I've had that before. Somebody made that. One of the vendors at the lounge made that. Can't remember who.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna put a comment in here. Chex Mix recipe.
Might even have had Sherry's. I don't know. She's in the States, isn't she?
Yes.
Yeah, I think she is. Yeah.
All right. Click.
Although I
Paste.
think I have met her because she's
Oh.
been at one of the events or several of the events over the years.
Oh yeah. Okay. What do we got? What else do I got here for recipes? One more. And I haven't heard you complain. I haven't heard you complain about these.
Peanut butter.
Not that I know of. But here you go. From Cannabis Sherry again. Weed donuts, recipes for Canadian style cannabis beaver tails. What do you think of that?
I don't know. Let's keep going.
All right, here we go. To the information on the recipe.
They look yummy.
Here we go. You can use this for breakfast, brunch, or dessert. Okay. Ingredients for the dough. You need a quarter cup of warm water, 1 package of active dry yeast, half a cup of warmed milk, 2 tablespoons of cannabis infused butter, 2 tablespoons of granulated sugar, half a teaspoon of salt, half a teaspoon of vanilla extract, 1 large egg, 2 3/4 cups of all-purpose flour, and about 3/4 of a cup or 3/4 cups, or no, sorry, let's get that right, Al. 3 cups of vegetable oil for frying. Toppings, 3/4 cup of granulated sugar and 1 tablespoon of ground sugar. Stir together.
A lot of sugar.
Yeah. Stir together the warm water, warm milk, yeast, and 1 teaspoon of sugar in the bowl of a stand mixer.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
What's a teaspoon?
1 teaspoon.
What's a teaspoon?
A teeny tiny spoon.
Oh, okay.
Let it sit for 10 minutes or until foamy. Stir in the melted cannabis butter, sugar, salt, vanilla, and egg with the dough. Hook on the mixer. Add flour and mix until the dough comes together and no longer sticks to the sides of the bowl. Increase mixer speed to knead the dough for about 5 minutes until the dough is smooth and elastic. If dough is sticky, add a little extra flour. Now transfer the dough to a lightly oiled bowl and cover with a clean kitchen towel. Let it rise until doubled in size. They say it takes about an hour. Now punch down dough, right? Needling it, we call it, I think, and transfer to a lightly floured surface. Cut into 8 equal sized pieces and shape each piece into an oblong. Flatten a rolling pin to use a rolling pin to flatten and roll out each piece of dough into an oval. Use a knife to score a crisscross pattern on top of the dough and transfer the donuts to a lightly flavored baking sheet. Cover with a kitchen towel and let it rise for 30 minutes. Now mix the sugar and the cinnamon together in a large bowl. Set it aside. Add about 2 inches of oil to a large skillet and heat to 350 degrees or until a small bit of dough dropped in the oil floats to the surface, sizzling. Keep an eye on the oil during the cooking process and be sure to lower the temperature if you see it smoking. Fry beaver tails for about 30 seconds per side or until golden brown. Remove the bowl and cinnamon, sugar, and turn to coat. Serve it immediately. There you go. Beaver tails.
Beaver tails.
Beaver tails. Okay.
Sounds like something you'd get at Tim Hortons.
Does it? Okay. I've only had one beaver tail. Do they use that as 2 words or is it 1 word?
Beaver tail, 1 word, I believe. Oh no, two
2 words. Yeah.
So you're loading that, are you? I'm going to show you something.
Yes. I am going to take that off the screen.
While you're loading your whatever you're loading.
I'm putting the recipe in the
This is while you're doing that.
Yeah.
This is my latest visitor.
Oh, he doesn't even have tags.
Yesterday, no, this is not 2 tags. This is not Tony. Yesterday I was making lunch and I looked out the window and lo and behold, this young feller was just literally sitting in my neighbor's driveway eating some garbage. And he was there I watched him for about 20 minutes. You'll see all the different pictures that I've got here. It was interesting sometimes he was just laying there. But I pulled out the camera and as you can see, I took some pictures.
Yeah.
And then he noticed me.
What are you doing? Stop staring at me. Get that
that's
out of my
exactly
face.
what he was saying. And then eventually he really noticed me and started walking towards me. And he was about 30 feet away, maybe.
Oh.
And well, no, it was across the street. So, maybe 100 feet away.
Right. Okay.
But he started, or she, I don't know what it was, started coming towards me and got to the edge of the house. So he got bear banged and ran back into the woods.
Oh yeah. Did anybody visit the cage on wheels?
I was just going to say the cage that I posted there. Tony two tags is a larger bear who has 2 tags in his ears. He's been let me get rid of this here. He's been not been seen for a couple of weeks, but the trap that was set up beside my house, apparently my neighbor was monitoring it so that he saw Tony get up into the trap with his feet hanging out the back end, eating the food and not triggering the trap. Then he slinked his way out of it and walked right past it into my yard and sat there and ate what he was eating. While that was going on, a young mom and her cub got up into the trap and triggered it. Mm-hmm. So instead of catching Tony, they caught and relocated a mom and a cub. But now nobody has seen Tony in, like I said, about a week and a half, 2 weeks.
Oh.
Since I haven't seen him since he was in my yard. But he disappears now and then anyways.
True.
We've got
travel, right?
We've got bears here in town to the point where and I've mentioned this before, walking out of the grocery store, you could walk into a bear.
You sent me the picture of the bear walking through the town. Like, what?
Yeah. They are everywhere.
I'll keep my deer. You can have your bear.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You get a lot of deer.
I know my deer run the opposite direction than me when they don't like what they see.
The deer at the farm used to just walk right up to my front door.
Yeah.
And because I would put bird seed out and they would come and eat that with the birds. And I have pictures from the farm where there's 2 or 3 different kinds of birds and deer sitting there eating in the morning, like 5 feet from my front door.
Yeah. Gail sent me a message this morning about the deer outside the window at our daughter's place.
This morning?
Yeah, this morning. Yeah. She was there dealing with the grandkids, and there was the deer and the baby right outside the window. So this morning I was out in the field, just out for a walk, and there's deer over there as well. Last night after dinner, before sunset.
We've got a lot of young cubs that are parentless roaming around.
Yeah.
Generally, the rule of thumb, I've been told by the bear wise people, the rule of thumb is they will not capture a mama if the babies aren't with it. But now, the last week or so, we've been getting reports of little guys running around town mummy-less. So their moms have been captured and removed. Now, this guy, Tony, has been captured twice and come back twice.
Yeah.
And when they relocate these bears, they take them 150, 160 kilometers away. And they come back.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it? With Tony, especially with Tony.
Like, yeah, he's been relocated twice, I was told. So,
all right, we shall move on as I got the next segment covered. Here we go. Today, I have got some rosin that was sent to me by my friend Rob out west. I've had his product on the show before. I don't know if you can see that. It's probably.
Oh, ow!
Oh, it's.
Did it roll under the desk?
No, we're good. We're good. I got it all. It's
remember that time when you were rolling a doobie with the last bit of weed you had and you dropped it on the floor?
Yeah. Okay, so this stuff, like I said, it's rosin, grown in a non-till organic garden. And it's a nice light color.
I saw that, yeah, before you dropped it.
Before I dropped it, yeah. So I'm just loading some right now into my Shatterizer with its new ceramic.
It's a Shatterizer kind of day.
It is. All righty. I'll load it up. New tip on the Shatterizer.
Do you use
I've tried this.
Do you like to use a new cartridge every time you change up a strain?
No, not all the time.
Yeah, me too.
This one, yes, because I wanted to make sure that was all that was in it, right?
At first, anyways. Smoke's nice.
Yeah. Tastes good as well. A bit of a pepper taste too there as well. Nice and clean. I can taste it on my tongue.
Weed beaver tails, something you'd find in the 70s. Sorry, that was rude.
Alrighty. Well, I'm sorry that you can't get it in the store and try it. But it's really good. It's not like a fruity tasting product. It's got a bit of a zing taste to it. It's too bad you can't try it. But you never know. Maybe Buddy someday will get to that point where he can sell it in the stores, but I don't know. You never know.
Yeah, okay, you know what? That touches a subject that should be brought up. I mean,
What's that?
Patients are allowed to share with patients.
Yeah.
You're even allowed to get remunerated for it, cost-wise. But you'll never see products like that from a patient. I guess you might.
No,
There have been some patients that have taken their products into the legal market, right?
Oh yeah. Some people have made the jump.
Like for instance, Thompson Caribou.
Yeah.
They were huge in the concentrates world.
Big time. Beard Brothers too.
Pardon?
Beard Brothers as well.
Yes, both who have won many awards for their products, and they're gone. I mean, Beard Brothers is still around, but they are a legacy company. Unlike Thompson Caribou was bought by a legal entity, and their products are now being marketed as something else, not Thompson Caribou, right? But I miss those were the first concentrates that I tasted. I think a lot of us, those were the first concentrates that they tasted.
Oh, George, my breath back.
This is Al reviewing a strain.
Like I said, it's got a bit of a kick. All right. Well, it's yummy. It's very light colored, like I said. Lots of flavor, lots of taste. And as usual, make you cough. You got anything to say before I go on to the next subject? I don't think so, but
no.
No. Okay. All right. No. Yeah. So there you go. Black lime. If you're seeing black lime rosin in stores, give it a try. But this is a friend of mine. He grows it himself, like I said, in his living organic garden, no till. And
have you squished any of yours? Yeah.
No, not yet. I'm still harvesting.
Are you going to try and do some live resin?
I'm more worried about getting it all off before winter gets here. So, but I am looking at trying to maintain some that I can.
You've got all winter. So
yeah, exactly. So, all right.
You probably have stuff from several years ago still.
I do.
I don't. I smoke it all.
Hey, well, here's a perfect example. This package, brand new, not even opened yet. I've had this for a year and a half. I got this at Can Expo as a sample.
Oh.
Yeah, that just shows you how long that is. And now I've got some cannabis still from my last indoor garden, which was 2022. Not much, but it's still there.
That's what you have left.
Huh?
That's what you have left of it.
Of this particular strain, this Bubba Gelato.
Ooh, that would be nice. I like butter.
Yeah,
and I
and
like gelato.
I had a puff of that with some friends a few weeks ago, and I said, "Would you know that was grown in 2022?" And they said, "What?" And I said, "Yeah." And they said, "Well, boy, it still tastes really good." And I said, "Well, there you go."
I'm looking forward to trying. I've got some Gaslight
Mm-hmm.
and the Skunk, and Pineapple Fizz or Fuzz or whatever it's
Fuzz.
called. Yeah, I'm looking forward to trying those.
Yeah. Good. 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 All right. Anything else before we move on? All right. On we move.
So, I was reading this article this morning, and you won't believe what happened.
Tell me, tell me.
I will tell you if the spot closes off.
Are you lagging, Al?
No, it was a tab. Just wasn't doing its thing. All right. So I've only got one news story today. And that is because this one just doesn't make sense to me. But it happens. Okay. La Crosse County Board. I'm not sure where La Crosse is. Now they say that they approved a major change to the local ordinance requiring cannabis possession, significantly reducing the financial penalty of those caught with small amounts. Under the old provisions, anybody caught with 25 grams or less of cannabis faced $100 fine plus court costs. Now it's $1.
Where is this, in Canada or in the States?
I'm not sure where.
Probably in the States.
La Crosse County. I'm gonna say States. Yeah,
because it's 28 grams here. So
why even have a law?
I know.
You charge someone $1
just to make money.
Like $1.
Yes.
They wouldn't have the court costs if they didn't have the silly fine of $1.
Well, you know who you have to talk to about that.
Yeah, they say it doesn't make it legal. It just lowers the burden. We could lower the burden by removing the law. Let's see. They say that several of the board members opposed the change, warning that lowering the fine might send the wrong message to the public.
Sure, it will. Yeah. Sure, it will. But it shouldn't be there in the first place. So,
critics of the ordinance also raised the long-standing debate over whether cannabis possession acts as a gateway to more serious drug use and community issues.
Drugs are bad. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that connection's been debunked. Let's see.
They're trying it again now with all this cannabis hypermesis syndrome, or what is it called? Cannabis dependency, or whatever it is. They're pushing that as well.
Well, it's not only that they're only collecting $1, but in the end, that $1 can cost them every day of their lives because they have a criminal record.
Yes.
They may not be able to get loans. They may not be able to rent a place. Who knows? Might not be able to get a job because they got a fine for $1 for cannabis. So even though it's only $1, it costs much more, I would say.
Well, they call that part of the punishment.
Yeah. Punishment for what? What are you being punished for? You're trying to, your patient's trying to get better. So, all right. You got anything in news that you wanted to bring up?
I think I did, but I can't remember what it was.
Okay, I was thinking you had something there ready that you had picked out in the chat, but if not,
I'm looking. I'm looking. Well, this isn't news. This is about Haley, and let's see what else we got here.
Oh yeah. Well, that's good news.
That kind of news, yeah.
That's good news.
All right. Well, this is Cheryl T. Rose, Haley Rose's mom. Haley Rose is one of Canada's cannabis kids, who's now in her 30s, and
was sent home when she was 16 and said, "Enjoy your last Christmas."
To die. Yeah.
Here we are now.
Cheryl
Almost
has been diligently over the years compiling research that she's been doing with Haley and their doctors. And she presented some things to Health Canada a few weeks ago, and they have said, you go ahead and do trials.
Yeah, what she was doing, she had applied for a license for Haley for 10,000 seeds. And she had the backing of not only her doctors, but also the university that she has been dealing with when it comes to these research and learning and education and all this stuff that she's been working with people. And with all that backing and that demand, they sent back, as you said, that they want her to apply for a research license. And that way, that's all documented. All of it. And what it's got to deal with microgreen cannabis. And that's growing a cannabis this big, like the first set of leaves, 2 sets of leaves, and that's it. That's the whole thing. So Haley requires 10,000 a month in order to be able to deal with.
So you're not growing the whole plant; you're just growing until it pops up, basically.
Basically, yeah. That's all microgreens are, this big.
And then you snip them up, grind them up, and ingest them.
Oh, well, the microgreens I use myself, anyways, I haven't done cannabis ones, but the ones that I do, I just throw them on as whole.
Burgers,
throw them right on my rice or in my salad and stuff like that. You can get radish microgreens, and it'll add a bit of a zing to everything that you eat.
So, but my question is, wouldn't you benefit from eating more?
Yeah, and that's why she needs 10,000.
No, but I mean, you're talking microgreens, so you want.
Oh, it's got to do with
a whole bowl of 1-inch plants chopped up.
Yeah.
Now, do they include the stem and everything and the roots?
Yeah, it's all the stem and leaves. It'd be part of the microgreen end of things. Now, the reason behind it, and it's because of the nutrients that are in the plant at that time, like the acids and things like that.
Yeah.
That are,
I think it's about
that are in the plant. There's some
amino acids. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Amino acids?
And they are, basically, bang, they're ready to go, and they're at the strongest.
So is there a point where a cutoff point where
you wouldn't consider it a microgreen?
Yeah.
Probably this big,
3 inches.
Probably a few sets of leaves. I can see where you got your first set that come off right at the beginning, and then that second set. By then, like you're looking at 14 days, if that.
Wow.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, I know that microdosing is a big thing, not just for mushrooms now. You can get microgreens of not just cannabis, like you said, radishes and
kelp, or all
lettuce, things like that.
Yeah, you can get things called the microgreen salad.
Yeah, which is just little guys.
Yeah, a bunch of little guys of all different kinds of things that you would have normally in your salad, cabbage and things like that, and you just throw them in your tray and you put them under your lights and keep them moist, and a week later,
you're not allowed to say that word, Al.
And they're ready to go. So,
You're not allowed to say the word moist anymore, Al.
oh, well, you got to keep your soil or your mat moist, because if it's not, it's dry and your plant's gonna die. So
You made a rhyme and you did 9.
that's right. All right, it's time for us to move on to more. All right.
Yay!
Yes. Yeah, Blue Jays, as we talked at the beginning of the show, they are off to the World Series.
They are.
Yeah. Yeah.
How are the Leafs doing?
Who?
You know, the Leafs. The one thing that I thought that was fucking amazing. All right, on the first game of the year, at where they play now at the Scotia.
Yeah,
I was gonna say Maple Leaf Gardens. The first game of the year at the Scotia, which was last week, they played at the same time that the Jays were playing. But what they did was the game ended. They put the Jays up on the Jumbotron.
Oh, there you go.
People stayed and watched the rest of the game, and that was when they won the pennant, I guess, right?
The Rugby World Series, yeah.
No, this was the game that brought them into this series.
Oh, okay. So like in the American League Championship Series.
Correct. The pennant.
Yeah.
Which
now, they said
won.
that
They won.
There was 45,000 people. The home run was 381 feet. Now
that was, yeah.
Now remember, there was a time back in the day, the home run that was heard around the world, and that was done
Joe
by
Carter.
That's right, exactly. And they said that this 7th inning drive that we watched last night. Thank you, by the way. Reminded of these people at Sportsnet that of the days of Joe Carter, Ed Sprague, Roberto Alomar, Jose Batista. Yeah, going back years, right?
That was a game. I mean, this series coming up is going to be as exciting, if not more exciting, than that game back then. But there was a time when Roberto Alomar and Joe Carter and Cito Gaston and all of those names, they were huge. One of those guys, I can't remember who it is now with the Jays I believe on the training team or something like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They some of the players from the past years, they do end up in management positions.
I think Cito Gaston is involved with the Jays still, isn't he?
Oh, I don't know about that.
I don't know.
Yeah,
he may be dead for all I know.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. What else to say here? They say with the base open, the Mariners opted to pitch to Springer, which they did, right?
Oh yes.
And they said what they describe him here as. He said he continued to grind even though he looked like someone trying to hit on a right knee that had been struck by a 95.
He got hit good the other day. He got hit right in the knee.
Yeah, 3 days earlier. 96 miles an hour in the knee. Like, holy shit.
Directly into the knee.
Yeah.
And like no pad. And he actually buckled 2 games ago. Went down while he was at bat and went down. And he went down a few times coming down on that knee. So I mean, there was a good chance that he was not going to be able to play.
Yeah. And afterwards, they were doing the interviews and stuff. Did you see the spot when they were talking to Schneider? Or and the coach there,
Oh, you swearing.
and he says, never count us out. I've said to you guys, it's almost unbelievable at times, but right now it's pretty fucking believable.
He swore on national TV.
Oh yeah, twice.
and then when they went to the break in between the game and the ceremony, they put up there may be foul language used. Viewer discretion is advised just before they came out of the commercial.
Yeah, because there's another guy. As soon as they didn't walk him, to me, they were fucked. Karma always collects.
Yeah.
That was his 4th home run in the postseason, 23rd of his career in the playoffs.
Who, Springer?
Yeah.
He liked one of my posts on Facebook the day before.
Oh, really? Eh?
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah.
I was tagging the Jays a lot.
And then some of the starters came in later in the game. Yep. Everybody was available to pitch other than one guy, they said. And that was the guy I think who started the night before.
I can't pronounce his name.
One of the guys?
Yaseva or something like that.
Yeah. Where was it? Kevin Guzman.
Oh, Guzman. Okay.
Yeah. He pitched a scoreless 7th.
I'm surprised they brought Bieber in to start, to be honest.
Were you?
Yep. But
yeah, I don't know much about this year's team because I didn't follow them, right? I'm one of these guys just jumped on the bandwagon this time.
Yeah.
So
that one kid there, 22 years old, first time in any kind of series like this, and he did really well. I can't remember his name. That's not.
There was a young guy who started the last series.
The pitcher.
Yeah, the pitcher. Yeah, correct.
22 years old.
Yeah, and he smoked the Yankees. Now also Guerrero there. Yeah. He won a trophy last night too. Most valuable player.
MVP.
Yeah, MVP.
That's Mr. 500 million.
500 million.
That's what 500 million get you.
Well, and it was good. It was nice to see where they. Oh, actually, before I started to watch the game, and we were watching it with Plan B, and
I saw that. I looked at it, and that's why I said blah 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 blah. But anyway, all right, no, I can't.
They actually showed old footage of him. Like he was like 5 years old or something, 6 years old, running around around all the Blue Jay players because his dad played for the team, right?
Yeah, his dad was Vladimir Senior.
Senior, correct. Yeah. So he was there. So he grew up.
He has a very strong accent for somebody who was born in Canada. But I believe they moved and then came back.
Yeah, and then with his parents and stuff.
But he was born here in Canada.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I don't know.
Yeah, they were talking about it yesterday.
So Blue Jays. Off to the World Series.
Who?
Okay. From sports, we're moving on to. All right.
We really need to redo those, Al. I'm working on it.
Yeah, we missed that on a dinner last weekend. I had it sent to me, but as far as I couldn't talk about it here on the show. But going forward, there is a cannabis business event going on. These are all business stuff, I would say. Very limited Halloween 2025. This is in Welland, Ontario. And it's a very lit Halloween 2025.
Never heard of it.
And okay, here we go. It says, here, I'll bring it up. Click, 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 click. A very lit, LIIT. So that'd be the lit research end of things. So there you go.
That's
Third
Al.
annual, huh?
No, I'm just thinking out loud.
Okay, the third annual very lit Halloween is a spooky night of networking, creativity, and celebration. This in-person event blends industry connections with festive fun, bringing together brands, artisans, attendees for unforgettable evening. Highlights include ambient spine-tingling beats, costume party with killer prizes, complimentary caricatures and photo ops, tasty treats, eats, and beverages, spooky swag bags for all guests, surprise giveaways and pop-up fun, craft and artisan market, magic tattoos and piercings by special guests will be available, community donation drive supporting milk and cookies. Now, where do you think that is?
Ooh, I'd like some milk and cookies.
I would think the only person I know that's doing milk and cookies.
What'd you say?
It says at the bottom, community donation drive supporting milk and cookies.
Oh, gee, I wonder who that is.
That's yeah. There you go.
First name AA.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, yeah. And Amy's been doing that for years, and kudos to her.
As long as I've known her, you know.
Yeah.
Speaking of Amy, the first she used to be my co-host on the 420 radio show. So, but the first thing she said, she wanted to send me some samples of what she makes.
Mm-hmm.
She sent me titties and penises. Chocolate, of course. Yeah. I remember those.
Okay. And is there anything else on this list? There's something called growing relationships.
Yes, we have to mention that the Karma Cup is coming up.
Oh yes,
very soon.
Yeah,
and
November 5th and 6th. I believe
Sarah's been posting information. Yeah, I think it's the first week in November. Right?
Yeah.
And Sarah's been posting a lot of posts. Google the Karma Cup or on Facebook, wherever you do your socials, and find out what's going on there. She posted some stuff.
You can buy you can buy. One time she was asking people
$10 tickets. It's $10 early bird.
Oh, is it?
Early bird tickets. Yeah, I saw that post yesterday.
$10.
$10. And then you know it's I don't know where it is. You get to find out 24 hours beforehand, but I'm assuming that it's going to be at one of those scientific research facilities.
Yeah, the Lit Research Building in Toronto. Something like that. Yeah.
Well, you know, it's a great thing. There's
they do research there. I've covered some of the articles. Yeah, they do. They compile this information. Where it goes, what it's used for, I don't know, but they do compile this information. Well, the universities that it was at that time
sponsored by.
Yeah. There was one that they were doing on cannabis and music.
Well, I would have liked to have done that.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of these places opened up after I left. I mean, it's hard to believe, but I've been gone 3.5 years already.
Yeah, that's right. Now I got another event in London, Ontario.
I was going to say England.
Yeah, it's on November the 4th. It's called Growing Relationships. It's for business to business type.
Never heard of it.
Neither have I. They say the event offers attendees opportunities for networking, brainstorming, discussions, learning sessions aimed at fostering business. So it's all business related. Yeah. key growth of the roundtable discussions. Attendees can look forward to engaging presentations, networking activities, and a catered lunch.
So, in other words, it's a nap time in the afternoon.
And you got to be 19 of years of age and older.
Oh, no, I can't go there.
Yeah. So there you go. All right. So that's some events. I don't have any legacy events to.
You know what, Al? There really has. Had this conversation with somebody else, and I can't remember who it was, but there really has not been. It was probably you. There has not been a lot of events this year. ICC, the Indigenous Cup, happened and didn't happen at the same time. The events that we were going to go to were canceled twice.
Yeah.
Lift's
gone.
Lift's gone. What's the other one? Grow Up happened.
The grow up is still going.
And then you've got the one, the one that happens in Niagara Falls as well, and that's
that happens at 420.
It's also a grow up though.
That is probably
yeah.
Well, I know we moved to Toronto.
But there's one. There's an event that's been going on in Niagara Falls for a few years now, and it happens every year, and I can't remember the name of it. Yeah. We'll find out when it happens because it'll be on the list. Why?
Yeah, it'll be on the list.
Yeah. You need to secure your desk, Al. Every time you type, your camera moves. It jiggles.
Niagara Falls 420 Expo.
It's like watching Al doing this.
You know why? If you knew at my desk, it's not a desk, man. My laptop does not sit on a desk.
Oh, you're sitting.
My laptop sits on a dining table, not even a table. It's think of a hospital table.
You've got Marco's desk right there. Why aren't you using that?
Right, sitting right here beside me. You can see it in the video. That's the desk.
So why aren't you using that?
Because I have it shaped like an L, so I'm not sitting there facing the wall. At least this way I can look around.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm in a closet. That's my computers are in a closet.
A hospital dinner tray type thing with the wheels. Underneath the bed.
That for Marco too?
No. This is my daughter's father-in-law's. Yeah. There's a spot over here for my mouse.
Whatever works, buddy.
It works. That's right. It angles, it tilts, it goes up and down. But I know, it does shake. All right. As far as entertainment, I've got two sad stories. As some people may or may not know, Ace Finley of Kiss has died.
Spaceman.
Passed away.
They called him Spaceman.
Space, yeah. Spaceman or Space Ace, they say here. He's
Spaceman.
He passed away at the age of 74.
He had a brain bleed.
Did he?
He was admitted into the hospital the night before, I believe, with a brain bleed or something, or a little while before, but eventually he passed away at the hospital.
Yeah. Original lead guitarist and founding member of Kiss.
Correct. And also one of the troublemakers of the band. He had a life. You think Gene Simmons had a life? Look at Ace Frehley's.
Oh yeah. Trying to see what all I just.
Some of the comments that I saw about his passing was, I bet you Gene Simmons is looking for a way to profit off of this.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Simmons likes to make money. So
he began playing guitar at 13. He grew up in a musical family. He played in local bands around New York City and was a roadie at the age of 18 for a guy by the name of Jimi Hendrix.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And he was one of the original founding members, the founding four.
He left the band in 1982.
because of addiction problems and alcohol.
They rejoined Kiss in the 1990s.
And then left again. He's been in and out of rehab for a long time.
Yeah. So there you go.
And what's the other? Who's the other?
Oh, and the other passing, Sam Rivers. He's the bassist of Limp Bizkit.
Limp Bizkit. Yep.
Yeah, he passed away. He's only 48 years of age.
That was just a couple of days ago.
Saturday. Yeah.
And
the band wrote, "Today we lost our brother, our bandmate, our heartbeat." Sam Rivers wasn't just our bass player. He was pure magic. The pulse beneath every song, the calm in the chaos, the soul in the sound.
The soul of the sound.
Yeah.
And you know,
they were set to begin a new 7-city tour in November. And
really?
They don't know whether they don't, obviously, because this happened, but
yeah,
they don't know if the band will continue the tour without him.
Well, you know, as we found out this week, there are some bands that are continuing without their bandmates. One being Rush.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it was in the Rush end of things. They are, they have got the blessings from Neil Peart's family.
Correct. Yes, I was just going to say that his daughter, his kids have said yes, please, because this conversation was had with Neil before he died, as with Gord Downey before he died. Tragically, hip has not continued, but they've still played.
Yeah.
Together,
now, as far as Mr. Rivers here, it says that the band didn't provide details about the cause of his death, but according to one report, Rivers left the band back in 2015 after being diagnosed with liver disease, but returned to the stage following a liver transplant. And he said that he got that disease from excessive drinking.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. 48 years of age, gone.
You know, it's too
And,
bad.
I'm thinking that I know of a fellow who was probably about the same age and same thing, liver, excess drinking.
My mom's ex-boyfriend had to have an operation, and because of his drinking, liver related, and he didn't make it off the table, unfortunately.
No,
yeah.
All right. Well, got anything else you want to discuss? Oh, I thought there was something that I wanted to bring up. Sure. I know what it was.
We used to when we started doing this, and when I say this, I mean us, Al and I, because we've been doing this together for a while. We used to take notes. We used to sit down and have a pad of paper in front of us with notes on it and stuff. I don't know where my pad is. Let's put it that way.
When I first
don't have a
started
calendar thingy
doing
on my desk,
radio,
unfortunately.
I can remember writing 9 pages of notes, questions, and information.
Yep.
And then
I usually have a like you do, a big calendar thingy on my desk, and I would each square would be full of stuff. Nothing. It's blank.
Nothing.
I don't even have a pen on my desk anymore.
Oh, here we go. I found it. All right. In entertainment end of things, if you're local to me, anyways, here we go. We have the Tea Party, Headstones, and Finger 11 are playing in Peterborough at the Memorial Center. And guess who's got tickets?
I was just going to ask you if you were going to go.
We are going, and I made sure that I was talking to the right person this time. Actually, I talked to a person this time because last time I didn't. It was all done digitally, electronically, or whatever you want to call it. Whereas
So
this
you didn't
time,
pay $600 for these tickets.
I did not. I did not. I paid $75 a piece. Only a quarter of what I paid last time. And I did discuss that with the operator on the phone. And I said, I'm really glad that I was talking to you and that you're a human, because my last experience for your last concert with April Wine was not, or the head pins in April Wine was not, wasn't very good as far as dealing with the ticket end. So I explained it all to her. And she says, yeah, that happens. It happens to people. Those ticket sale sites come up first on Google searches, and they can
because they put and the CEO they put Ticketmaster in there. Like when I set up my website, you put all the different website URLs in there that you want to spoof, and it'll come up when you search it.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll be able to see saw the headstones years ago down at Daganega.
You got scared by Hugh.
Yeah. Now the Tea Party, I've never seen the Tea Party live. I was to go see them at a bar in Tweed. This is how long ago this is. Years ago, like many years ago.
I don't know if I've ever seen them.
Say decades. And so this will be a first time seeing them. So we're really looking forward to that. Now, as far as Finger 11, I know of the music and all that stuff, but never seen them. But
I've seen all of them.
I used to follow them years ago when they were on Q107. At that time, they were known as the Rainbow Butt Monkeys. That was the name of the band, the Rainbow Butt Monkeys. Yeah,
it's a long time ago. There's been a lot of bands that have changed their names.
Correct, and yeah, I think it was probably a good decision for them, and look what's happened. So
they got fingered 11 times.
Yeah, that's happening in December 5th or the 7th, something like that. 7th, I think. Yeah, 7th. So,
weather
permitting.
Thank you. That's the word.
Yeah, it could be a snowstorm that day, right?
Yeah.
Guess that means we'll have to stay at my son's place in Peterborough if it's bad weather. We have family there now.
You're only 15 minutes from there.
Well, it takes a little more than 15 minutes, but yeah, we're not far. Correct. It's the next city down the highway. Gotta get down Crash Alley first.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, long weekend, 2 accidents. One
because of a hill?
No, there was one right on the edge of town here. It was basically right on. It was in the slow down zone, and then the other one happened out on the open road by an old gas station on Highway 7 between Havelock and Marmot, out that way. The Monday of the long weekend, both of them going on.
Near the A&W.
Norwood's got the A&W. There's no A&W.
Is that Norwood? That's in Norwood.
It's in Norwood, yeah.
I didn't realize how close Norwood was to Hastings.
Yeah, it's at the other end of 45. Yeah,
it's just up the hill.
It's the next town over. Correct.
Yeah, it's just up the hill, but it's because it's windy. It takes you a little while to get over there.
Yeah, actually, I have a friend of mine who's going to be here at 2:00 today, who lives in Hastings.
Yeah.
So, well, you got anything else offhand?
No, I'm good.
All right, so am I. All right. Other than that, I guess we're done. Until next week, same time, same place, same channels. 1, 2, 3.
Same bong channel.
That's right. Same bong channel. Other than that, we will see you then. We'll say bye, guys, and peace. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. First story of the day comes to us from Marijuana Moment. Headline there says, legalizing marijuana helps cancer patients reduce opioid use, federally funded study says. Legalizing cannabis for medical or recreational purposes is significantly associated with reduced opioid use among patients diagnosed with cancer, according to a new federally funded study published by the American Medical Association. And the headline there from the story, it's from Cannabis Health News UK. It says medical cannabis and dementia. What does the evidence say? Does it help people with dementia? A smaller number of studies combined with real-world clinical experience is beginning to provide important insights into the potential of cannabinoids such as CBD and THC for managing symptoms and improving quality of life. But the evidence base remains limited, and there is need for more robust clinical trials to understand the long-term safety and effects. So, all right, now we're going to head over to the East Coast. We're going to head to Nova Scotia because CBC headline says, Nova Scotia man who used psychedelic tea in spiritual ceremonies sentenced. The 52-year-old Nova Scotia man charged with drug offenses linked to spiritual ceremonies he led on his rural home using hallucinogenic brew from the Amazon will avoid a criminal record in the case so long as he follows a 3-year prohibition order. Headline comes to me from StratCan. Headline says, direct delivery, a double-edged sword for BC cannabis industry amid strike. Now, the strike has shut down BC's central cannabis warehouse and delivery system since September 22 and has created challenges for the industry as well as opportunities, according to some producers and retailers.
Well, my name is Al, and you're with People Advocating Cannabis Education. PACE is about people who promote the benefits of cannabis, and we do that through educational documentaries as well as public education. Today we are at the Grindhouse Cafe here in Campbellford, and I'd like to introduce to you an advocate that's going to talk to us about the history of cannabis. I'd like to introduce you to Ted Smith. How are you, Ted?
I'm awesome. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for being here today. I'm sure we're going to really enjoy this. We're always looking for a little bit of history in cannabis. Can you tell us a bit about yourself, Ted, as far as, maybe some of your education, whether you got any hobbies, what you do for a living, so on and so forth? Just a bit of intro.
Sure. Well, my roots are actually there in Ontario. I'm now in Victoria, British Columbia, but I'm a second-generation dairy farmer on both sides near the Stratford area. And then I moved to town when I was Cambridge, Ontario, that is, when I was 10, and grew up there, and then went to Wilfrid Laurier University in Waterloo. I was actually going to become a chartered accountant, so I started taking economics and math when I started there.
Oh.
And yeah, so I'm quite happy to have that background, but I guess about halfway through I ran into philosophy and woke up, you could say, and started writing books and graduated, in fact, with the philosophy degree, and decided that I should move to, actually, I was going to go to Japan and teach English. I thought with a philosophy degree, there wasn't much I could do. And I figured I would be, writing and thinking and, teaching it, in Japan until about this age, now 42 or 43. And then I thought I'd come back to Canada with my books and money to publish them. But then I ran into the clear cuts in the Clackawas Sound when I left Ontario and came to British Columbia kind of on my journey. And the clear cut in the mountains, it looked like they took a paint scraper to the mountainside. They just sheared the living material off of it. It was horrible.
Just like a pipeline would do.
Yeah, and way worse. Yeah, it was like a nuclear bomb had gone off in the mountains and just really devastated the landscape. And so, it struck me that those trees would be cut down to print my books. And then I went to a hempology meeting in Vancouver and realized that my family could be growing this plant that would be printing the paper my books would be printed on, and so much more. And so that was, I guess, 18 years ago, I went to my first hempology meeting in Vancouver soon after arriving in BC. And it struck me that I should become an advocate for the plant, for my family, the farmers who had this, resource taken from them, and for the environment and the planet. And so I decided to move to Victoria, I guess 17 years ago this month, to start teaching and writing and publish the history of cannabis, which is something I've finally done.
Correct. Wow, you've had a bit of a journey then, in what you started out into what you ended up with.
Yeah, it's been epic.
Yeah. You're involved in the cannabis community in several ways. This includes the Canada Cannabis Buyers Club, right? You're also involved with, is it the only cannabis newspaper that's basically national?
I believe that the Cannabis Digest is, the only national newspaper or even Canadian-focused publication. Stuff Magazine and even Treating Yourself comes out of Toronto there, but it's more international flavor, whereas our newspaper, the Cannabis Digest, is really focused on the politics and law. It was really a newsletter for the Cannabis Buyers Club that we've turned into a national paper. In particular, when cannabis culture stopped printing, there was this void of information that we wanted to fill.
Correct. Okay, I want to sort of touch on each one of the things that you're involved with, and that includes the Cannabis Buyers Club, which we mentioned, and the Digest now, and you've also written a book, Hempology 101. I've got some questions on that as well. So let's start with the Cannabis Buyers Club. Can you tell us a little bit of history about the Buyers Club, and basically what got it started and that?
Sure. Well, when I moved to Victoria 17 years ago, I was homeless. I lived in a van at the time, and I just started having meetings around Victoria at the University of Victoria. And then the first issue that really came up was the medical use of cannabis. This was back in 1995, and people were dying after being contracted with AIDS very quickly. It was a death sentence for them. And the awareness of the medicinal uses were becoming apparent. Dennis Perron had started up the Cannabis Buyers Club in San Francisco, and so I knew a club existed, although it was actually impossible for me to find out their mandate. So I looked at case law, like the Morgenthaler decision and the Charter of Rights, and decided that we would help people that had a doctor's diagnosis of a permanent physical disability or disease. Essentially protecting people's right to choose their medical treatment if they had chronic pain or kind of permanent disability like that.
Correct.
And so I met a lady who made cookies and brownies and salves and massage oils, and she worked in the AIDS community. And so I started meeting people who were not just smoking pot to stay alive, but eating it. And smoking was enough to keep them alive, but as they started eating it, their health would actually turn around and improve. Right. And so that was, so I got a pager and a pamphlet, and out of my van, I just started doing deliveries.
So basically, you started this out of the back of your van.
Yeah, I didn't know anybody really. I was from Ontario. I was like the biggest loudmouth heat score in Victoria. All the people in the industry and the movement weren't really happy with me, kind of stirring it up like I was. But things needed to happen. People needed medicine, so I stuck my head out and started providing it.
So you've gone from a van, and now you're in a building and the whole bit.
Yeah, it wasn't a straight line though.
No.
We went. Well, I guess it was because the apartment I ran out of was on the same street, on Johnson Street. But yeah, I went from the van to an apartment, and we're out of there for about 5 years. Actually, the police told me to get a store when they were raiding a friend of mine in the apartment building.
Mm-hmm.
And so, they told me to get the store 11 and a half years ago. And then about a year later, we had our first police raid at the store. And then we ended up actually having 4 police raids between 2002 and 2003.
Yeah.
And we opened up either right after the police left or as soon as we got out of jail. Or we've never gone a single day without selling medicine. It might have took till the end of the day, but we've provided medicine every day since we've gotten that store.
So you're back up and operating right away again.
Yeah, although it put us like $80,000 in debt. It almost drove me bankrupt. But we beat every single charge that was laid against us. And then almost 3 years ago, our bakery got raided.
Yes.
And my friend Owen Smith was charged with trafficking in THC for making cookies and skin products. And this past spring, we convinced the judge in Victoria that the MMAR were unconstitutional because they didn't allow patients to make extracts out of their illegal cannabis.
Correct.
And well, I was going to say, we still have a jury trial to go ahead with that. But, that's proceeding.
I have a bit of a grin on my face because the police officer just walked in and out of the cafe. This is why I have the camera turned with the wall behind me, because due to legal reasons, people need to know that they're being videotaped if they come in here. So I turn it so that you can't see people coming and going. And who knows, who knows what that police officer would have said. So, so what kind of services, what all kind of services does the Compassion Club offer to its members?
Well, we have 30 food and skin products now. We've really gone out of our way to provide low-cost alternatives to smoking cannabis, because eating cannabis is very beneficial for people that are dealing with severe health problems. It almost doesn't matter what you're dealing with. If you're in a bad state, you should be eating cannabis unless you're allergic to it.
Correct.
So we've prolonged a lot of people's lives and helped them out a lot by using edibles, and topicals not as much. They haven't turned on to that. But when when someone comes in who already smokes pot for their pain, we tell them that if they use our edibles, they will save money, smoke less, feel better, and use less prescription drugs.
Yes,
those
yes.
are the 4 goals, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So we provide a lot of services for free. Obviously, we sell pot and the products, but we have the medical regulation forms there. So when people come and join, it's about a 45-minute intake, because we give a really good explanation of our services and give them the forms and go through our products and make sure that they know what the science is behind it and stuff.
Right. So like an orientation period.
Yeah, so we provide a lot of education. Certainly the newspaper is part of it. And we're always there for free consulting. My friend Gail, my girlfriend, is a healthcare consultant as well. She's like our little witch doctor, so she knows a lot about alternative medicines and therapies and herbs and foods that you could use to heal, or at least deal with your problems. We do a lot of consulting. We also have a vapor lounge and smoking room for people.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. It's really
not all of them offer that.
No, there's more in Vancouver starting up with it, but no, majority don't. But yeah, we've since the very beginning, it's been important for me to have a space for people to smoke pot. And for about 10 years, it was in a little closet. Actually, it wasn't very good. But yeah, we made some changes last year, and yeah, it's sort of like the size of a bedroom, but it's got a nice floor and nice art. And it's probably full right now as we speak, actually.
Now talking about food and that, I noticed that at your website that you have a recipe page there where you can go in. Now we think about recipes. Is it only like baked goods, or does it offer other kinds of recipes?
Well, we basically provide the recipes that we sell at the club. Anything that we make is made with basically butter, olive oils, and vegetable oils. We don't make any products or sell any products that have got alcohol or ethanol or any kind of solvent. We believe that in the whole plant medicine, so the more of this plant you can get into you, the better. Like cooking it is actually you're kind of cooking out a whole bunch of good stuff.
Yeah.
The only thing that isn't medicine in this plant is the fiber. So, really all you should be trying to take out is the fiber. And even that, a little bit of it's good for you, right?
Right.
It's just the amount of fiber that's in the plant is more than you need. And I know that from experience. But it's something that, you want to make extractions to a point, But, yeah, so we've got, how to decarboxylize it and infuse it in butters and activate all the chemicals. Like there's a little video and everything. Because we want people to be able to look after themselves, and this plant can do that for people. And so we want that, companies or other people, or other, clubs to kind of keep their secrets to themselves. And unfortunately, most cannabis cookbooks don't talk about decarboxylizing. They don't seem to know about activating the THC. They also don't mention lecithin. Lecithin's soy lecithin often. It's a food additive.
I noticed that was on your website.
Yeah, it not only helps with the absorption of the cannabinoids, so it'll hit you stronger, but lecithin's really good for you in general. It's really good for your nervous resistance. You have multiple sclerosis or other sort of conditions where your nerves have been affected. It's actually really good at helping that system stay functioning. So everybody should have a little bit of lecithin in their diet generally anyway. And so, yeah, we try to teach people everything that we know. And because we're so open and helpful and encourage other people to experiment, we get a lot of feedback from other people who, kind of tweak our experiments or add to them. And so that's what's helped us improve our recipes.
Correct.
And it's kind of funny as opposed to, a group that keeps its secrets to itself and nobody else shares secrets. Our more open attitude has helped improve not only our recipes, but everybody else's.
Okay, Ted, gotta take a commercial break. Be right back. Okay, we're back after a quick little break there. And that's those YouTube rules, Now, you also have club events, from what I saw on the website as well.
Oh, that was the commercial break?
Yeah, commercial's over, man. It's only a quick on-off of the pause button for recording because of the YouTube only allows me to put 15 minutes up at a time. So if I have a 20-minute video, it's too long, right? So, yeah, no problem. If you want to go ahead and roll and light up while we're talking, we don't have any problem with that. Now, as far as events, as I mentioned, what kind of events do you guys do?
Well, the Buyers Club doesn't do many. When we talk about events, we switch over to Hempology 101.
Right.
We've had a great sort of relationship where Hempology's done a lot of advocacy and such. But the Buyers Club hasn't really
doesn't do that end of it.
A lot of events. Although maybe just to conclude on the Buyers Club, before getting to that, this summer, I guess in May after we changed the federal law, we had the Canada Revenue Agency to come investigate.
Correct. Yes, I've got that. Yes, actually, that's my next question. So let's just discuss about that then. What is happening there with actually the people here may not know what we're talking about here with the Cannabis Buyers Club, because of from my understanding, it's because of the Owen Smith trial. Is that how you got involved in this tax question with the government and the Canadian Revenue Agency?
Yeah, it really comes from my testimony in court where I admitted that we weren't collecting HST or employee deductions. You know, that we were an unincorporated co-op with no legal entity behind it. And so the judge put that in his decision. It was an aggravating factor, I think, to him. It made us more criminal. And so that's one of the reasons I think he decided that the jury trial next year would still go ahead. And so the police actually took the court decision to the CRA to start getting tax money out of me. So in a way, it's truly a step towards legitimacy here because the police aren't coming to raid us. In fact, now when they arrest me or my friends, we're starting to change federal law. Like, I'm just getting better at this. And so arresting me isn't serving any purpose. But, you know, I may as well pay my taxes like every other business. And so it's been interesting. It's been, you know, exciting, honestly, since they've come because we've been waiting for this for a long time. The apartment that I operated out of for years is actually across the street from the Revenue Canada office in Victoria. So, you know, the way I've been looking forward to being, you know, kind of licensed and regulated. And even though we don't get a license out of this, it's sort of awkward.
Yeah.
So anyway, we've decided that this is the perfect occasion to form a nonprofit society, and I'm going to be selling the business, the club, to this new nonprofit society. We decided actually I'm going to sell it for $4,200. At first, reported that's going to sell it for $420. Well, that isn't really a fair estimate of the market value of the equipment that I'm selling the club.
Yeah.
We've actually had to buy a new computer and a new printer because we're making membership cards as well. And we're changing back to our original name, the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club.
Yeah.
We call ourselves the Cannabis Buyers Club of Canada. Actually, it was a progression because I started sponsoring a couple of clubs. So it actually was Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club, then Vancouver Island Cannabis Buyers Club, then Vancouver Island Compassion Club, and then Cannabis Buyers Club of Canada when we got the Halifax branch. Now all those other affiliates are done, and it's just our store.
Just your own now.
People contact us all the time thinking we deliver across Canada, and we don't. So it's kind of practical to just switch it back to the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club. But it also helps signal the change, that there is a new society that's taken the reins from me. This Tuesday coming up, we're actually having our first board meeting, and then we'll be officially incorporating. I finally have the perfect 5 board members to take it over from me. And the president, my friend Dieter, is also the executive director. So it's really kind of a clear transfer of power.
Yeah.
And I'm really excited because people accuse me of profiteering from medical marijuana, and I've just taken enough to live. I really haven't been, you know, living high on the hog. I have no jewelry. Most expensive thing I own is my gold tooth. I really haven't accumulated much at all here, and people have accused me of that for years.
Right.
And so, you know, I'm going to be able to separate myself financially from the club and put our financial statements online so that everybody can see where every penny is going.
Yeah.
You know, there won't be all these accusations being made, and we'll be able to, you know, manage our accounts, and that transparency will do us a great deal of good.
Yeah,
and
it will.
I'll be making a living selling my textbook with hempology and publishing my paper and kind of living legally for a while.
Yeah. Now what was the ruling with the CRA? How much money they want out of you?
So far the bill's $147,000.
$147,000.
Yeah, that's unpaid HST for the first 6 months.
And that's just for 6 months.
Yeah, that doesn't include the employee deductions. Just met with the lady the other day. They're also going to nail me for quite a bit in unemployment or kind of CDP, EI, and income tax deductions. So bill's going to be over $200,000.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're not done with that bill yet. Then now, from my understanding, you're gonna take that on yourself, and it's not gonna be directed towards the Buyers Club.
Yeah, I'm going to do everything I can to basically take the hit myself. I'm likely going to end up declaring bank, but the members of the club are now already paying an extra 12% that they weren't a few months ago with HST. And to claw back the back taxes of hundreds of thousands of dollars from people that are sick and disabled, I just can't do that. I don't have the heart to do that. Like, declaring bankruptcy to me isn't that big of a deal. I can't get a credit card anyway, and it won't really affect the way that I live. And I'll just be living off donations and sales of my book and whatever else I can hustle up along the way.
Now, you mentioned earlier about, does this case sort of legal, legitimize what what the club is doing and stuff, which leads me to, we have laws in this country where, you're not allowed to have the proceeds of crime. Now, if cannabis is legal and they're making you collect or pay HST to the government, are they not profiting off of the benefits of what they call a crime, because they're going to take this money from you? Does that not make you legal?
Ironically, Revenue Canada will accept and take proceeds of crime. It's totally legal for them to do that. You could put on your tax forms that you're an assassin, that you made $100,000 last year as an assassin, and the fact that you kill people won't matter. Like, they might look into your clients to see how they could afford to pay you that $100,000, but they don't care if it's from murder or theft, illegal drug sales. That's Revenue Canada. Ironically, it doesn't matter. The funny part is, though, that it does matter to banking institutions. So we can't get a bank account for Hempology. I can't even get a checking account for myself. So we don't know how we're even going to pay Revenue Canada. I'm going to have to get together with them again this week and figure that out, because I'm going to have this big sack of money here at the end of this quarter from the HST I've collected. Yeah. I'll be like $40,000, $50,000, and I'll have no legal way to pay them. It's going to be pretty funny.
Yeah, exactly. If you can't have a bank account, you can't write a check, they take cash.
Yeah. So it was funny because the officers that were investigating me all summer, they just kept saying, that's not their problem, that's collections' problem. And I just had my first meeting with collections, and they didn't know what the hell they were giving me the names of like small credit unions that, in these other municipalities that I might be able to come to. And I'm sure Revenue Canada knows all that, the credit unions that accept cash for money orders. But.
Okay, before we switch over to Cannabis Digest, and ask anybody got any questions about his court case or about the Buyers Club or anything like that? Yeah, was that John here is asking about the legalization and where Mark Emery paid his taxes and the government accepted his money. I guess they're willing to take your money as well and not worry about the proceeds of crime. Like you say, it's legal for them.
Yeah. In a way, it's similar to Mark Emery, where you could say that we're paying for our prosecution and defense because we're paying for our taxes, but we can still be prosecuted. And so, although Mark wasn't prosecuted, Canadian law, he wasn't paying American government taxes to the Canadian government. But it's going to change things. It doesn't give us the license that we really need. But it is a step towards that, and really incorporating it as a nonprofit as well kind of helps towards that. Because part of what the judge commented last year was that he couldn't give me or Owen an exemption, to sell medical marijuana last year, to sell cookies, because Owen's not the organization. There's no actual organization to give an exemption to. So we would like to get an exemption 56 to sell, cannabis products to city people. And now getting a nonprofit status and paying taxes and everything is really going to make it harder for them to say no to us.
Exactly. So it'd be like a blanket exception for the club. Okay, we got to pause for the YouTube cause here, and I'll be right back in a second. We're back. Okay, we'll switch gears over to Cannabis Digest. I just happen to have a copy of it here with me. As far as Cannabis Digest, can we touch a little bit on? I guess maybe we might have earlier. A little bit of its history. What got you started on it? How long it's been around and stuff like that.
Okay, well, I think it's been around for 8 years. This is Gail. She actually deserves a lot of credit for it.
Hi, Gail.
How are you doing? Nice to see you.
Good.
I guess after we got raided, back in 2002, 2003, Gail came and joined the club, and one of the first things she did was, encourage us to get a newsletter going so we could inform the members what was happening, because the membership was growing and it needed explanation. So the first newspaper was actually like a big photocopy folded in half. It was like 4 or like 2 pages front and back kind of folded together, like 4 pages. It was pretty small, pretty grassroots.
And it just grown from 4 pages, and I don't know how many pages are in this one.
This one's 24. We had a few issues there that were 28 pages. And actually the next issue that's coming out in October here is going to be back to 28 pages. We've got more advertisers come in, so we could use a few more to help pay for itself.
Correct.
Part of the transition is with the newspaper is kind of going to have to start paying for itself with hempology. That's one of my other things happening.
Right.
We're starting to get more advertisers. People are very happy that it's been a consistent publication, and I think a lot of advertisers really like to see that it's consistent and well distributed, and we've done a pretty good job at that.
Yes. So what kind of articles will you find in Cannabis Digest?
Well, there's your articles.
I know that. Besides mine.
Well, in a way, Al, you really exemplify what we're trying to do, because we're trying to keep patients informed about what's happening with medical marijuana, the licenses and dispensaries, and did a great story on the vapor lounges in the Toronto region a while ago. So we want to keep people informed about what's happening in the movement in the industry, what's new, what's happening in law. And so that's the primary focus. Certainly, there's politics as well. So, our current issue, you have an article there about the Sensible BC campaign that's happening here in BC about trying to decriminalize pot.
Now, I saw on the mailing list that it's been that Sensible BC campaign has been accepted or something, and it may be part of a referendum that they're going to hold. You're going to hold there in BC.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be legally on a ballot if they get enough signatures here. So I guess a week tomorrow on Monday, I think 24th or something. There's a meeting in Victoria, and it's going to be pretty exciting. And actually, a couple of days after that, I have Dana Larson, who's not on the list of speakers, but he's really the architect of this project. He's coming up to the university. I teach a lecture series at UVic. And that week's lecture is Pot and Politics, and we actually try to do a live stream so people can watch live on the internet. And we put it up on YouTube as well. So Dana's going to be talking about how it's progressing as well. So we're really excited to have him up there.
Yeah. also in the digest, I'm going to hold that up again, is your front page. It's always a black and white front page, and why is that?
Well, I guess the paper is black and white in part because of the environmental impact of color and the cost.
Yeah.
But also because we'd like to have each front cover be a coloring contest. Unfortunately, yesterday was the last day of this coloring contest. But the next issue will be out next month, and you get a couple of months to put it in. And you are probably familiar with Georgia Tunes.
Yes.
She's actually got the next front cover. It's a really wonderful Halloween theme. And yeah, I'd like to get usually different artists. The front cover you just showed, and this one here with Georgia, it's a repeat artist. They've both done front covers before. And I'm getting Bongman from Toronto there to do a future front cover too. He's a lot of fun. And yeah, so it's really great to be able to include different people in the paper and then give people stuff to do, right? A lot of people really enjoy coloring, and yeah, it's been a really fun way to get the paper going.
Now it's availability. As far as I know, it's probably more available out west where you're located versus here in Ontario. Are you looking at maybe ways down the road in order to increase its availability this way? Because what I've noticed is that each time I go into a business, shortly after I've been around and delivered, they're all gone. You know, which is a good problem to have. They're all gone, which means people are taking them. Are you looking at maybe some way of maybe coming up with a distribution at this end of the country in order to be able to make them a little bit more available?
Well, it's funny you ask, because I'm sort of changing the way it's getting distributed soon here, because I need to make the paper pay for itself. And up until now, I've just been trying to ship it out for free. And in this issue, we're actually going to send a letter to people to say, if you're a Compassion Club, we'll still give it to you for free. There's a lot of medical dispensaries we send it to, and that's important. But we're going to ask them to help pay the $20 or $25 it is to ship it out.
Right.
And or unless they advertise, if it's a store that advertises, well, then we'll send them newspapers.
Correct.
So my hope is to encourage A, more advertising, and B, to recover a lot of the distribution costs. And if I start actually, turning the corner and making money, then I'll print more.
Mm-hmm.
And we only print 10,000 now, which really for the whole country isn't very much. And so I'd like to print another 5,000 and print them in Ontario and have the whole 5,000 distributed in Ontario, where the bulk of the market is really, it's kind of hard. We're out here in Vancouver Island.
You're right.
I'm really disconnected from what's happening out there. But,
now you talked about the shipping costs and all that. A lot of people out there may not know that Cannabis Digest is free, right? There's no purchase cost to the customer.
No, not to the customer at all. And it's packed full of information. A lot of magazines have got a lot of stuff about growers and strains and stuff, but I would like to think our paper has hands down more information in it than almost any other publication on the subject out there. Mm-hmm. And covers, again, I didn't mention hemp. I usually do a good article about hemp as well. That's really important to me to build bridges between the whole plant community. It's kind of been segregated here between medical and recreational, so I kind of try to build the camps back together a bit. But we don't put any information about growing because other magazines cover that. We're much more interested in the cultural and political changes that are happening.
And it does show that in each issue that I've read. You do have the political people writing, and it's not full of some of the other stuff that you mentioned. So, which is good because everything needs to be covered. People need to know what's going on in the political realm of things and where laws are and the whole bit. So, Okay. Does anybody have any questions on Cannabis Digest as far as the tabloid? No? Okay. Let's move on to your latest venture, which is Hempology 101. I got my little bookmarker there. It's a paper. It's a rolling paper. It's worked really good. It's in the book, but it's on the last page. That's where I am right now in reading it. I don't read a lot of books, Ted. The last book I read was actually on the same subject, and that's when I started getting involved in this, and that was Jack Harrer's book. So it was just interesting to see now I've read yours, Hempology, which is the history of uses of cannabis sativa. So do you fill us in on that? What got it going? What was the idea behind it? Anybody you want to throw in as a plug who helped you out?
Cool, thanks. Yeah, like I say, 17 years ago, I started working on the book, and you may notice that it's the 4th edition. Well, the first 3 editions I actually photocopied on hemp paper. It took me about a year to get the first one out, and I had holes punched in the side so that I could take hemp twine and I kind of, put a necklace kind of hemp binding on each one. So they were all handmade and pretty much made out of hemp. And I printed 100 copies of each of the first 3 editions. And my first book, before I started the Buyers Club, my thinking was that I was going to essentially drive my van from coast to coast, talking about hempology and selling books to pay for the gas. And when I ran out of books, I'd just go print another 100 copies and have them punched and ready so that I could make more books as I headed off to the next city. And so the Buyers Club has sort of distracted me from my dreams of touring around with my book. But in a way, it's been an awesome relationship that's really helped me learn more and mature in different ways. And so, yeah, I guess, the first 2 editions I put out relatively early. And then when I first got the store, I actually had a bookstore in the front. And it felt really odd not having my own book for sale. So I put out the 3rd edition in 2001. So it's been over 10 years. And there's a number of people that really helped get it to this point. Sarita, the graphic artist and designer of the book, really deserves a great deal of credit for making it look so presentable. She really, it was one thing to have all the writing done, but then to have it look so good. I'm very fortunate to have picked the team that I did. And so, yeah, it's been an epic struggle to get it out there, but now it's funny because it was 17 years of work to this point, but now the real work is getting out there and selling it and getting people to promote it and believe it and follow through on it and convert over to the cannabis economy.
Mm-hmm. In the beginning of your book, you mentioned in your intro about I guess it's about the fact that you don't put just like a little footnote or a little star underneath something and tells you to refer to such and such report in an article. You actually put that comment right in the book amongst your writing, which to me I thought it was very good, because myself, I wouldn't be going to look for that. Somebody else may not have access to that information, whereas you've included, that paragraph that you were talking about that actually brings the information right out to the person. So myself, I was glad that it was there. So I just thought I'd bring that up. And the fact that the book, while you do have some pictures in it, and that's what I'm glancing over here, it has a lot of writing in it instead of being full of just pictures. Like, I know a picture can say 1,000 words, but you've got a lot of writing in there, and it's not full of pictures. it's a lot of information. So, and you use drawings as well. You mentioned you had an artist that did the drawings, and you got drawings and stuff in there, which is nice. So, we want to do a quick review of each. I've got a question or two for each chapter within the book. If you'd like to go through that, right off the bat, history. The only thing I can say was, wow, you went quite the ways back. Like I think a lot of people only think about marijuana going back to about 1960, but you're into the 1500 BC. You went way back in this when it comes to history. So you want to explain a little bit about the history of cannabis way back in that time?
Well, I've become convinced that cannabis was known historically as the tree of life in a number of ancient civilizations, like the Sumerians and
Just
the
a minute, Ted.
Babylonians.
Just a minute, Ted. Go ahead.
Well, I've become firmly convinced that in many ancient civilizations, the Sumerians, Babylonians, Assyrians, Egyptians, that the cannabis plant was known as the tree of life because it essentially sustained us physically and spiritually and economically. And it starts with the seed. That's partly why I have the front cover with the seed, because we've been eating cannabis seeds for millions of years. It's not just something we started to use when we came across fire. We've been eating seeds since we were dinosaurs.
Right.
And since we had not much more than the brain of a squirrel, we learned to store these seeds over the winter time. That you could essentially, take a cannabis stalk and sort of hit it on the ground a few times, and a bunch of seeds would fall out that you could store over the winter time. And that those seeds would not only provide a good source of food, but that if you threw a few of them back onto the ground in the spring, that they would grow real thick and big, and all of a sudden you'd have this huge pile of seeds that in the fall you could again collect, and then you'd have this awesome food source. So I'm certain that through ice ages that were quite likely responsible for the extinction of dinosaurs, that our very small, very kind of smart ancestors started to use cannabis. And that's why the endocannabinoid system is so important to humans. And a lot of vertebrae have got these endocannabinoids, which are essentially similar to the cannabinoids that are in the cannabis plant. So if you look at the essential fatty acids and proteins that are in the seed, well, that's essentially what we are made of, right? And so you are what you eat. And so I'm certain that for very long periods of time, we would eat a lot of hemp seeds to survive, these very rough time periods. Certainly when things were flourishing and it was a jungle, we could eat all sorts of stuff. But when things were tough, we lived off hemp seeds for millions and millions and millions of years. And then as well, we would have developed hash, because in part we would have collected hemp seeds. You would have ended up with some resin on your hands. And at some point after developing fire, we would have rubbed it together and we would have ended up with this hash that we would have burned and discovered that it changes our sense of awareness. Mm-hmm. And even before that, I should back up. The next use of the plant would have probably been the stalk, where we literally would have took the cannabis stalks and just wove it together very simply for a mat on the floor of our huts. So because it would have been the strongest fiber that we could have used, and it's an antifungal, and insects and stuff would have stayed away, and it would have stayed there a lot longer. And gradually we would have developed, weaving and canvas essentially, from that process.
From that. Now, you've in the book, you're going way back. Like I know we know about the discovery of the tombs, 2,000, 2,700 years ago, where people were using cannabis, and within the history stuff, you're talking tribal things and areas, and then how wars were started and stuff all over the cannabis, hemp, and on the whole bit. So it was for me, I knew some of the stuff through reading Jack's book, but even yours goes in. I found even a little further into the history and the religion aspects and the wars of it. So it was quite the knowledge in order to pick up. Where you don't hear people talking about that very
Well, I
often.
owe a lot to my friend Chris Bennett. He's written 3 books now: Marijuana, Magic, and Religion. The Green Gold, The Tree of Life, Marijuana, and Magic, and Religion.
Yes, I saw those.
Bible, and Cannabis the Soma Solution. His last book, I really didn't quote it in there. But I owe a tremendous amount to Chris. He really taught me a lot about it.
Okay, now let's move on to the next chapter. It was about hemp. You write about the many uses and where it was grown. While it's is grown here in Canada today under strict conditions, is there other places around the world where it's grown where maybe it's not as strict, where it's a little bit more open up?
Oh, certainly. There's some places in the world where prohibition never stopped them from growing hemp. China, for example, has been producing hemp products for thousands of years. That's where hemp paper was first made, a couple thousand years ago. And so they've also been. We got this hemp board. I don't have it here, but they make plywood out of the herds. Like the hemp, the stalk has got fiber on the outside and like a cork in the middle.
Yeah.
And so the cork can be turned into a press board and paper and stuff. So they make a press board in China out of it. And that's like the clothing I'm wearing is actually hemp, but it's made in China. And so they've really, and it's also something that the Chinese have been very good at marketing. And so the linen that is sold in stores today from China is actually hemp, but they call it linen so that people won't know what it is and they get it past the marketers. The only linen that isn't made out of hemp is Irish linen, which is made out of flax. But any other linen that comes from China is actually hemp disguised as something else. But yeah,
Put a different name on it. It's sort of like pharmaceutical drugs. Instead of calling it heroin, they call it Oxycontin, right?
Yeah. And in Spain and France, they grow a lot of hemp to use for cigarette papers and rolling papers.
Right.
And they also, I think that's where they grow the hemp that they use in making bills, because there's a lot of, currency. We got this plastic money stuff anyway. A lot of it's had a certain amount of hemp in it for various reasons. It's just a really good paper making product.
Now, just to flip back to the history section for a second, in the movie we just watched, plus in your book, you talk about people used to be able to pay their taxes with it.
Oh yeah, back in the 1700s and 1800s, hemp was essential for a good navy because it was used for rope and the canvas for the sails, and so there was a lot of pressure on the British to get hemp from other sources because the British had a really big navy, but they couldn't grow hemp very well. And so when they helped develop the colonies, the main reason for that was actually for essentially raw hemp that was then shipped back to Britain and manufactured. And so farmers were at one point, I think, that the king passed a decree that 10% of the land had to be in hemp cultivation, and that there were other times where it was required that hemp was part of the taxes, or that you could pay all of your taxes just in bales of hemp.
Wow. Now, being our country is celebrating the War of 1812 before we were even a country, and the British came over here and helped the Native Indians in this war against the U.S. What was on those ships, like, to come over here? Like you say, the sails were made with hemp. A lot of the clothing and stuff like that was made from hemp.
Yeah, the rope was all made out of hemp as well. and I guess they used a kind of hand glue sort of resin to from the seed to help plug the holes for the ship as well.
Seal it and the whole bit.
Yeah, like sealant that used hemp oil in it as well. But the heaviest uses would certainly be all the rope and the sail box as well.
Do you think
There's
that
nothing to the canvas, right? So.
Do you think while we're celebrating that here in Canada, do you think that they'll mention any of this in that in this celebration, that how important hemp was in that war?
Oh, the upper government will never do anything like
Never,
that.
no, they won't do that. No. Okay, let's move on to the next chapter, the healing nature chapter. Within that, you touch on conditions that it helps, along with side effects of legal choices. Did you do this to show people that there is a choice, like sort of, because you do compare some of the drugs to cannabis for medical reasons? I guess that sort of to help show people the difference.
Yeah, I tried to write that chapter in the most objective way that I could, and I tried to write it for people as well. Like I've tried to write the whole book for people to read that have really no experience with cannabis at all.
Yeah.
And so having, comparisons and kind of a broader approach was important to me. And so, I'm writing the whole book. I try to keep my opinion out and just kind of put in facts. And
exactly.
Right. So it's like, I have my opinions, but this is what others have said, and kind of document that as much as possible.
Right.
Because, in a lot of cases, experts have written things far better than I could have rewritten. And so, like in particular, like, that chapter also talks about some of the potential consequences of using this.
Correct. It does. Yes. You don't look at it as just cannabis has no harm. You actually include the side effects in it as well. Yep. Which a lot of people don't recognize. And you have to do that.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of negative consequences of cannabis use as well, and heard enough to know that it's not this wonderful drug that's going to make everybody feel better, like maybe acid is. I'm kidding. But it's something
you touch on that. You do touch on that. So we're gonna get to that in a second. We're getting there. We're not there yet.
Jumping ahead, yeah. But it's something that I think people need to be aware of the good, the bad, and the very good. And there's lots of benefits of this plant, but there are things people should be aware of, especially in dealing with youth. I think too often when people are humans are still developing, you shouldn't be giving them strong drugs. Like it just doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, we're gonna pause for the YouTube cause, and then we'll get on to a couple more questions, and then we'll be done. Be right back. Right, we're back, and we're moving on to the next chapter, prohibition. When we got into the prohibition part, I was looking for way we look at prohibition as we know it today. But you went way back in prohibition, I thought, and you really touched on the effect that religion has in prohibition. And so go ahead. If you want, that's what my question is. What effect did religion have on prohibition?
I think people underestimate the impact that all religious prohibitions have had on our society here in Western society anyway. And I thought it was important to go back to the earliest prohibitions because, religiously, or the religious prohibitions really weren't even stopping people from using this plant. It was only telling them to use it at certain times and places, and then it was only for the priest to use the temple, and then eventually they couldn't even use it, and anyone using it was killed even.
Yes.
And so, a lot of times people think that, prohibition is something that evolved in the last century. Well, really, prohibitions and the persecution of people using plant medicines to heal and enlighten themselves has been going on for a very, very long time. And it's not something new. And if you understand the history of prohibition, you see the very same tactics coming up that started with the Book of Law at 600 BC, when a path of lies was just put out into the public and people sucked it up. And ever since then, these prohibitionists have used the media to create a frenzy about drugs in a way that has been very, very harmful to not just the drug users, but society as a whole, I would suggest. Mm-hmm. And so, the prohibition is nothing new. And I think also when you gain a sense of how long this battle has been between, plant users and the military complex, if you call it that, you get a sense of, what we're really up against on one hand, but then I think also get a sense that, this kind of cultural umbrella is starting to fade, that we're actually just now getting out of the dark ages, as they were called. And so I really have a great sense of hope for humanity, because these ancient prohibitions are being seen for what they are, which is really a charade for control.
Yeah, because I know when I read that section and I was reading it, I was just I was going wow inside my head, and going, like, people were being like killed because of the fact that they didn't follow somebody else's belief, and it just didn't make right to me. So I was seeing it as religion was the spot before government. Before governments were ruling the people, religion was ruling the people, and then governments come along, and now governments are trying to turn people to think that the way that they want to be, just like the religion was.
Well, it's a back and forth battle, right?
Yeah.
People just created government to take power away from the church and these religious zealots. And so these religious zealots just didn't give up and say, oh, now there's government, we can't impose our moral beliefs upon the population. They've just consolidated their energy and focused on taking control of the political power. So they couldn't just erase government. Believe me, most people, religious extremists, would rather have no government at all, so that they could just take full control and kill everyone that doesn't believe them. And so this back and forth battle between these religious powers using government to impose their moral beliefs and people struggling for their freedoms, this is a long and historical battle. This isn't something that just kind of erupted in the 60s or where they gained control in the 20s or 30s. It's been a very long and hard-fought battle, and millions and millions of people have died on our side, not theirs. It's not like the pagans went and killed the Christians very often because the Christians did their thing. The Christians came after us. So it's like millions and millions and millions of pagans have died in this, essentially, or had their lives taken away in room, and their houses burned, their property seized, or condemned and driven out of town, or whatever the case is. It's been a very tragic circumstance, and as I think it was Norm Stamper said from LEAP in the United States, next to slavery, prohibition is the worst set of policies that humanity has ever enacted.
To quote another member of LEAP, Peter Crisp, he always talks about on Time for Hemp. The first prohibition that was out there consisted of three people: Adam and Eve and the Creator. And the Creator said, do not eat from that tree of life, right? And what happened? We all know he ate the apple. So if one creation can't watch two people, then how does prohibition expect to work over millions of people across the world?
That's a funny way of putting it. I haven't heard that.
Oh yeah. He says our creator, he couldn't watch over two people. So how do they expect everything else to work together? Okay, let's jump to the next. Let's jump to the next one, the counterculture one. In there, you talk about for a while there, cannabis had lost some appeal during the because of the psychedelic drugs, which brings us to the LSD. What was the effect of the psychedelic era on the cannabis movement?
Well, certainly cannabis was around in the 1950s and early 60s. It hadn't been completely erased among the jazz musicians and sailors as well. People that traveled to other parts of the world where hash in particular was available.
Yeah.
And there's been good hash available for thousands of years. So people were still smoking that through the 20s and 30s and 40s and 50s. And so it was around. But really what made the use of cannabis explode towards the end of the 1960s was the psychedelic community that just in a way it came out of nowhere in the American scene. Ironically, through the U.S. military and their attempts to control people in the way they think. And so it was really this, like I say, sort of explosion in creativity and freedom and a sense of awakening, and that really brought cannabis use more to the more common people. And ironically, the Vietnam War as well was a big factor in that, because cannabis was being grown and used in Vietnam, and the soldiers went over there, and all of a sudden it was very common to not only smoke grass, but even to smoke opium, and to really question the motivations of the American government in general. And so a lot of Vietnam vets came back, needing to supply their heroin addiction by selling pot and having a real hate on to the American government. And so the return of the vets from Vietnam was also instrumental in the revival of cannabis, because a lot of them even brought the tea back to Vietnam. And as the song Steve Earle song, Copperhead Road, people started to make an economy out of it here in North America.
Yeah, yes, that chapter I found very interesting, because you got right into the Timothy O'Leary. You were talking about the way that they traveled around the country, and then, like you say, you went right into the Vietnam War. The movie that we just watched, it touched on the Vietnam War and the effect that it had on the cannabis culture as well. Into the next chapter, we got two more chapters here. Cannabis Today chapter. You're talking about the politics, some of the politics in there. Does it seem that there are many politicians who believe that the prohibition of cannabis is wrong, but they refuse to speak out for one reason or another, whether their party may be against it, or that they fear that if they talk about cannabis, it just won't people won't vote for it?
Yeah, they're afraid of their religious right, and some of them should be, given where they live, because the religious right can be very vocal and very focused. If you say something that pisses them off, then you're a target to them, and so that fear, is quite a dominant factor. I've heard it even locally in Victoria, right, where we live in a relatively aware society, but there's a lot of pockets within Victoria, the old guard, where there's lots of money and power, and they're not at all wanting to legalize pot. They're that 1%, right?
Right.
And so, that 1% is not on board. And so, the politicians, pay a lot of attention to that. And so, the combination of those two factors makes it so that very few politicians are really willing to speak out. Unless there is a clear majority, or they have some other personal life experience that makes them aware of the follies of prohibition. And so in that case, it depends on their political stripes. But there are, members of the Conservative Party that criticize the Canadian government for what they do as well. But and there's members of the Liberal Party and the NDP that are not at all supportive of legalization. You know, so like there's, you know, even within the parties themselves, there is an agreement on how to go. But you know, there are more and more politicians that are questioning it, certainly here in BC and more outside of Canada, I think, than even in this country at this point, because you don't want to stop it.
Yeah. As of today, the way I know it, when it comes to the political parties, it's really just the Conservatives that are out against it as far as cannabis, because you know, the Green Party, taxation and regulation. The Liberals, we know that they're at their convention, yet policy, but yet in their convention, the delegates all agreed that taxation and regulation is the way to go. The NDP, they want to have a discussion on it, maybe another study, and the Conservatives, we know, are going to jail. So you got to hope that the next election, that something good will come of all this, because you know the Conservatives are
the
the
next
only
election
party.
or next generation. Like, we're friends with kids that are in the Conservative Party at the University of Victoria, and they've tried to put it on the platform to legalize pot, because from a conservative economic perspective, you know, the war on drugs doesn't make sense. They need to legalize it and regulate it and tax it. That's so. And so, but you're quite right. You know, we need a major change in government here, and a major shift in policy. You know, the Liberals have not been impressive at all when they did have power there.
That's right.
On this matter, and NDP, you know, it looks hopeful, but you know, I'm not certain at all that they will make this a priority. I think our real hope is in court, and that's where I put my focus. And now that I have my book, I can likely get qualified as an expert witness in court. And really, you know, I've never focused on politics as being the vehicle for change. Politics is a reflection of the change that's already occurred.
Got to pause for the YouTube cause. We'll be right back. All righty. Okay. Because the way that things look, so there is like you mentioned a Conservative. You've got a friend at that end. I know here at our last movie, we did have a member from our riding, from our Conservative MP. He came, he talked to us, he asked how he could help out. I've been talking with him, and yeah, he's above board. He understands things, but yeah, like you said, it's the party that is against it, and it's makes it very hard for them in order to get it out in the open and to be discussed. So, okay, now into the last chapter, cannabis in the future. I have one question, I guess. So I'm sure we can expand on that. What can people do to help in order to make this, you know, better for everybody?
Well, I would say the first thing people can do is to likely learn more. That even after 17 years, I'm constantly learning and exploring, because there's always new things happening, and it's really exciting industry. I guess the second thing would be to try to attend events that cannabis activists are putting on, because you know, a lot of people like yourself there today, you know, put a fair amount of effort into putting, you know, events together, you know, big or small, and it means a lot to have people show up. And I would like to think that the events I put together are often some of the funnest and often free and really socially engaging events in town. So, you know, attending events and helping promote events, even if you can't attend, is something to do. And from there, it depends on a person's skill set and their interest and their resources. You know, it's hard to say that everybody should be doing this one thing. Aside from learning and sharing what they know, right? Like, that comes with it. Obviously, you're obliged to share when you have knowledge. But you know, it's something that you know, there's a lot of directions to take. I think the majority of people could probably use a lot more hemp products than they're using right now. And so switching over to environmentally friendly products is one thing, but putting your money where your mouth is and really, financially supporting the cannabis entrepreneurs and stores and people that are really working this, because here in Canada, we're really at the beginning of a huge industry. And if we start, really putting our money where our mouth is, then they'll start developing more production facilities. They'll have more kinds of hemp products, and the prices will go down. There'll be more choices, and it's already happening year by year. There's more hemp products, more hemp businesses, and very excellent healthy products. Skin care products, all that sort of stuff. So that would be another thing that I think the average person could do that ultimately helps legalize that, because it's really important for all sorts of reasons that hemp is brought back.
Correct. Okay. I got 2 more questions. One of them is, where is your book available?
Well, it's available on Amazon. It's available at, we got hempology.ca. So we got a online store where we sell like this t-shirt here for Team 420. And sell organic hemp and cotton. We sell buttons and t-shirts and stickers at hempology.ca again. It's available in some stores in Toronto. I think there's 4 or 5 stores, like the Friendly Strangers got it. Toronto Hemp Company's got it. I'm going to get in trouble for forgetting places now.
What about any of the vapor lounges? I know you were doing the tour of the vapor lounges. Any of them carrying it?
Yeah, I think that they're, yeah, you're right. Sorry, Vapor Central should have it. Vapor Village, I think, is another one that has it. I have a complete list. It's I don't think so, sorry. Yeah, I think the complete list of the stores is either at hempology.ca, if you go into the hempology, go into the forums, I guess, in the hempology activities.
Okay.
Yeah, so
like you said, it's available at hempology.ca as well, right?
Yeah.
You got a Facebook. You got a Facebook page for it as well.
Yeah, I got a Facebook page. You can go there and find the list of the stores it's available in.
Yeah. Last question to you. Is there anything else that you'd like to add?
Well, I would. In November, we're going on the next kind of big phase of our book tour, which is taking us all the way to Halifax. And I've mentioned the club a little bit, but I teach a free lecture series at the University of Victoria. Hempology 101 is the largest student club on campus there.
So you're in a Canadian university teaching a hemp class?
It's a free non-credit lecture, so you don't sign up and pay for it. There's no tests or anything. We actually broadcast live and put it up on YouTube as well. And they're hour-long lectures this year. And so next week I'm doing a lecture on the Marijuana Tax Act, so like a full hour on that. But we're starting to expand hempology to other universities. We started a few years ago. We have clubs now at UBC, VIU in Nanaimo on the island, and now I have one at Mount Allison University in New Brunswick. And now that I have the textbook, we're really expanding into other universities very, very fast right now. And the main, project we're starting off with is a cannabis convention. I've held 13 at UVic, where it's pretty simple. We just book a room, get a bunch of speakers, make a poster, and invite people to come listen for the afternoon. And usually it's from like 1 to 4, and then we have a 4:20 after. And so we're going to have a cannabis convention in November at Dalhousie.
Dalhousie?
In New Brunswick. Nova Scotia.
Yeah.
And then we're going to have Mount Allison in New Brunswick. And then we're going to have one at Carleton University in Ottawa. And then we're going to come and have one at the University of Toronto.
Fantastic.
And just lining up the speakers for these events. But we hope to leave behind hempology clubs that will have a number of events where they can have movie nights and speaking events and do other fun things. We're here. One of the things we're starting to do is arrange kind of meet and greet nights where, like in Vancouver, we're going to have all the UBC students coming down to the Vapor Lounge, and we're going to have an evening in the Vapor Lounge where the students can hang out with Jody Emery and Gaynell Larson and people working in the cannabis industry in Vancouver, and give Randy Kane, give kind of the activists and students a chance to get to know each other and hang out. And so we're going to be doing that at we won't be doing that on our tour very much. We're just going to be getting the conventions going. But we created a really good model for a student club. We're the largest and most popular club at the University of Victoria. And we think we should be on every campus in North America and the world. And, getting the students engaged in this and connecting, researchers, professors, students, activists, and everybody together on the more academic sort of front. So we're really excited to be
getting professors and teachers on board is a good thing. Very good thing. Does anybody have any questions on Ted's book? No. You're commenting. Good book. While we were talking, they were passing it around and taking a look at it, so that everybody could see for themselves what was all in your book there. Well, Ted, at this moment, I'd like to say thank you for taking your time to educate everybody on the theme of history of cannabis. And
thank you.
And I'd also like to thank Gerhard and the staff here at the Grindhouse in Campbellford for being present, and everybody being present today. And for the people on YouTube, thank you for being people advocating cannabis education. So until next time, thank you, and we'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Thanks so much, Al.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Come and feel those green vibes, frosty buds, nature's embrace, classic roots in the sunshine, medicine flowing, we find our place. High on love, we elevate now. Nature's gift that celebrate. In the garden, watch them grow. Nurture dreams in the warm sunlight's glow. From the sun, rise up and thrive. In this rhythm, we feel so alive. High on love, let's elevate. Feel the peace that we create. When the evening falls, we'll gather around, share the stories of the healing found. With every puff we sow the seeds. In this fight, we fulfill our needs. High on love, we elevate on. Feel the joy that can't wait. In the garden, watch them grow. Nurture drinks that last afloat.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for hemp. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp.
For hemp, I'm your host, Casper Leach. On the program today, my two joint hosts and I are being joined by two amazing guests, and I'll let my joint host, Al Byrne, introduce them.
Yeah, thanks, Casper. Our couple today is from mid-central Maine, so kind of up close to the Canadian friends. They got my attention. If you paid attention to our show, you remember Dr. Uma Dhanabalan being a guest, and these folks are they are cohorts with Dr. Uma. And what we're going to talk about today with them, and they come in real quick, it's Hillary and Brett, and they're going to talk about pediatric use of cannabis, pediatric infants, little kids. So let's welcome, please, Brett and Hillary. Let's get right to it. You have a farm, and what do you do on your farm? It's like you deal with children, and why, how'd you get into it?
Well, basically what happened was we have been growing cannabis together for many years. We're legacy farmers from Prop 215. I was an activist to get medical cannabis, and it passed in 1996. And Brett had, from being in the Navy, he had cancer and he had chemotherapy and he had surgery at the age of 35. So we've been making this medicine, and he's now 20 years cancer free.
All right.
And it's just for our friends and family. It's never been a business. We just grow cannabis. We had a business in California, Santa Cruz Mountain Organic Growers Services. So we just had the ability to get a lot of cannabis. And then when Prop 64 came and destroyed the California cannabis community, we immediately moved to Maine, because at the time we were treating MS and Parkinson's, and we had people that used only our medicine. So we felt very much that we needed to stick with them. And then what happened was, one day I got tagged in a Facebook post, and it was a mother named Kimmy Dawn Scott. She was at St. Jude. This is 5 years ago, having a manic that she's from Michigan. She had a cannabis caregiver card. Her daughter had a brain tumor and was a patient. It was totally legal. But when she went to St. Jude, they said, take her off the cannabis, and her tumor grew 60% in 8 weeks. And the mom went live, and one of my friends just tagged me. So I told the mom, she'd been battling for years. This is a reoccurrence of cancer. She'd already had it. So I said, I will get you this medicine immediately. It's lab tested. There's 27 strains. I grow it all myself. My husband makes the medicine. I will get this to you. Well, in 6 weeks, we shrunk that tumor 60%. It never stopped shrinking until it was gone. She's now in her 3rd year being cancer free. And that mother, Kimmy Dawn Scott, her company is called Beyond Belief. She had 100,000 followers because she was a singer. So, and an amazing woman and mom. So at that first scan, a little boy named Ben, he's Blessings for Ben on Facebook, his mom contacted us and said, can you please help us? And then it's been great. We have those scans to show you, and he's cancer free now. And then another little girl's mom said, hey, can you help us? And we're like, we just said, you know, Brett, as long as this is working, we should dedicate our life to this. These parents are telling me it's working, and the scans are proving it. So before long, we got a little girl named Serenity. She was diagnosed with LCH cancer, and we were able to cure her with no pharmaceuticals. Now I also have a little girl at Brooklyn at St. Jude. She was diagnosed in September of 2021. She's had 0 pharmaceuticals. So we've just kind of been put in this precarious position where we just ended up dedicating our life to these families, and it's just snowballed. And now we have families that we teach them how, the ones that live in legal states like Ohio, we teach them how to grow the cannabis. I get them the seeds, they grow it themselves. They come here, we teach them how to make the medicine, and then they give it to me and I have it lab tested for them. So they're pharmaceutical doctors, they're trained in pharmaceuticals, just like we're cannabis. Dr. Uma's a cannabis doctor. We are trained in cannabis. So what I just tell myself, because I have to, because I love all these kids, is that if you go to an oncologist, they're going to offer you chemo. If you go to a radiologist, they're going to offer you radiation. If you go to a cannabis doctor, cannabis nutritionist, they're going to offer you cannabis medicine and scientific nutrition. Now, if we could just get people to go with the one that doesn't harm them first, the tools in the toolbox, but you should always use the one that doesn't harm first. And that the great thing about cannabis is we get results very quickly. It's not wait 6 months. We see if we can tell if it's working. Blood work and scans, that's all we go by. And so if we can just convince people to use cannabis medicine first, that's our goal right now.
What doctors do you have overseeing your work? And how do you get scans from your patients? I mean, if you're not a doctor, you can't order a scan of the patient. And so do you have doctors overseeing what you're doing? Do you have doctors working with you on this?
Absolutely. First of all, we don't take any children that are not under the care of a doctor.
Let me ask the tough question, Brett. What's your failure rate?
Well, that's hard to say. We have great success shrinking tumors, but we also end up dealing with the side effects due to the treatments of the pharmaceutical doctors. Usually we get most of our patients at the end.
We're like Hail Mary.
Right. They've done everything else. They've gone on trials. They've done chemotherapy. They've done radiation. So by the time we get them, oftentimes they're on hospice.
What are the, just for the people who know, give me the law in cannabis or in Maine.
So in Maine, what are we allowed to have? 6 plants per person?
Everyone over 21 can have 6 plants and then 6 plants for medical. So I, as a medical patient, could have 12. He can have 12. We grow for 2 of our neighbors and a friend. So we
Right, because they don't have property, they don't have the time or the space, so we do it for them.
So cannabis is legal for people over 21 to use?
correct, recreational and medical. We have
And
both.
medical. And you don't lose the recreational if you got a medical.
Correct.
You still maintain the recreational plants and grow your medical ones. Okay.
We do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Brett and Hillary, my question to you is that if I, as a parent, am having a conversation with a doctor who's telling me my child needs chemotherapy or my child needs radiation, and then I'm having a conversation with you and you're telling me, oh no, just rub a little oil on their belly button and let them drink a little bit of oil and don't go to chemo, don't go to radiation. Trust us, this holistic approach is going to be just fine. I'm playing with my child's life. How do I make a decision like that and feel comfortable with it?
Well, as we said before, the cannabis reacts quickly. So typically from time of diagnosis till treatment begins is anywhere from 5 to 8 weeks. So we tell them, hey, give us 5 weeks, see what can happen. and have another scan before you go and do those radical surgeries and chemos and radiations that damage your child for life. Because we will see shrinkage within 5 to 8 weeks if it's going to work. If it's not going to work, go do whatever you want. Just give us a chance. We don't want to be the last Hail Mary chance of saving your child. We want to be the first. See if we can do something before you do that. That's what we tell
Well,
them.
I understand that too, but I mean, it's kind of like telling somebody to go have a salad. You got cancer? Oh, well, here, have a salad and it'll cure you. I mean, it's kind of hard to put your mind around just rubbing some little oil on my child's skin and letting my child drink some oil. I mean, I feel like, well, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like,
Yeah.
what?
Oh, no doubt.
Let me explain though. Does it make a lot more sense to give your child over and let people harm them and make millions of dollars and inject poison into their veins, destroy their blood and organs for life, give them necrosis, bleeding on the brain, causing shunts, causing bleeding to the stomach, causing seizures and death? I think that's the real question, is how have we all been brainwashed that we let other people harm our children? That's my question. How can any parent hand their child over when there's a medicine that works that doesn't harm the child? We fill the endocannabinoid system. We use scientific nutrition. There are tens of thousands of Harvard, Israeli studies all over. There are trials going on in Colorado right now. There are a ton of proof. So my question is, how can a parent harm their child if they don't have to and make millions of money for the pharmaceutical companies?
Right. But it does, we're not saying don't do it. We're saying give us a chance. It's going to be 5 to 8 weeks unless they rush you in right away and start chopping, which they do, because they want their millions of dollars. Every brain cancer diagnosis is millions and millions of dollars for their
And once
doctors,
they start
for
the
their
treatment, they can't go somewhere else. It's like, it's very political. When you get a cancer diagnosis for your child, your brain frontal lobe closes. You can't even think.
Right.
And you actually need to learn more then than you've ever learned in your life. And it's very hard. And
they put incredible pressures on it. Believe me, I've been through it. I ended up opting for chemotherapy that I didn't need because they
scared him.
They scared me. They use this, oh, I'm a doctor. I've gone to college for years. I'm an expert in this. And frankly, they don't know shit. They really don't.
We just know that we want families to have the legal option to try a medicine that doesn't harm before they harm. We are really against putting anything in a child's veins, in the blood. No. Perfect blood work, scientific nutrition. If you don't have a healthy gut flora and a healthy blood, you're not going to win.
Right.
Okay? You don't win.
And if you don't do the research, the doctors don't tell you, oh, your kid's going to be dim.
They're going to be dumb now.
You're going to shoot radiation into their brain and you think, oh, that's not going to hurt them? No, they're going to be affected for life if they recover at all, if the treatment doesn't kill them. And that's usually what happens, is not the cancer that's killing these kids. It's the treatments that's killing these kids.
They die from necrosis, bleeding on the brain a lot.
From the radiation. Wow. So we also pair our medicine with scientific nutrition, as Hillary has said many times. So we believe in a, whole food diet, non-GMO, organic, whatever possible. We include juicing of
savory juices, not a bunch of apples and beets and oranges, but ginger, lemon, celery, greens,
kale, carrots.
How about juicing cannabis leaves? You ever tried that?
Absolutely. Yes, I make sure that my kids have cannabis leaves for their smoothies. We just put it directly in the smoothies. That way they get the whole thing. It's also non-psychoactive, so that's something they can start doing immediately to be building their endocannabinoid system. We open it slowly, hello, 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 and the kids do great with juicing. And we sprout hemp seeds. Anybody can just order organic hemp seeds, get them wherever you get your hemp seeds, sprout them, and juice them. Eat them. Hemp, it's great for kids and for everybody. Cancer destroys families. It's like one day you have a beautiful life, and the next day both parents can't work. And I'll tell you, most of these families have 5, 6, 7 children. I have a little DIPG child right now, the little of 7. Now, because 1 in every 250 children in the United States gets cancer now. So if you have that many kids, you're looking at 1 in 30, 1 in 40, 1 in 50. So we
So if I'm from Indiana and I need to get some of this from you, do you just send me like a bottle of it and suggest that I do a syringe or two, or what?
We have the families put something together where they come and meet us. What I found is that people kind of want to know where they're to give something to a child. So we've had families come from pretty far away to meet us. Right. We grow this cannabis outdoors. We only have one harvest a year. I grow 35 strains. There's 27 strains in the medicine. Every batch has a different combination of the 35 strains at 27 strains. So it's always a tiny bit different. Like our lab testing is always a little bit different. Which is one of the things that we think gives us a lot of success, because as we all know, in everything we build a tolerance, whether it's a natural remedy, a pharmaceutical. So by having the medicine be a little different every time, that really seems to help. But in general,
and that's part of the reason why we seem to have a lot of success, is most FICO that's available in a dispensary is a single strain. And then you just have that one strain. You have just those one terpenes, and it never changes. So you get used to it, your body gets used to it. And it seems like varying it up, having multi-strains, it is constantly attacking the tumors at a different angle, a different terp, a different whatever. We don't really know what's going on, but
it's
it
not
seems
building
like
a tolerance, it's helping.
The multi-strain and the variation is what really keeps it off balance and allows us to.
The different strains have different cannabinoids, different terpenes, all that. So when you add all those different strains, you're getting a whole variety of different medicine combined.
And I personally I found great places, a place called The Source in Arkansas. There is good medicine in California, Oregon, Washington, Michigan, Ohio, Maine, Massachusetts, New Hampshire. I mean, I advise a ton of people that do not get my medicine. I only have what I grow in my yard.
Right. And that's another thing that we do, is we are educators. So we actually have some of our patients come to us and learn how to grow, learn how to make the medicine. And then
I have it lab tested for them. That's another service I offer.
We continue to spread. Now we have people in Ohio who are growing it themselves, making their own medicine and having extras so that they can then spread it to the next person and they can teach them. And that's the whole idea, is grassroots and spreading it. Being in charge of your own health. And
being a blessing, not a business.
Just a technical question, Brett, but how do you do your extraction?
Okay, well, it's simple. We just soak the cannabis in alcohol. We use extractahol,
certified organic,
190 proof, organic, and after about 12 to 24 hours, I strain out the alcohol, the material. We throw that away because now it's useless. And then I put that into a green oil machine, and you can buy online around $350. And it distills out the alcohol, and what's left is the medicine. And, it's a process. It's not easy. It takes a couple, 4 hours sometimes to complete the whole thing. and get the consistency right. And so it's an art and a science to get the consistency properly, that you can get it into the syringe and you can get it out of the syringe. If I take
Well,
out
you
too
use,
much,
I guess one of my points here for the customers out there or the people listening, you use alcohol, which is great.
Organic extractahol, it's called EXT.
Yeah, well, there's other ways to do it, and we don't like those ways. We want people to know that if they are going to get a fecal oil, if they ask nothing else, find out how it was extracted. And if the answer is not alcohol, you don't want it.
We want you to tell us everything you can about how somebody with breast cancer can get through that problem successfully.
Well, actually, this is so important. I'm really excited to talk about it. First of all, when you get a breast cancer diagnosis in this country, it takes about 5 to 8 weeks on average before you start their conventional treatment. There are a lot of appointments, a lot of scans, a lot of doctors. You meet with a surgeon, an oncologist, a radiologist, and none of these things happen like all in a week like you'd want to if you were the patient finding out you had breast cancer. So what my goal is with breast cancer is, if you or anyone you know gets diagnosed with breast cancer, immediately that day you go on cannabis medicine. We see results very quickly. You also go to every single appointment that you have with your doctors with the conventional treatment. You fill your endocannabinoid system orally immediately. Also, most importantly, we put the FECO directly on the breasts. We have had a woman come to us who only took the tincture, which is only 500 milligrams in 6 weeks, but she put a full syringe on her breasts every single day. And she literally put saran wrap over it, put her bra on, and went about her life. She was able, in the weeks prior, at diagnosis, she had one major mass that was being measured in centimeters, which is big, okay? Then
Now, is it this type of syringe? Is it this type of syringe that was used?
Exactly. That is, she would use an entire syringe like that on her breasts every day after her shower, put her saran wrap on, put her bra on, and go off to work. She has two small children. It was
Bring it back up again, Casper. There you go.
all right, that's full extract cannabis oil that we talked about the last time.
Full extract cannabis oil, folks, means that all the compounds in the cannabis plant were utilized. Nothing was taken out to be special. They take the whole plant, they use it to make this oil, full extract, FECO, cannabis oil. And as Dr. Meshulam has told us years ago, that using the whole plant, you get an entourage effect, is what they call it, where your compounds, because they're all mixing together and doing different things, give you a much more profound positive effect than if you just used a few of them. And so what Casper is showing us, or you, is what this stuff looks like. You see the FECO in the syringe, the FECO in the bottle. This is what Hillary is talking about with Brett, that this is the medicine that is being administered. It's not, and notice, no needles.
No.
Right?
It's an oral medication.
All right, I'm sorry, Hillary, but we want to give the audience, we want to let you guys know what we're talking about. We know, we assume a lot of people don't.
Right. No.
And then what is this? Let the audience know what came in this.
That is the salve, and actually it's a repurpose. I'm a hippie, so that's a jar from somebody else that I just repurposed because people donate. We have an egg stand, and they also drop off their dispensary jars because I just reuse up to push it hard. I reuse stuff. So
wait a minute, solve. So this is a topical. We want people, because you were talking about ingesting. Now we're talking about putting this on your skin or skin.
Right. That is the topical. At 77 degrees, it becomes liquid. Really, It's all the same medicine. One is in organic liquid MCT oil, the tincture, and one is in coconut oil. And they just, after 77 degrees, it becomes liquid anyway. But we see unbelievable results with breast cancer. The one that I've never seen, there's only one kind of breast cancer that I have not ever seen cannabis cure. Now, do I think people with triple negative breast cancer can benefit from using cannabis? Absolutely, I do. Personally, I've never seen it cure anyone, and I've seen people really try. I just think it's important that I communicate so that people know the truth, right? Triple negative is the worst kind of breast cancer you can get. If that's your diagnosis, definitely use cannabis, but continue your research.
Casper's going to say goodnight for us all here, but folks, we're going to have these guys back, so you keep watching what we're doing.
Yes, Brett and Hillary, it has been charming to have both of you on as a guest today. And Al Graham and Al Byrne, as always, it's fun to have you as my joint host here on Time for Hemp. And I want to thank you for tuning in to watch the show. Please tell your friends about us. And remember, the next time you see me, you'll know that it's Time for Hemp.
Go Team Awesome.
'Cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation. Yeah, it's time for hemp.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
Trump could reschedule cannabis this month, sources say.
The cannabis community has been on the edge of its seat as the federal government considers moving the plant to a less restrictive status. President Trump hinted in August that a decision on rescheduling will be coming within a few weeks. But 2 months later, the administration is still mum. The posting of a pro-CBD video to Trump's social media sent the industry into a frenzy, and many believing it would be a clue for what's to come. Now the president's staff is hinting that those suspicions may have been correct. An unnamed White House spokesman told the Free Press a decision on rescheduling is likely by the end of the year, but could come as soon as this month. Another anonymous White House official admitted rescheduling is good politics, given that the majority of Republicans favor legalization.
When it comes to rescheduling, many within the president's orbit indicate signs pointing to yes. Alex Briswitz, a Trump advisor, told the Free Press moving cannabis to Schedule 3 is a politically savvy move.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Good morning, folks, and how's everybody doing this morning? It is, me covered in chocolate. I had no idea if my shirt was dirty. Well, we might have to change that here, but it's my meal shirt because it's substitution day, right? So, yeah, that's terrible. Hang on, I'll be right back. I honestly don't even know how that happened because I haven't eaten anything this morning. I was trying to get my caramels cut up and oh man, they just look like crap. So guess after my show I'll be making another batch and taking it out and see if I can, figure that out. But I am now officially on medical leave from work. I have decided that I need to take some time to get my health back in order. I've been living with, stage 9 pain every day. The only thing that kind of helps deter that pain is, cannabis, and I can't be smoking it every day all day at work. So as much as I loved my job, well, I loved it to a point. And then, yeah. So anyways, I'll be around a little more, I guess. Able to do a little more research, spend a little more time doing the things I love, rather than working 6 days a week. Standing on my feet, in pain, fucking struggling to even hold the fucking, use the till to lift my arm. I'm just done. I'm done trying to fucking work in pain. Seriously, some days I can't even open my hands or bend my fingers, but I'm there. And the unfortunate thing is I have to take opioids to get there. And I don't want to keep doing that. I shouldn't have to live in fucking pain and then try and fucking maintain a job. Because the BC government figures that it's okay to fucking leave women financially fucking fucked because they figure that because you're married, your spouse should take care of you. I don't know when the 1950s fucking didn't catch up with 2025. But I'm fucking here to tell you, I don't want no man fucking having to pay for me. But I shouldn't have to fucking work my ass off for lousy $3,000 fucking less than $3,000 a month to fucking feel like I'm fucking human. It's bullshit. And that's exactly how they make you feel. The BC government literally leaves you as a woman financially fucked if your husband makes more than $25,000 a year. Who in their fucking right mind can live on $25,000 a fucking year with 2 people? I can't understand how this government makes everybody feel like they have to be crapping and stretching and fucking struggling all the time. I know we've got a new government, but this is provincial shit, okay? The benefits and your social services and your healthcare and stuff is provincial. So again, we're looking at the same BC NDP that has been here for the last how many ever fucking years, and they're still fucking leaving financial fucking stress for people, for women especially. How you doing, Game Pro? Thanks for joining me. Appreciate you coming on in. But again, like I said, this does relate to cannabis in a way, because if a woman is on benefits, she's a cannabis patient, but she's married, she can't even get it. But they leave you so limited. I think they give you like fucking $800 to live on. Your rent's $2,000. Like, how in the fuck is anybody fucking managing? So if you're a cannabis patient, you're minimally paying usually about 5 to 10 grams, even if you're having to use the retail spaces, right? It's not fucking free. I mean, 3.5 grams is like $19.99 plus taxes sometimes. But is that fair? Is it fair that cannabis patients should be paying fucking taxes on their medicine? I don't know. I mean, I don't pay taxes on my fucking morphine. I don't pay taxes on my methotrexate or my fucking any of the rest of them. But I sure have to pay taxes on my fucking cannabis. But yet it's medicine for me. And even if you buy from the licensed producers directly with your MMAR or your ACMPR, you're still paying fucking GST and PST. Like, what? Well, I'm glad you're doing well. Whereabouts are you from, Game Pro? You're on the YouTube channel. So thanks for subscribing, and any of the rest of you tap your screens and make us famous. We've been doing this for so long, we've given up on being famous. To be fair, we don't care. That's not why we do this. This is education. We do it to actually tell our stories and try and bring patients together. Other people that use cannabis as medicine share their stories so that they can actually like maybe learn something from somebody, or share what they're. Anyways, here's another funny story. So I use one of the legal stores on a regular, and their boss, brought in a bunch of stuff to just give away. It's been passed, whatever. So I was gifted this beautiful CBD tea. I won't say what provider it's from, and the packaging date on it is April 27th, 2020. I don't know about you, but anything packaged 5 years ago, I don't care whether it's got no expiry date on it, I ain't fucking touching it. Well, that'd be great. I think this network, I started this show like 12. Actually, me and Al were trying to figure out actually what year we did start this. So I moved here in 2014. I think it was just shortly after that. So I think I started this 2013 or 2014, 2015. I don't think I was, I think I was doing this actually in Coronation before I even moved here. I'd have to actually go back to my Facebook memories and look, because I remember Ross doing my first logo. And that was, I think, before I even moved to Cranbrook. I don't want to be famous. I'm not cute enough to be famous. But again, like I said, we've been doing this for a really long time. And our goal is just to reach out to people that use cannabis as medicine and tell their stories, or have them come on as a guest and tell their stories. Because we all have different experiences. Everything is different for everybody. But I appreciate that. But the numbers would be good. We can't share this kind of information on TikTok because TikTok doesn't like it. And it would be so much better if we actually had a channel on TikTok, because that platform really gets a lot of things out. But again, YouTube does too. So that's also a good thing. Again, today I'm wearing my medicinal shirt. We've had a couple Pace radio shows in the last few weeks that have done a lot of memorials due to the passing of Marco Renda. In fact, I was honored to be able to sit with Jeff Tech last week, Michelle Rainey's husband. And Michelle's been gone now for, God, almost 17 years, I think it is now, 17, 18 years. But this was the first medicinal shirt that I ever bought. And I bought this shirt when I got off the plane from Ottawa in 2012 after I got my license signed for the first time. So this is my original medicinal shirt. I have several others, but I love Weed Lab, a member of that community and active cast member. If you show up 3 times in the chat. Oh, that would be great. Maybe I can have you on as a guest sometime, Game Pro. Or GAM Pro, because we like to share content with each other too. Because are you in the States? Let me see whereabouts are you located? Are you in the US or are you in Canada? Because I'm in Canada. But yeah, we can share content. That'd be terrific. So maybe we'll have to hook up after. You can follow me on Facebook on my group, or you can follow me, Tamara Cartwright. I don't care. My name's like out there. Oh, Buffalo, New York. Nice. Well, I'm in British Columbia. So, you know, the rumors about the BC bud, they lied. All Canadian weed is actually pretty good. We've come around, right? Southernmost Canadian, as I call southernmost Canada. Yes. Well, you know that 49th parallel. They would have just not used the ruler. But yeah, I'm in the southeast corner of British Columbia. So I'm not on the west coast. I'm in the Rocky Mountains. It runs right along the BC Alberta border. I'm just on the kind of on the other side of the Alberta border. And I grew up in I'm from here, but I grew up in southern Alberta, which is super Bible Belt. And I did the first global marijuana marches and started Southern Alberta Cannabis Club in 2006 in Lethbridge, Alberta. And then I moved to Coronation, so then I had Central Alberta Cannabis Club. But yeah, I did a lot of activism in Alberta before legalization. And then Alberta's like opened right up. And Alberta's got like Nelson, BC actually tried to get an open air cannabis lounge, like a patio where you could actually consume cannabis outside and Nelson, BC City Council refused it. They said no. Nelson, BC, but Edmonton, Alberta, and Calgary, Alberta have vape lounges. Alberta has more cannabis stores per capita than any province in the fucking country. And back when I was the one that did 6 months house arrest for 4 grams of cannabis in the mail in Alberta. Ask me if that pisses me off. But yeah, so Nelson had actually lobbied or, put a proposal in front of their city council to have an open air cannabis lounge, like not inside, like outside on a patio, where you're not inside, No, they were turned down. And I was kind of hoping that they'd actually get it because Nelson is the kind of, area out here where a lot of people were, involved in the legacy market and such. So Nelson would be the place that would be forefronting like these lounges and open air things. We figured that would be great. And then it would be precedent setting for the other communities in the Kootenays and all across British Columbia for that matter. And they said no. I was kind of flabbergasted when Paul, because my friend Paul and Alan opened the first basically cannabis bong store in Nelson. It was called the Holy Smoke. And if you go back and you Google the Holy Smoke, they were actually in a court case and they actually tried challenging and they actually eventually got shut down. I believe Alan went to jail for a bit. I'd have to go back and it's been a few years. Yeah. Okay, so on every 15 minutes, I do something called Rip and Dip, where people hop up on a panel and smoke and chat when they rip and dip. That's what I'd kind of like to do on this too. We do that on TikTok, where we have a panel that comes up. And like I said, if I had your Facebook handle, I could send you a link to this, and then you could pop in here. And that ultimately would be like what I'm doing. I appreciate that, but like eventually. If I could get like people to come on a panel here, we reach out to guests. Legalization has really slowed things down up here for people that want to come on as guests. Because if you're working in the legal market, you're technically not really allowed to tell anybody what you're doing. They're not allowed to advertise. Packaging is all blah blah, secret, regulated, right? If you're in the legacy market, you don't really want to tell anybody what you're doing either, because you don't want to draw attention to yourself. Us patients too, like we're sharing amongst ourselves and stuff, but we don't want to draw a lot of attention to ourselves if we're sharing things, not just education, right? I don't think the RCMP up here are actively looking, but I don't know. And we still have laws against cannabis in Canada. Like just because it's legal or per se legal, it's regulated. That doesn't necessarily mean that you can just go free for all with it. You can't. Like you can't grow more than 4 plants. You can't. And here's a funny thing, like you can give it away up to 30 grams, but they want you to use the legal market. But if you grow your own, it's kind of like iffy because if you get caught with your own giving away, I don't know how that works. I've never had anybody have it happen to them. It's a matter of proving that you actually grew it yourself, because they want everything barcoded. They want it like from seed to like, barcode, like everything cereal from seed to plant, to track it. I mean, there's so much wrong with the legalized market than there is right. Like, I mean, like I said, I appreciate the fact that nobody's getting busted for joints. I'm on Insta too, but I'm also more on Facebook. But yeah, you can you can, if you're on Facebook, you can just look me up there, or I can actually I don't care. I just put my email address is tamaralee3@gmail.com. And I put that out there because for cannabis substitution, I take fund donations and stuff, and I use that email for that. So if you reach out to me on tamaralee3@gmail.com or whatever it is, yeah, and then send me links and stuff. And then, like I said, I just started medical leave away from my job. So I will have time because normally I would be working till 10 o'clock at night. And now I'm not. So that gives me time to actually get back involved in things that I want to do, because this working during the day would be great, but they won't provide that for me. And my health needs me to be home and in bed and eating properly before, and 10 o'clock's too, like, and I know it sounds booby and, but I'm 55, right? I've got rheumatoid arthritis. I've got attention deficit. I'm going through some brutal menopause shit. I started a bunch of more medication, bunch more tests. My scoliosis that I wasn't fixed when I was a kid is causing me grief. And they're expecting me to stand on my feet for 7 hours a fucking day, sweep, mop, and fucking stock shelves. And then nobody else to help me. And I'm just tired. I'm tired of being taken advantage of, living with chronic pain and not being able to even get benefits. My husband has benefits for his job, but it doesn't cover me for short term. This job has no benefits. I don't get covered. I'm married, so in British Columbia, I'm not allowed benefits. Like, is that not financial fucking abuse? I find that it is. Oh my God, my lighters. You know when you need a lighter and you can't find a lighter that works? Give me 1 sec. I'm going to get my lighter. But yeah, like I said, I went back to work after my son was able to take care of himself kind of after school, and worked at a bakery, which was great. And then I went and got my dream job, which was supposed to be the cannabis expert at the local garden center. Well, that ended up being a fucking joke because I wasn't cannabis expert of anything. I brought in Remo's nutrients to the store. I was giving advice, but then I was, basically shoved off, told to pack garbage, told to pack fucking dog food, told to pack soil, and run behind a till. It's not what I was hired for. Anyways, so I left that place for medical too because I was in a flare for my RA. I just couldn't pack 50 fucking pound bags of dog food. Like, there's no fucking way. So I was supposed to stay off work then. That was 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago. And I went and found this little job at a local little Korean grocery store thinking it would be, less harsh on my body and whatever. And it was fine for a while, but I was overworking myself. I worked 6 days a week. I pushed myself. And now I push myself to the point that I can't work anymore. So I'm not. I've neglected my life, my house, my dogs, my kid, like, all in the name of fucking a lousy fucking little bit of money a month. Fuck it. I just can't anymore. So I'm not. I'm gonna educate and fucking bake and, help patients and continue on with my cannabis substitution program, which I do. And now I will have more time to bake. In fact, I was going to cut up some caramels and take them out to the res this morning, and I looked at them and went, no, those aren't very good looking. Hang on a second. I'd have to check my phone. Hang on. Oh, you probably check your phone. I don't know. Where's my ashtray? Let me take a look. Looks like I probably did. I did. Awesome possum. That's awesome. Yes, I did. So now you've got everything. I just sent you one back. Now you even got my fucking address. But yes, I did. Thank you. I will be there. That is so awesome. Thanks for the invite. I think that's terrific. Like I said, especially with your orange potato. Like, we don't have any problems with you Americans. We got a problem with your orange potato. Don't fucking fuck with us. I mean, you're from New York, right? The orange potato, like, yeah, he's like, no. So I love that. I love that you're in New York and that we can share stories and, cross hands across the border, eh? And share what you know, and then I can share what you know. Maybe we can educate and, together. So next time, now that I've got your email, I don't know if you're on Facebook, but I can always send you a link. Maybe next Monday you want to come up on the show if you're not busy, and we can share some education too. Thanks. That's so awesome. I love that. Yay! See, I was supposed to go to Toronto we were supposed to have a CannaFest or like a cannabis expo kind of thing, and I think it was March. And then it got canceled. And I was so looking forward to that because I love going out to Toronto and networking and meeting new people because, like I said, I've been in the cannabis industry for a long time. It's always this time. It's always noon Mountain Standard Time. Every Monday is when I'm up. And then we also have a show on Wednesday nights too, which is at 6 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. So you're 2 hours ahead probably. So it's probably like, what, just after 2:20 your time right now because you're probably the same as Eastern Standard where the network actually is. Like we're kind of coast to coast. Like we've got some content makers that are in the eastern part of Canada, Halifax area, like Nova Scotia, and then the producers are both in Ontario, but very like one's in northern Ontario, one's in southern Ontario, and then I'm over here in British Columbia. We don't have any content coming out of Alberta anymore. I used to be the Alberta content too, before I moved to BC. But yeah, like I said, we've got and then we try and bring in guests from across the coasts, like and across the country. And then we've got yeah, a lot of content on psychedelics and everything. But you know this. If you've been following the channel for a while, you know. But I'm excited. I'm excited to meet you. Again, like there's so many differences between like even the medical licensing here for like large production comparably to if you're a patient. So if you're a patient, but I'm hearing some really disturbing stuff that actually the government is making it so difficult in the College of Physicians that you're not able to get a licensing for probably anything more than about 7 to 10 grams anymore. Now we know that there's a lot of people that use extracts, which you need a larger amount to be able to bring down to use that medicine, and you need more than well you get. And this is the funniest. I've been saying this for so long too. So medically in Canada, you're allowed 5 plants per 1 gram, right? So if you get 10 grams per, that's 50 plants, right? It was 49 plants for 7, I think, when I had my first prescription. And then so it's like 15 or 20, yeah, what was it 5 times 10, so it'd be 50 plants, right? Is that how that works anyway? No. Yeah, anyway. But when in the rec market, you're only allowed 4 plants per household, not per adult, per household. So if you've got 3 adults in your house, you can only grow 4 plants. That doesn't even give you 1 gram for anyone in the medical equations, right? So now they're kind of wanting to cut people back on that too, and I'm not sure or any of the understanding, but there's also a consultation. I was going through that last week on my show about CBD becoming more mainstream and how they should regulate it and how they should package it and whether it should be allowed like on the shelf like Tylenol or whether a pharmacist should be handing it out and all these things. And I'm just like, Tylenol is more harmful than CBD is. And you don't have anybody handing out Tylenol or Advil across a counter. I mean, 222s, if you can even get them anymore with codeine. They used to have to hand them out over a T3, I think, or whatever they, with a bit of codeine in it. But again, like in the States, things are different. Now your Orange Potato too has also said that he's going to like lift off and take down some pharmaceutical costs. He's capping them. Oh my fucking Christ, that guy. That's socialism with authoritarianism. Like, what the fuck? Like, anyway. I have no words. And I just don't even know what to think. It's like, does nobody got any critical thinking down there? Maybe y'all smoke some more weed. Open your mind. Don't be too woke. But you're allowed to be woke if you're wanting to smoke cannabis, right? Like, let's face it. If you're on the side of that industry, you're woke. Wokey fucking woke. Goddamn medical started here because of the HIV crisis, for fuck's sakes. Like, anyways, I know. I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to be political, but yeah, fucking Orange Potato fucking really fucks everybody shit up. Tariffs. What are you gonna do? Tariff this, tariff the plant, bastard. And that's the funniest thing. We're not allowed to export from the States. We can export to Germany from Canada. We can export to Australia. We can export our cannabis to in between provinces, but not across the US border. And now at our peace crossing where there was like basically nothing in between our two countries, they got fucking ice set up, checking their people leaving their country coming to ours. Like, the fuck is up with that? Whew. But yeah, so you don't dare fucking even you better check your car, make sure you don't even have a fucking roach. And that's the thing. Like I've had people that have gone across the U.S. border like years ago, found a roach in an old fish, tackle box. It was probably like dried up, and they were they were pulled in like it was fucking brutal. Like held, they detained over an old roach that was like it was a paper. They didn't even know it was there. And it was like, holy fuck, could you imagine if that happened now? Like you're leaving Canada. Like, I mean, I know in some countries you're not even allowed, like I think it's Japan, you're not even allowed to consume anything outside their country. And if you come home and they find out that you were consuming cannabis in Canada when you're on vacation, you get charged in your own country. Like that's fucking over fucking reach regulation. That's like your international law doesn't apply here. Your laws in Japan don't apply in Canada. No more than our laws in Canada apply over in Japan. Get bent, bud. Like fuck off. Like seriously, how do these countries actually? So, but anyways, so if you're like come to Canada for the weekend, hanging out, make fucking sure, because you're gonna get checked at the fucking. Like Canada's not setting up check stops to check you twice as you're going. I don't think they even do much at the Canadian border when you leave. I don't know, because I've never fucking left the country, to be fair. I don't have a passport. I could have left the country like before 9/11, because before 9/11 we just had our driver's licenses. We could fly to, I mean, if you wanted to go to Europe or somewhere, you'd have to have a passport for sure. But if you wanted to go to the States or to Mexico, you just needed a driver's license. And then all of a sudden it was passport us up, Scotty. Because I've had a record of sorts since about 1991, because I was kind of a hothead. That doesn't count. That was a peace bud. So I bounced a check when I was 22. NSF check, my first charge. I didn't get my first actual drug charge until I was 35 fucking years old. Not kidding. Anyways, I don't have an extent, but I do. Like I've got an NSF, which is an entering fraud, and so it just looks bad. So since that time, I've never tried crossing the border, because I knew I wasn't going to be allowed to cross the border. Right? Once you get a record, you can't even bother. So to me, it was like, why bother getting a passport? I got a record now. There's fucking no point. I'm not going to be able to go anywhere anyways. And then every year that I've thought about it, because I can travel, it's just in the States that I can't. And I could if I paid them. If I actually went to them and paid them whatever for a US waiver, I could come, right? But it's all about fucking money. It's a cash cow. It's a fucking cash grab. So now, because there's three, like my husband and I and my son, it would cost me almost $1,000 just to get fucking passport applications put through. And I mean, they'd give them to us. And the pictures aren't expensive. You can get them done for around $10. It's not that, but I've never had $1,000 that you could just piss away to get passports. Never mind saving for it. I don't have money to travel. I've never had money to travel either. But again, that's irrelevant. But I don't have a passport. I'm not sure that. I don't know. I'm sure there's other Canadians that don't have passports besides me at 55. They've never left the country. I'm sure of it. But I have no desire. No offense. Before the orange potato, yes. Now, I'm scared. I wouldn't even want to come to the U.S. I wouldn't. I'd have to leave. I'd have to scrub everything. They'd Google my name. I'd be fucking done. The minute I hit that border, poof, I'd be disappeared. Bye. Where'd you go? I don't know. So I'm good. And that's what. And I'm not saying that that's happening per se or what, but that's the information that we're being fed up here. There's a high alert for no travel to the US. We're being told that people are being detained in the US that are Canadian dual citizens or down there going to school. We've heard that when you get to the border, they're going through your phones, they're going through your shit, they're going through everything, they're fingerprinting you, they're making you carry. I'm good. I'm fucking good. If I wanted to go to fucking Russia, I'd go to fucking Russia. And on that note, I better fucking take a commercial break and thank my beautiful sponsors that we have that keep this network going. And we're really appreciative of that, because they help us pay to help for everything. Okay, so I've got to go over here somewhere and find the commercials. I know. I'm actually surprised I even made it here this morning. It took me everything to get out of bed. But I'm here. We'll be right back after we take a quick commercial break.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, and I am back, and I am sending you that. So it's nice to be back. It's a bit chilly here. I don't know what it's like for your weather out there, but I called it a yard fail on the weekend, and that's why I'm in so much pain today. I think it's because of humidity, right? Like the humidity really fucking sucks. Like, and I don't know, it wasn't so humid here. To be honest, I was gonna get my heating blanket, but look at that. That's what's rolled up in my heating blanket. A moosey. So if I move him, my heating blanket's on. That's why he's laying on it. Poor Mootie. He's laying there. I'm on your heating blanket, Mom. So we'll just leave that there. And maybe I'll I know it's chilly though. But yeah, it's been crappy and cloudy in the last couple of days, but it's probably why my body's so inflamed. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not working. I've got a doctor's appointment. I've got blood work tomorrow. I've got a bunch of shit to do. So I've taken some time off away from the store for a few minutes. I don't know what's going on. We'll see what the doctor says on 14th. But like I said, some days are better than others. Some days I can move just fine. Other days I can barely move at all. And today's one of those days where it's hit and miss. Like 1 minute everything's good, and then my knee buckles out from underneath me, and it's just kind of dealing with chronic pain, right? And then we were at the hospital on Thursday for my son, having a procedure done to see if his issues are pretty much, and they are. He's got colitis too, probably lymphatic like I do. And the poor kid, and I was diagnosed at that early age. And the funny thing is with lymphatic colitis is it's an old people's disease. It's not something that normally, you get it as a teenager. It's something that you normally get when you're an adult, like in your 60s. And I've had it since I was 16. So it's kind of leaning towards that for him because they said everything looked normal, but they took biopsies, which is what they told me too. And then lo and behold, like, because the doctor come out when I had my procedure done, he goes, "Oh, everything looks good. You know, you must have done a really great prep." I said, "I didn't do any fucking prep, dude." And he looks at me, he goes, "No prep." I said, "No, I took the one prep, you know, and then and I didn't finish doing it. I couldn't even, the end of it, there was no way you were sticking anything in there." So, and then he was like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense." And then 2 weeks later, you know, my doctor phones me, he says, "Oh, you got," I says, "Oh, imagine that." Like, I was telling them that, but you know, because I hadn't had any procedures done in I don't know how many years, they don't take your word for it. They want you to get retested. So they've got proof that, you know, you aren't a liar. And they found out that I wasn't a liar. And I told them the same thing with him. I said, you know, chances are this is what it is. But yeah, let's give a 15-year-old a colonoscopy. Okay. And they did. And yeah, and that was the end result. So here we are waiting on testing, which I'm pretty sure is going to come up the same, or IBS, because they can't really pinpoint it, which is what they do to people that, you know, they can't actually pinpoint. I can't find my papers. I hate it when that happens. And I've put everything away in different drawers and stuff. And it's not, oh, they're there. Not always necessarily where I put things, right? So again, we are back to full-time regular CSP now because it's been, well, we lost one of our members. I still don't know any details on that. But our town actually came out with some stats last week, and apparently the fire department is saying that the overdoses are down. And I'm not saying that has anything to do with the substitution program. I'd like to think that it's been essential and helpful, but I don't know. But that was one thing that made me kind of feel a little better, because I said we're out there doing outreach as much as we can. Like I said, it's hard to get volunteers to come with you that actually want to stick with you. Like, you know, you need some really good dedication there. And I understand it's a tough thing to do, have to go out and you know, and I can't go by myself. Unfortunately, I'm not big enough. And I just don't go out there by myself. So I do a lot of offsite. So that's why the mandate was open to low income seniors, anybody using with any medical need, because there's also a need not just for unhoused addiction. There are a lot of people that can't afford to obtain their level of what they need for medication. And I can't maintain a lot of that either. But at least if I can give them a little bit that helps alleviate some pressure, that's more helpful, I think, than anything. Same with my caramels and candies. Like, I made a great big pan of caramel. And honestly, I haven't sold one of them. I've given them all away. Even my bacon jam. Like, I made medicated bacon jam. I've sold one jar and gave the rest away. And I'm the one that's broke. I'm the one that doesn't have fucking like $2. I got a pile of fucking change so I can go get some parchment paper. Like, that's how bad things are for me right now. And yeah, but again, like, whatever. I will make things work. I will, you know, I don't even know if I have enough fucking gas to get out to Dirty Darts. I'll have to check. But anyways, like, that's a thing, right? Like, you have to do what you have to do, and helping people is what I do. So I will manage and maintain whatever I can to make sure that the substitution program keeps on rolling. Like I said before, if I have to pick bottles out of the fucking ditch, I will. And I haven't had to do that yet, but I will. And because it's helping probably 100 people now, if not more. Just saying. Which I think is absolutely atrocious that we have that many people in a town of the population that I live in, that are that in need. That we've got so many cracks in our system, in our society, that there are that many people that can't meet their bills, that they can't meet all their medical needs, that they can't afford a roof over their head. And, you know, all these little, you know, modular homes and stuff that the government says that they're going to, you know, set up for housing. Well, that's terrific. But if you're houseless and don't have a job and don't have a down payment, it's still unattainable. Unless you're, you know, going to rent them. And then if you don't have a credit rating, then you're still fucked. So I don't know what their fucking plan is here to fucking get all these people in houses, especially when they can't house them because they've got no credit rating, no jobs, and no money. Including the rest of us Like, I'm fucked. I don't have a down payment for another house. After I paid for this one and paid my parents out, I wouldn't have any money left over to fucking put a substantial down payment on anything either. Especially because houses are $500,000 now. You need like $60,000 just to even make a fucking dent and not have a fucking mortgage payment that's not $5,000 a month. And then you have to have a job that's paying. My job doesn't pay me $5,000 a month. So how is anybody affording a $500,000 house? Because wages don't fucking match up to, like, even making the money that I make, which is not, it's $4 above minimum wage, which isn't that great. Well, $18. So I'm making $21 an hour, $45,000 a year. That's still not enough money to pay for a $5,000 a month mortgage because I don't make $5,000 a month. Right? And if you can't, if you don't have that income level, you can't even fucking do a mead test. I don't make enough money to even afford a fucking $400,000 house. I don't make enough money to afford a $300,000 house. And you can't even buy a $300,000 house anymore. So what does that leave us? Right? It leaves us all fucked. So like I said, all these fucking, little homes and stuff that the Canadian government's going to build, people don't have money for down payments and people don't have money to fucking pay for them. It doesn't make any fucking difference, especially if you've got no credit rating and you're fucking living houseless. You're not going to be able to attain anything. So it ain't going to fix fuck all. Just saying. It's a great idea. It's a wonderful idea. But for all these whiner criers that fucking, can't afford fucking anything anyway, how is that going to help? Can't grow weed anymore fucking to make fucking living. I don't see anybody growing massive amounts of fucking coca leaf. What are you going to do? Before we could actually grow weed and fucking, now you can't do that. Yeah, well, that's life. Again, this week on Wednesday night, Al and I will be live on the networks for Pace Radio. I believe they had the psychedelic news this morning, Al and Cindy, and there's network and content all week long and all day Saturday on this network. Like I said, there's a consultation also going on Health Canada's website for the CBD product, and it's consultation on packaging and on whether that should be able to be sold across, under the counter, over the counter, like Tylenol, whether it should be sold in a pharmacy, whether it should be sold in a gas station type of thing, like what the regulation should be for, that, and the manufacturing levels of it. Now, even if you grow hemp, like there's a difference between hemp CBD and cannabis CBD, just saying. And there are actually cannabis plants that are specifically growing now just for CBD. CBD also comes in white powder form. If you get it from the University of Victoria, it will come in white powder, like crystal. And that's actually how it should come, if they're using it in any product. Even this tea that I got here was, has CBD powder in it. You can see it. Oh my God, these dogs are outside because I was a dummy and left the door open. That fire behind me almost feels like it should be on too because it's fucking cold. Like, when did it? It's May. I get that. It's only like, Mother's Day's just passed. It's just the 13th or 12th. But apparently there was frost out in Wycliffe last night. So again, growing your cannabis plants in the zones that you're in, don't put them out yet. Don't put anything out till after the 20th of May. After the May long weekend, but don't. And in Cranbrook, we always say if there's still snow on Baker, don't put anything in the ground because it's going to snow again. It inevitably will. It always seems to be that way. I don't know why, but it does. All right. So, we're going to go. I Love Weed Live I'm going to promote them too. So it's a YouTube channel called I Love Weed Live. And let's go take a peek at it. I can look maybe on my phone. Oh, cool. So this is it. I love Weed Live. We're going to subscribe. And it's around 6. Oh, live nightly around 6 Pacific Standard Time. So that's an hour behind me. So 7 my time. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. This looks great. Well, I'm really glad to be, learning about this. So that's I Love Weed, everybody, on YouTube. Perfect. That was so cool. Okay, so now we've made that connection. Okay, we can't open this because they don't like me. Well, they do. They like me. They just don't like the cannabis. That's it. I guess again, like the Philippines is having another election. I guess the two families are fighting big time, and the former Philippine president, prime minister, whatever he is actually in The Hague right now, being tried for war crimes because he killed so many people that were apparently either they were drug users, maybe they weren't drug users. He wasn't. He was. They might have been assumed to be drug users, and he killed thousands of people to try and eradicate drug use. Well, prohibitions never work. Never mind this. Like that's what I mean. Like why I have a firm belief that all drugs should be regulated. As much as I hate the regulation of cannabis too, but at least I know it's safe. Like it's not full of mold and shit anymore, and full of fucking bags of seeds, and you know what I mean. Like I bought pounds that had 90 grams of seeds in them. I was just like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm paying for this shit. That's another fucking lifetime ago. But if it's regulated, manufactured, regulated, well, manufactured, tested, regulated, put behind the amounts, even if you have to have security guards fucking hanging out front. I don't know what the answer is because people are going to use drugs. And I also want to say that, the thing of it is, everybody makes a big point about, East Hastings, downtown Vancouver. When I was a kid in the 70s, we were always threatened. Don't do drugs or you'll end up downtown East Side. It's always been like that. It's just that now we've got social media and people fucking taking pictures. And now that the drugs aren't the drugs anymore, the drugs are toxic and they're fucking killing people like flies. That's why there's a great big push for it. And it was because one group of women that lost their daughters down to the east side to start to make, a fuss. And it's called Mom Stop the Harms. It's kind of like mad. They got all fucking huffy and puffy and started making a bunch of fucking, yeah. So be very careful about, the groups that you follow too, because some of them are really great. Like I'm not knocking Mom Stop the Harms at all. But some of I don't agree with all their policies. I agree with some of them. But again, at the end of the day, these groups are always out looking for money. Just like MAD was. MAD makes a very big fucking fuss. The government funds them. And then they make them ridiculous fucking commercials that show, a joint. Hey, man, hey, dude. Joint and a beer on one side. The government actually fucking funds that. They give these non-for-profits fucking money, grants and funding to make these ridiculous fucking propagandist commercials that are fucking bullshit. So it's the same thing. Any like MAD? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Some of those commercials just infuriate me. They have a rollover on the guy, and then lying right beside the guy's a pipe that looks like a fucking crack pipe to begin with. Doesn't even look like something that anybody that smokes cannabis would use. And that's their fucking commercial. Don't smoke and drive. Fuck off. Like seriously, fuck right off. Anyway, that's how I feel. And yes, I'm vile about it. I don't care. I'm sick of the propaganda that makes people that use cannabis into something that they're not. And that's been happening for so many years and the stigma that goes along with it. Like I'm not calm and I'm not nice and I smoke cannabis on a regular. So does it really calm people down and make them nice? No, it doesn't. Well, it might. Sometimes, but not always. Especially when, you got so much boiling against you, right? And that's how you feel when you've been fighting for so long. You're in fight or flight, right? And as patients, we're always in fight or flight, right? So we got about 10 minutes left of the show, and I guess we'll do a shout out to a few people like I Love Weed on YouTube. Daryl with his product nohigh.ca or zerohigh.ca. He's a sponsor of the CSP. I'd like to also shout out to all my CSP sponsors because we need you and we appreciate you. All the back work gets done as well as the front work. Just to everybody that puts, a foot out of bed every day just to get up and keep working and moving with their chronic levels of pain, chronic ailments, illnesses, because that's what we're here for. We're here to educate. And on that note, I'm gonna bop out of here about 10 minutes early because I know there's another show coming on Back to Me, and I'm freezing to death here. And shout out to Michelle with her big booby hugs, which I don't have any anymore, and Al and Al, who are my producers that help me have a voice. And like I said, I don't know how long I've been doing this. Well, it'll be 20 years in 2006 because I met my husband in October 2005. It's 2025, so it's 20 years this year for our anniversary, and then 2006, and because I started this year after I met him. So 20 years coming up, folks. 20 fucking years, 2 decades. That's incredible. And it took us almost a full decade to get us to legalization. So maybe if we keep pushing, we can get psilocybin. Right? Come on. Because there's always a fight, right? There's always something to change. Anyways, you be the change. Quit gouging each other, because that's where we stop it. It's not anybody but you. So be the change you want to see. You have a great day. Oh, potential fraud. Bye. Take care.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
Since ancient days in fields so wide, hemp grew strong, a gift with pride. Fed the hungry, clothed the poor, built the sails that reached new shores. Pages were pressed from its sturdy grain, light in the minds of kings and sages reign. Fuel for the fire, ropes for the sea, nature's gift to set us free. Take a toke in time, breathe it in real slow. Feel the wisdom rise, let the time. Ah, yeah. Seeds of life, rich and pure, healing hearts with a cure so sure. Omega strong, a perfect feast, feeding the body, man and beast. Pressed into oils, spun into thread, from crown to soul it kept us fed. Medicine, shelter, a peaceful way, a plant of light to end the gray. Take a toke in time, breathe it in real slow. Feel the wisdom rise, let the knowledge flow. From the roots to the sky, it's always been divine. A sacred leaf, a guiding sign, oh yeah. Lifted souls through smoke and song, a gentle whisper, a love so strong. Open minds and soothe the pain, kept the spirit whole again. Though time may change, the truth remains. Nature's gift flows through our veins. From past to future, leaf in hand, a token time across the land. Take a toke in time, breathe it in real slow. Feel the wisdom rise, let the knowledge flow. From the roots to the sky, it's always been divine. A sacred leaf, a guiding sign. Built it slow, brick by brick. No flash, just sweat and money thick. Out past town where roads fade away, I found a place where my plants could play. Under LEDs and mountain sun, I grew what healed, hurt no one. A Dr. High hoodie stained with soil and sweat. A life not allowed but no regret. The world below could chase their fame. I just fed the roots without any shame. Under the lights, I made it grow, leaf and bud in a beautiful glow. I wanted cash, cars and women all around, and Dr. High knew how to clean the money I found. Word got out, demand got bold. Strangers came with fists of gold. I said no, but money talks, and soon my doors had heavier knocks. My name was whispered in smoke. smoked out bars. They drove from cities, lit cigars. I lost the hush, I lost the hill, but I kept on growing, I kept the will. You can't find peace when greed walks in. Beautiful green plants turn to spose who sin. Under the lights, I made it grow, leaf and bud in a beautiful glow. I wanted cash, cars, and women all around. And Doctor, I knew how to clean the money I found. Woke to boots and blue flood beams. Saw my dream ripped apart at the seams. They took the plants, they took the distillate jars. They can't reach the cash hidden under the stars. I lit one right there on the hill as they rid me rights against my will. A few seeds fell from my sleeve. I grinned and turned to leave. Under the lights, I made it grow. Now it's gone, but I still know you can crush the plant, rip out the ground, but Doctor, I can't be shut down. Yeah, I'll rise again where peace is found. In the fields where the green highways lie, hemp grows tall, a natural high. Cannabis for medicine, so pure and bright, filling hearts with joy day by day. From seeds to soil, a journey so grand. Nature's gifts, a world to expand. Food from the earth, health in our veins. Smoking makes us feel like we've gained. Green highways lead to freedom. Cannabis for medicine, no need to worry. Joyful smoke, a natural remedy. Liberation in every city. Through the clouds, we find our way. With every breath, we're okay. No more pain, just pure delight. In this world of endless light. Heart of the green highway lane, we find peace, a brand new stance. Cannabis for health, a new dawn, making dreams come true. One puff at a time, from the fields where the hemp grows to the skies where we soar. With every high, we let go of worries, of sorrow. Green highways lead to freedom. Cannabis for medicine, no need to worry. Joyful smoke, a natural remedy. Liberation in every city.
Alright, listen, there's a blessing. Alright, class, listen up, today's lesson. The endocannabinoid system. CB1, CB2 getting live. That dopamine surging like a roller coaster ride. Hold my neurons dancing, feeling real nice. Bloodstream flooded with them terps and spice. The money lift me, my mood take flight. Bottom of the Mars scene, chilling, got me feeling right. TXT's the leader, he bring the fire. Got the CBD be chilling, trying to calm him like a choir. The CBG, the healer, fixing what's broke. CBN be creeping, make you snore like a joke. This is the THC Symphony. Symphony, roll it, light it, take that hit. Our brain waves jump and feel that shift. Well, THC, CBD, do the dance. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Feeling chill? That's the line, a little touch. New and feeling bright, that's that citrus punch. Terpenes be working, flavors unlocked like a symphony, but inside my thoughts. Lipids hype me, beta cardio feeling, bite me, pine and keep my focus tight. Eucalyptal feeling right, that all these compounds working as one. This ain't just a plan, it's a loaded gun. Oh, THC say yo, let's elevate. CBD like chill, meditate. CBG like bro, I heal the pain. No CBN say y'all, go ahead, I'll take the strain. This is the THC Symphony. It's the THC Symphony. Come roll it, light it, take that hit. A brain waves jump and feel that shit. With THC, CBD, do the dance. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Dr. High steps in, lab coat tight. Endocannabinoid system runs your life. Anandamide, that's your bliss. CB receptors can't be missed. Brain's got receptors ready to go. Cannabis plants, they fit like a coke. Synthetic pills got you feeling insane, but nature already programmed your brain. Roll it, light it, take that hit. Our brain waves jump and feel that shift. Cool THC, CBD, do the dance. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Cannabis got your mind enhanced.
My grandpa worked these fields in 42 when Uncle Sam needed rope to win the war. Hemp grew tall on this Kentucky ground, just like his daddy did the years before. Time keeps turning like the seasons change. Some crops fade while others rearrange. What the past has taught us still rings true. What goes around grows around, yes it do. Plant the seeds of tomorrow, plant them deep. Watch the old ways grow new, watch them make. Then tobacco ruled these rolling hills. All said we had to change to stay alive. But the soil remembered what came before and kept those roots alive deep inside. Time keeps turning like the seasons change. Some crops fade while others rearrange. What the past has taught us still rings true. What goes around grows around, yes it do. Ancient wisdom in the ground. Family roots run deep and sound. can they be still be playing around? Growing hemp just like my grandpa knew, boy. One smiles as history turns, bringing back what always rang true. Time keeps turning like the seasons change. Some crops fade while others rearrange. What the past has taught us still rings true. What goes around, goes around. Yes, it do.
He sat in the corner, eyes half closed, wrapped in smoke like a worn out road. They say he's seen the past, the present, the end, through the bottom of a bong that ain't never been cleaned. I dropped a 20, said tell me my fate. He took one hit, then made me wait. Stared real deep like a wise old sage, then coughed up a lung and said, bro, you blazed. Bong water, vision, secrets untold. Sip it if you dare, but the taste too cold. One puff, two puff, spirits arise. The answer's in the bubbles if you open your mind. If you open your mind. But don't ask too much or it might be too late. He sees the future but it's cloudy as hell. Take another rip and let the vision swell. He still took a hit, now the truth feels near. He looked at the ripples, let out a sigh. Said, son, I see tacos falling from the sky. I said, that ain't prophecy, man, that's a dream. He just grinned and said, trust the green. He whispered, aliens, they've been here a while. Built the pyramids, then dipped with a smile. I said, that's insane, he just shook his head. It's all in the bong, man, reality's dead. Bong water, visions, truth dripping slow. If you dare, but you may not know. One puff, two puff, the answers arrive. But the more you see, the less you survive. The less you survive. Don't ask too much, or it might be too late. He sees the future, but it's cloudy as hell. Take another rip and let the vision swell. Still took a hit, now the truth feels near. Maybe time ain't real, maybe fate's a game. Maybe the future's just a smoky haze. Maybe I should ask one last thing. But damn, this water got a funky sting.
are flickering, the night rolls in. Pass the bottle, let the tales begin. Old songs play on a beat-up radio, laughter rising with the embers glow. Memories light up like the stars so high, stories drifting in the midnight sky. One more spark, let the circle stay tight. Ain't no worries in the firelight. We're smoking buddies, side by side, blowing clouds where the good times ride. No need to rush, just let it be. Here with my friends, feeling wild and free. Feet in the dirt, got the sky up above. Sharing the green, sharing the love. Ain't about money, ain't about fame. Just a fire, some buds, and a world untamed. Tales of old days, lessons we've learned, passing the torch as the fire still burns. Wind in the trees, singing our song. We're here tonight, but the vibe lives on. We're sneaking buddies, side by side, blowing clouds where the good times ride. No need to rush, just let it be. Here with my friends, feeling wild and free. Ash in the tray, but the night's still young. Another round, let's keep it strong. No place to be, no time to keep. Just rolling slow where the memories meet. Soon the sun's gonna break the spell, but we'll be back, yeah, time will tell. Till then, my brothers, we'll keep the fire alive. Light it up, let the good times thrive. We're smoking buddies, side by side, blowing clouds where the good times ride. No need to rush, just let it be. Here with my friends, feeling wild and free.
Us up, they took our names for rolling dreams. They gave us chains, families torn, lives erased. A war on truth, a war on race. The cells were filled, the streets ran cold. The laws were written in blood and gold. 1 billion lost, but no one paid, except the ones they locked away. Then the walls fell down, the smoke poured through. Suddenly they said it's safe for you. They taxed the pain, they sold the cure, but justice still feels so unsure. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie. North of the border, the tide has turned. 5 years free and the people learned. Crime went down, streets stayed clean. Cannabis healed, it changed the scene. No smoke and fear, no wasted lives. No broken homes, no goodbye cries. The world took note, they saw it clear. The green rush rose, the truth is near. Oh, smoke rise high, echoes whisper through the sky. For every name, for every fight, one green leaf still shining bright. but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High still lights the way, legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie.
Old man Thompson worked his land all day, same as his daddy did, the old-fashioned way. Cotton corn was all he'd known, till the government man came down that road. Said, we need your help to win this war, hemp for ropes and so much more. Thompson stood there, scratched his chin, said, when my country needs it, I'll begin. Hemp for the Navy, hemp for the ships. Every strand we grow helps our boys come home. Set by fighting men free. Down in the fields when summer came, Thompson learned a whole new farming game. Breaking ground and planting seed, learning skills his country'd need. Neighbors shared their knowledge round, how to work that crop into the ground. Every farm from here to town turned their fields all upside down. Hemp for the Navy, hemp for the ships. Every strand we grow helps the boys come home. Set our fighting men free. When evening falls, he stands alone, reading letters from his son back home, fighting somewhere across the foam, on ships held strong by Kentucky grown. Harvest time brought calloused hands, working with the local farming bands, breaking stalks in all the sun. Everyone pitched in till work was done. Thompson smiled with honest pride as wagons rolled out packed inside, and fiber strong and straight and true, doing what Kentucky folks could do. Hemp for the Navy, hemp for the ships. Out on the sea, every strand we grow helps the boys come home. Let our fighting men free. Yeah!
Good night, we sail the age-old fight. In the left corner, the king of chill, Indica. And in the right, the high-flying hustler. Let's putt out, let's go. Let's putt out, let's go. I'm Indica, baby, I'll slow you down. Put your ass on the couch, melt tune the sound. I'm the king of chill, the master of ease. One hit of me and you'll be counting Z's. Heavy limbs, body locked. Yeah, I'm top notch. Stress relief, deep sleep. I'm the strain that makes your problems retreat. Can you keep up? Can you hold that flame? Sativa steps in, now let's play the game. Who's got the crown? Let's find out now. Roll it up, light it up, tell me what you need. Fast and loose or locked and deep. Sativa got you flying in to keep it slow. Let the strain wars rage and let the people know that the battle continues. Who runs the game?
I'm sativa, son, I bring the light. Wake you up, make your brain take flight. Energize, I'm the go-getter's friend. Call me motivation, now get up again. Creativity, I got that, man. Write a song, paint a world, start a brand. I don't knock you out, I put you in gear. Hit me twice and you'll see it all clear. You talk too much, man, take a seat. That fast-paced life ain't for me. Round two, who you riding with? Roll it up, light it up, tell me what you need. Fast and loose or locked and deep. Sativa got you flying in to keep it slow. The strain wars rage and let the people know. But the battle continues, who runs the game? One for the couch. One for the sky. Who's the king? Let's hear you cry. Fast and loose or locked and deep. Sativa got you flying in to keep it slow. The flame wars rage and let the people know that the battle continues. Who runs the game? So who wins, folks? Let me hear you loud. Guess we'll have to hit another bowl and find out tomorrow.
Goody, goody, it's time to smoke a J. Goody, goody, it's time to end the workday. We're gonna go inside, spark a joint with friends and smoke and play. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass. It's just a habit that ass. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass. 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 You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass it this way. Open up the stash box and grab us a real fat J. Open up the stash box and let's smoke the day away. Have a smoke out in the backyard after working hard all day. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass it this way. A good joint is for sharing, and all my friends do agree. A good joint is for smoking fire. One up and you will quickly see. They all come running when they know the smoke is free. Jack and Jill went up the hill to smoke a J. Jack and Jill went up the hill to smoke all day. Jill got high and last we heard Jack floated away. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass it this way.
There's a love moonlight glow, a secret place where the hashish flows. Hidden hands, sun-seeking eyes, a warrior's breath before he flies.
Under the stars where the sand runs deep, a fire burns while the sages speak. One last breath, one last taste, before the blade, before the chase. They move in shadows, silent and wise, eyes like falcons under blood-red skies. A vision granted, a mind set free. Through desert smoke, they come to see. Whispered words in the palace halls, one deep hit and the empire falls. Dreams ignite, fear dissolves, smoke in the wind, the fate evolves. Through desert smoke, rise so high, visions burn the assassin's eye. Gift of the gods from dusk to sky, Dr. High watch with a knowing sight. Just blades, but minds so sharp. They spoke in riddles, they moved through dark. A brotherhood bound by fire and leaf, a secret war, a hidden belief. The empires feared what they couldn't tame, so they cursed the herb and they banned the flame. But truth don't burn and fire don't die. The desert smoke still fills the sky. Ooh, smoke rise high, silent footsteps in the night. Through the dunes, through the fight, one green leaf, it fuels the light. Food, desert smoke, rise so high, visions burn in the assassin's eye. Gift of the gods from dust to sky, Dr. High watch with a knowing sight. Desert smoke, rise so high, visions burn in the assassin's eye. Gift of the gods from dust to sky, Dr. High watch with a knowing sight. High watch with a knowing sight. The kingdoms change, the stories fade, but the fire lives, the truth remains. From Persia's sand to the modern age, Dr. High still turns the page. Dr. High watch with a knowing sight.
And 'tis a gift to all mankind. It's good for both body and mind. No toxic waste, no poison ground. In hemp a true solutions found. A crop so kind, or pure so wise. A gift of nature legalized. Every way on you we depend. Because of you our lives extend. From textiles soft to biofuels, you lead the way, you break the rules. With every fiber you help us soar, creating futures we can't ignore. You're not just green, you're gold, it's true. In a world of chaos, we lean on you. Almighty and so strong and true, with endless gifts in all you do. From sturdy rope to healing balm, you bring the world a gentle calm. Your stalks can build, your seeds can feed, a plant of peace, a vital seed. You cleanse the earth, you heal the earth, a green embrace beyond compare. For clothes and paper, fuel and more, you've served mankind since days of yore. Yet laws once bound your noble grace. Now freedom calls, reclaim your place. So rise again, stand tall and free. A future bright for all to see. With hemp we thrive, with hemp we grow. A greener world begins to show. In every way on hemp we depend. When we use hemp,
Our lives extend from textile soft to biofuels. Hemp leads the way, hemp break the rules. Your healing touch soothes pain and strife, restoring hope, renewing life. From anxious minds to weary souls, you mend the cracks, you make us whole. The farmers cheer, the makers craft a brighter path, a greener draft. With every seed that finds the land, we break the chains with open hands. Almighty hemp, your time is near. The winds of change are strong and clear. No more shall greed suppress your worth, for hemp shall heal and bless the earth. No toxic waste or poison brown, in hemp that true solutions found. A crop so kind, so pure, so wise, a gift of nature legalized. Hemp is a gift to all mankind, it's good for both body and mind.
On a happy Friday night, we light up the sky. Friends gather around, no need for disguise. Smoking under the stars, feeling so free. Laughter and joy in this backyard spree. Jazzy piano plays, setting the tone. Sultry vocals flow like a cool summer breeze. We share stories, we share laughs in this backyard paradise where worries just cease. Oh, let's get high under the moon's glow. With friends by my side, we'll dance and we'll show backyard bliss on this happy Friday night. In this moment, we're just right. Grilling burgers, roasting sweet corn. The aroma fills the air like a warm sweet storm. We sip on drinks past the bowl, feeling alive in this backyard soul. Oh, let's get high under the moon's glow. With friends by my side, we'll dance and we'll show backyard bliss on this happy Friday night. In this moment, we're just right. Oh, let's get high under the moon's glow. With friends by my side, we'll dance and we'll show backyard bliss on this happy Friday night. In this moment, we're just right.
Let the fire glow, drum beat soft, moonlight high. Herb starts to burn, reaching for the sky. Hands held tight, words unspoken. Breathe in deep, let the past be broken. Feel the rhythm, feel the flame. Let Jah spirit call your name. One puff, two puff, soul takes flight. Wisdom in the smoke, visions in the night. Ancient voices hum low and deep. The circle is strong, the fire won't sleep.
Smoke rises in sacred circles. Messel are lost, but the flame still burns. Past and present, one and the same. Lift up the chalice and speak my name.
used by the olden ones, passed through hands of kings and shaman sons. Used for healing, used for light, to see through the dark and make wrongs right. From Africa's fields to the Himalayas tall, the herb been growing before men could crawl. Passed from the ancients, given in trust. Now it's in your hands, breathe deep, adjust. One puff, two puff, soul takes flight. Wisdom in the smoke, visions in the night. Ancient voices hum low and deep. The circle is strong, the fire won't sleep.
Smoke rises in sacred circles. Messing you lost, but the flame still burns. Glad of past and present, one and the same. Lift up the chalice and speak my name. Before the ashes and embers, he knows what's in store. What hides in sight. Not just a plant, not just a flame, but the key to remembering what we became. Rises in sacred circles, distant and lost, but the flame still burns. Past and present, one and the same. Lift up the chalice and speak my name. Through the ashes and embers, he knows what's in store.
Friends are coming over tonight. Got the music playing right. Something special in the air. Making sure that we prepare. The night is young, we're feeling right. Turn the music up so bright. Moving closer side by side. Let the rhythm be our guide. Dancing through the haze tonight. Through the haze tonight. Everything is feeling right. Feeling so right. Dancing through the haze tonight. Through the haze tonight. With my friends until the light. Until watch it flow. Everybody's in the flow. Getting loose and feeling high. Heat is rising to the sky. The bass is deep, we're in the zone. No one here is all alone. Moving closer, feeling free. Just the way it's meant to be. Dancing through the haze tonight. Through the haze tonight. Everything is feeling right. Feeling so right. Dancing through the haze tonight. Through the haze tonight. With my friends until the light. Until in your soul. Let it take complete control. Higher and higher we go. This feeling we all know. Dancing through the haze tonight. Through the haze tonight. Everything is feeling right. Feeling so right. Dancing through the haze tonight. Through the haze tonight. With my friends until the light. Until
reminder, one hand on the past. Breaking down the years, man, it's gone too fast. Sticky on my fingers, resin in my soul. Ain't in no hurry, let the good times roll. Tear the paper, fold it tight. Twist up the past, make the wrong things right. Match hit the tip, slow inhale. Took a deep pull, let the memories sail. Rolling paper and red eyes, long nights, slow rise. Thinking about the things I can't rewind. Let the smoke curl, let the time fade. One more hit for the ones who stray. One more hit for the ones who stray. Rolling papers and red eyes, lost in the past. Every drag takes me back too fast. Moonlight, street lights fading away. Smoke in the air like ghosts wanna stay. Don't happen here a time or two. Ain't nothing new about getting lost in the blue. 2 a.m. ain't got nowhere to be. Just me and the road, just me and this weed. Radio humming static in the night. Trying to find a song that's gonna set me right. Long drive, no destination. Smoking on wisdom, chasing revelation. They say don't look back, but I take one glance. Roll another one, leave it all to chance. Rolling paper in the red eyes, long nights, slow rise. Thinking about the things I can't rewind. Let the smoke curl, let the time fade. One more hit for the ones who stray. One more hit for the ones who stray. Rolling papers and red eyes, lost in the past. Every drag takes me back too fast. Moonlight, street lights fading away. Smoke in the air like ghosts wanna stay. Dog cry, been here a time or two. Ain't nothing new about getting lost in the blue. What if every breath was a second chance? What if the past only lives in a glance? What if the road don't ever run straight? What if we just here learning to wait? Rolling papers and red eyes, lost in the past. Every drag takes me back too fast. Moonlight, street lights fading away. Smoke in the air like ghosts wanna stay. You gon' drive in here a time or two. Ain't nothing new about getting lost in the blue.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.